Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump prepares to travel to the Middle East to address a number of key global challenges, including new investments for the US economy. The visit comes as Hamas hand over US-Israeli hostage Edan Alexander, believed to be the last living American hostage. President Zelensky challenges President Putin to meet face-to-face in Turkey to discuss ceasefire plans. And Wall Street surges as the US strikes a trade deal with China. Now to our top story, and US President Donald Trump is embarking on a visit to the Middle East this week. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will meet the US President when he arrives in Riyadh on Tuesday. President Trump will then attend a summit of Gulf leaders before travelling to Qatar and the UAE later in the week. I'm now joined by Robert Grenier, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center. Robert, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Firstly, what do you believe is the main purpose of President Trump's visit to the Middle East this week?
Well, as you just mentioned, this visit is all about deals. Deals, deals, deals. And it's going to be all about the letter T for trillions. President Trump wants to project to the American people that he, in traveling to the Middle East, through the sheer force of his personality, is going to be winning trillions of dollars worth of trade and investment deals from Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf sheikhdoms. And this will all help to drive the reindustrialization of the United States. And in that sense, it is of a piece with his tariff policy, which is designed to achieve the same end.
This trip comes during a particularly critical time. There have been many global breakthroughs pretty much in the last 24 hours, namely the Hamas hostage handover of Edan Alexander, the talks between Russia and Ukraine, the US-China trade deal. These are all very timely when the Saudi Arabia visit is just coming up, a country really credited with aiding the negotiation of big deals we've seen of late.
I think it's again, this is all part of a further tightening of relations between the United States and Saudi Arabia. In particular, as we all know, Saudi Arabia played a significant role in the context of U.S. negotiations with Russia and with Ukraine. Several of those negotiations that took place in Saudi Arabia under the auspices of Mohammed bin Salman. And so, yes, I think this is an auspicious week for the U.S. and specifically for Saudi-U.S. relations.
And just talking about relations there, what's the relationship like between President Donald Trump and Saudi Arabia? And why has he chosen this as his first official foreign trip? He's called it historic.
Yeah, well, I think Donald Trump feels very comfortable with the Saudi royal family in particular. There is the public aspect to this, the government-to-government aspect to this, but there's also a private and family aspect to this. As we know, the Trump family is heavily involved in making deals in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and in Qatar, all of which form some of the background to this trip. Again, part of the way to understand the Trump administration is that it is in many respects sort of a reality television show. And he likes the optics of being in the Middle East. He has a sort of cartoonish view, quite frankly, of Saudi wealth. And this plays into a popular perception in the United States. And again, going to the Middle East, walking on red carpets, seeming to be surrounded by opulence. He is projecting to the American people that he's generating all of this money, all of this investment in the United States, and that is a very good look for him.
But if we just turn away from the opulence and the investments for the United States, how will Trump's upcoming visit affect the ongoing conflicts? And will we see improvements in communication between the US and the Middle East following this week? Could we possibly see ceasefire talks emerge once again between Israel and Hamas?
Frankly, I doubt it. I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has set his course in Gaza. It is a unilateral course. He's not looking for new negotiations. He's not looking for new agreements with Hamas. He wants to destroy Hamas, and he's set about to do that. And so I think that the U.S. has largely decoupled its policy in Palestine from its policy in the Middle East and with Saudi Arabia in particular. So I'm not looking for that. But I think overall, the atmosphere is a good one. The situation with Iran right now, Iran has been greatly weakened, as we know. Its so-called proxies in the Middle East have also been weakened. And so that makes it easier for the U.S. to reach some sort of a nuclear deal, and that is a deal which Saudi Arabia would very much be in favor of, at least at the current juncture.
Robert Grenier, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center. Great to have your thoughts. Thank you for joining the show.
Most welcome.
Hamas have released US-Israeli citizen Edan Alexander, a 21-year-old believed to be the last living American hostage in Gaza. Alexander was serving in the elite infantry on the Gaza border when he was captured by Hamas during the October the 7th attacks. His family say they have received the greatest gift imaginable, knowing he will return home. Earlier today, President Trump spoke ahead of Edan Alexander's release. Here's a reminder.
And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Edan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead.
We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Trent Murray. Trent, great to have you on the show. Right now, you're in Hostage Square. We know Hamas have released Edan Alexander. What's the atmosphere like right now, and what is the significance of this moment? Oh, apologies. We have lost Trent Murray, who was in Hostage Square with us. We will try to get back our connection with Trent. Trent, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Leigh Ann. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Trent, thank you so much. You are currently in Hostage Square. We have now got details of the release of Edan Alexander. What's the atmosphere like, and how significant is this moment?
Well, Leigh Ann, when the news came through that Hamas had handed over 21-year-old Edan Alexander to the Red Cross, there were cheers and applause here from many of the Israelis which have gathered here, including many family members of hostages, both current and former. Of course, this news did come quite quickly, with Hamas announcing it late Sunday that they were releasing what is thought to be the last surviving American hostage in the Gaza Strip. They say they are doing that as a gesture of goodwill as President Trump prepares to fly to the region with his trip to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. Of course, for many families here, there are some mixed emotions, I think it's fair to say. They are, of course, relieved that another hostage is returning, but they are also, I think, worried that now Washington has extracted its last surviving hostage. Will they continue to put more pressure on Hamas to release what is thought to be around 23 or so still being held in the Gaza Strip? So right now, everyone glued to that big screen there behind me, which is showing the latest pictures coming out of Gaza. We've seen those Red Cross SUVs driving. We've also just seen a photograph released by Hamas showing Eden Alexander with 3 Hamas fighters as well as a Red Cross representative. He will be taken to an Israeli army base near the border with Gaza. We expect in the next 30 minutes or so he'll have medical checks done, reunite with some of his family members, and then be brought here to a major hospital in Tel Aviv for additional medical checks.
And Trent, Donald Trump spoke earlier. We know he will be in the region from tomorrow, and Hamas has also released a statement. What more do we currently know?
Well, we know President Trump appearing at the White House gave an update that indeed Eden Alexander was about to be returned here. He was born here in Tel Aviv but grew up in New Jersey in the United States. He was doing IDF service here on October 7th at a border base very close to Gaza when he was captured by Hamas militants. He's been in their captivity now for 583 days. President Trump called this a momentous occasion and said that they no longer thought he was alive. We know President Trump has also spoken with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in recent hours. Israeli media is reporting that he has authorized negotiating teams to now dispatch to the Middle East to try and get a longer-term ceasefire to be implemented potentially. Hamas is also saying in the past hour or so that it is ready to be involved in negotiations to reach a comprehensive, sustainable ceasefire agreement. That will be news, I would imagine, that will be warmly welcomed by many families here, including, as I say, the ones of the remaining 23 or so. They are desperate to get them home. Many people here quite critical of the current approach of the Israeli government, saying only a ceasefire is going to get their loved one back home here.
Earlier today, you spoke with a cousin of one of the dead hostages. He told you what Israelis wanted for the future of the region. Trent, let's take a look at that.
The fate of the Israeli hostages is linked to the fate of the Gazans. I don't want to see any misery on the Gazan side. I don't enjoy seeing the Gazan civilians suffer. I don't think they deserve what they've gone through. But the only way to end the suffering is by bringing all the hostages back home, because once they're back home, that is the end of the war. That is the end of the Gazans' misery. That is the beginning of the reconstruction of Gaza. And hopefully what Witkoff is presenting today, it's also the beginning of a different future for this region, and both peoples deserve it.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you once again for joining us. We can now get into this further with Daniel Rubinstein, former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Daniel, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Our reporter spoke to a cousin of one of the dead hostages today. He said the solution to end this crisis is signing deals. But Netanyahu says no ceasefire and plans for an intensified military campaign continue. Is Israel's Prime Minister ignoring his people's wishes?
The people of Israel wish for two major things. One is the safe return of every hostage that remains in Gaza. Hamas is holding them in underground terror dungeons, torturing them, starving them. We want them home immediately, and we want the whole world to call on Hamas to release them. We also want the Hamas terror regime out of power. It was the Hamas terror regime that invaded Israel on October 7th, gunned down hundreds of people at a music festival, went house to house, massacring families, burning parents and children together. That regime cannot be allowed to survive this war because it pledges to keep doing this again and again until Israel is destroyed. So Hamas must go, and the hostages must come home.
How How realistic is it that Israel can completely eradicate Hamas? I think this is a question a lot of people are asking. And also, Hamas has released Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander. That was today. The group says they're hoping this will pave the way for a possible return to ceasefire talks. What do you make of this?
The reason that Hamas took hostages in the first place is so that it could urge Israel to release convicted Palestinian terrorists from Israeli prison, and so that Hamas could get away with the massacre. Hamas took hostages so that it could get away with gunning down hundreds of people at a music festival and going house to house and burning families in their homes. The reason that Hamas took hostages, the reason that Hamas holds hostages, is so that it can be in a position to do this again and again. The reason that removing Hamas from power has been a challenge is precisely because Hamas is holding hostages, and Israel wants to see those hostages come home safely. And therefore, Israel is open to negotiations that will see a peaceful end to this war where Hamas gives up power in exchange for allowing all the people of the region, Israeli and Palestinian alike, to have a better future than the one that Hamas has brought it now.
So Israel was not involved in the negotiations over the release of Eden Alexander. The deal was brokered by talks between Hamas, the US, Egypt and Qatar. Why was Israel not directly involved? And when was Israel actually informed of these details?
If Israel is not involved, then it would mean that Israel is not making any concessions in order to receive a hostage. That, in my mind, would be a good thing. But big picture, the President of the United States has said in the past that there will be all hell to pay if Hamas does not release all of the hostages. Hamas has not released all of the hostages, and President Trump is giving time for diplomacy to be an alternative and preferred method. Israel wants diplomacy to achieve the obvious result for all of humanity, which is that Hamas will not be in power and be in a position to carry out more massacres.
The US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is actually in Israel today. Donald Trump does arrive in the region tomorrow. As I mentioned, Hamas said today they want a way back to ceasefire talks. Do you think Israel is going to pause its military offensive and begin these negotiations and try and forge a path forward to save your hostages and save lives in Gaza?
It's been a year and a half since Hamas started this war, and a year and a half that Hamas continues to hold hostages. Israel has said that if Hamas releases hostages, then there will be a ceasefire for as long as Hamas continues to release hostages. Hamas cannot be allowed to drag on negotiations in order to achieve a stronger grip on power than it already has. So no, Israel is not going to allow Hamas to drag this out unless Hamas starts releasing hostages. It's ceasefire in exchange for hostage release, and final ceasefire in exchange for Hamas giving up power and allowing a more responsible government to take power in Gaza than the one that currently exists.
And a global hunger monitor is warning Israel's blockade threatens the entire population of the Gaza Strip, with famine and 50,000 people currently face starvation. Following the release of Eden Alexander, is Israel prepared to start saving lives in Gaza and stop blocking food?
Israel and the United States have been working on a mechanism that would see food enter the Gaza Strip that would not reach the Hamas terrorist army that is governing the Gaza Strip. This has been a big problem in the past, where Israel has allowed massive amounts of food and supplies to enter the Gaza Strip. Hamas, being the government of the Gaza Strip, gets its hands on these food and supplies, makes prices go up, and uses the revenue of the taxes that it takes to maintain its grip on power. So we're trying to find a middle ground where the civilians of Gaza will not pay the price of their government, the Hamas terrorist army. And that requires a new way of thinking that Israel and the United States are together trying to set up. And this process could begin very shortly, where we see more food and supplies entering Gaza, where people who are not part of Hamas can come pick them up, and that Hamas will begin to feel the pressure after a year and a half of war and decide that it's time to move on and allow a more responsible government to take power in Gaza than the one that is currently bringing us to this position.
Daniel, what exactly does that deal look like? Will it be done through private aid agencies, or will the UN facilitate with that?
From what I've heard, the United Nations and related aid agencies have said that they will not cooperate with the new U.S.-Israeli mechanism that is under discussion. As it has not been fully published, I don't know all of the details, but some of it has been published, and it's clear that there are new ideas for setting up zones in Gaza, allowing people to reach these zones to get the necessary food that they need, and keeping Hamas out of the picture so that Hamas cannot hijack the aid and sell it on the black market for very high prices, that it will then use the revenue to pay its fighters, to pay the people who are still holding hostages, and to prolong the war for longer and longer.
Daniel, just moving away from Hamas for a minute, does Israel recognize that people and children and families are starving to death due to this blockade, and there's no medical, there's nothing to help these people right now? Is that recognized by the Israeli government? Is there a concern about how these civilians are surviving?
There is a huge concern about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. For a year and a half, Israel has been hearing international aid agencies say that starvation is imminent, starvation is imminent. It's an exaggeration to say that there is mass starvation in Gaza. Certainly there is pressure on the entire population in Gaza. You just need to have a little bit of common sense and understand that the situation is because Hamas, the government of Gaza, decided to start a war against its neighbors, and its neighbors decided that they don't want to die. And they are not going to allow the free shipment of food and supplies to the Hamas terrorist government, which is using the revenue from these sales of the food and supplies to continue its war. We're trying to find a middle ground, a reasonable answer to this difficult humanitarian situation while Hamas is holding hostages and starving them. Hamas is starving the hostages that it is holding. The food that reaches Gaza, Hamas does not give it to the hostages. It's an unbearable situation. We need more pressure, not just on Hamas, but on Hamas's backers, specifically the royal family of Qatar, the regime in Qatar, which seem to have told Hamas just recently that it needs to free the American hostage. Qatar clearly could tell Hamas to release the hostages. It is not doing this. It is clear that Qatar told Hamas to keep the hostages until Hamas gets a deal that allows Hamas to remain in power. So let's shift some of the focus to Qatar, where Hamas's leaders are living quite comfortably, despite the fact that they engaged in a barbaric war crime on October 7th. They are living in Qatar comfortably. We need more pressure on Qatar to extradite Hamas leaders so that they can face trial for crimes against humanity.
Well, Daniel, Donald Trump will be visiting Doha in Qatar this week. I wonder if that will be a conversation topic that we'll see happen.
I'm not optimistic that it will be a conversation that we will see happen. I seem to be a minority voice on this that is screaming about the role of Qatar. Most people prefer to ignore it because Qatar has paid so many people to be in a position where it's beneficial to them to ignore it. But it's very clear that Qatar thought that the October 7th massacre was a good idea. On the afternoon of October 7th, Qatar put out a statement condemning Israel. Qatar said that Israel was solely responsible for the October 7th massacre, and Qatar has consistently taken grossly irresponsible positions that put everyone in danger and prolong the war. So I'm using the platform that you have graciously provided me to let your viewers know about the role that Qatar is playing. Qatar told Hamas to keep the hostages. Qatar is behaving like an enemy state, and I hope the whole world will...
Daniel Rubenstein, former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm so sorry we couldn't carry on this conversation, but once again, thank you for your thoughts. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Istanbul this Thursday. It comes after European leaders urged Russia to agree a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine after being threatened with fresh sanctions. Earlier, US President Donald Trump suggested he may also travel to Istanbul for the talks. Meanwhile, Zelensky says he's ready to talk and end the war. Take a listen.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I am expecting Putin in Turkey personally. I hope this time Putin will not look for reasons why he can't do something. We are ready to talk to end the war. Thursday, Turkey. President Trump supported it. All leaders support it.
We can now go live to Kyiv to speak to our correspondent, Stuart Smith. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. Zelensky and Putin could be meeting this week. How did we actually get here? There's been a flurry of activity over the weekend.
Yeah, there have been all sorts of various diplomatic goings-on throughout the past few years, really, and months. But if we look to the most recent explanation for the latest developments, it goes back really to the end of April when President Putin of Russia suggested that there should be a 3-day ceasefire during Victory Day celebrations, which is when Russia celebrates the end of the Soviet Union's defeat and allies' help in defeating Nazi Germany. Now, Ukraine never agreed to that. President Zelensky was adamant that if President Putin is really serious about peace, then it should be a 30-day ceasefire. Nonetheless, Russia did say that it attempted to follow that ceasefire, and the skies of Ukraine were mostly clear of drones and missiles for that period, though both sides said there were thousands of violations. Then many Western leaders came to Kyiv on Saturday, the leader of the UK, France, Germany and Poland, to meet with President Zelensky here, where they reaffirmed that desire for a 30-day ceasefire, which then crucially was also supported by President Trump, meaning it was now for the Russian president to respond. Now, there was a very late press conference over the weekend that was around 1:30 a.m. Moscow time, where it was thought maybe the Russian president was going to agree to that 30-day ceasefire, but in the end, he didn't agree to that. He said there would still need to be other conditions before that happens, but he would be interested in talks in Turkey. And now President Zelensky says he's going to go personally. President Trump has suggested he might go too. The big outstanding question now is whether President Putin will meet leaders there, along with President Erdogan, or whether he would send a delegation of lower-level officials.
And Stuart, when was the last time that Putin and Zelensky actually met face-to-face?
It's a long time ago now, 2019, 2 years before the start of the latest invasion. This time, President Zelensky is more optimistic, but it's remarkable looking back when you see the kinds of issues they were talking about right then during what was called the Normandy format, when they were debating the separatist activities of Russian-backed troops in the east of Ukraine. They were talking about the recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk, the recognition of Crimea, trying to arrange a ceasefire, which they, in the end, did, but that ceasefire didn't last long at all. They did, though, manage to agree on some prisoner exchanges, so very similar issues, though as that debate showed, even though those negotiations did end up with a ceasefire, with the help of President Macron of France and the German Chancellor at the time, Angela Merkel, it did not result, as we know, in a long-term peace, showing that the difficulty of this. What may help, though, is President Trump looks like he's invested in this. He's called on President Putin to attend and has suggested he thinks the Russian leader will agree to a 30-day ceasefire.
Stuart Smith in Kyiv, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. Let's continue with this topic and bring in Ukrainian MP Kira Radek. Kira, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Kira, the big question many people are asking today is whether face-to-face talks between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky will actually happen on Thursday.
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. Well, as President Zelensky said, he will go to Istanbul. The question is, will Putin go? And we don't have an answer to that. It will not be the first time when Putin will not do things that he said that he will do. And I think right now, when the whole world is watching, the stakes are really raised up. So Putin either doesn't come in and show that he doesn't want to end the war, in fact, or he will come up and then he will have to actually answer to the unpleasant questions that I think President Trump can be asking. You know, we are in this impossible situation when the victim of aggression, Ukraine, has to prove to the whole world that it is aggressor, Russia, who doesn't want peace. And it is so unbearable, and especially when you have to explain what is going on to people who are fighting at the battlefield, people who are being attacked every single day. And so it's just incredible how the world turned from the clear picture when Russia is an aggressor and Ukraine is a victim to a situation when there is still a question of who doesn't want peace. Well, Ukraine wants peace. We are the most interested in that.
Trump has said in the last few hours that he believes Russia will agree to a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine during these talks in Istanbul. We have just been talking then. You said that right now you are in an impossible situation. So do you think Donald Trump's assessment of Putin's position is accurate?
I think the new administration and President Trump are still learning things that President Zelensky and all of us, we were trying to explain it beforehand, like the fact that we learned over the last 30 years that you cannot trust Russia, or if you have a deal with Russia, you have to have a very clear way of how you ensure it and have real checks and balances in place to what would happen if Russia will not accept it or will break their part. Because imagine Putin agrees to a ceasefire. Who will be assessing that? Who will be telling if they are actually going with ceasefire? And what would happen if Putin will still continue attacking our cities and attacking us at the battlefield and will be just denying that it was him? This is something that we have seen in the past, and we can prove it with the facts and with the international spectators. So the question would be not what you get people to agree to, but how do you ensure that it would work? How do you make sure that Putin will keep his part of the bargain? Before you know that, there is no reason in sitting down with him. And we hope that President Trump has something strong in his hands to be able to ensure if Russia will agree to something, they will keep up with that.
Putin has begun the 30-day ceasefire with a volley of drone attacks. That's according to Kyiv. Kira, is this a direct challenge to Keir Starmer and European allies who warned Moscow this weekend?
It is indeed. Once you are in a street fight, if you pull out a knife, you better be using it. So once the democratic leaders announced the set of the sanctions that will be applied to Russia and to their shadow fleet if there would be no ceasefire starting basically midnight tonight, they need to be ready to go ahead with it. No matter what Putin says, no matter what additional offers he does, they were very strict in their statement. And at that moment, it seemed that President Trump was supporting them. So right now they need to show not only Russia, but basically the whole world that the Western democracies mean business. And we are really hopeful that they will be able to go ahead with those sanctions.
Kira, you know, ahead of these talks that are happening in Istanbul on Thursday, what is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky prepared to give up in order to reach a ceasefire deal with Russia?
I think it's a wrong question of what the country that is defending itself should be giving up. I think the bigger question that we should be answering is how to ensure a peace. How do you make sure that Russia would not attack us? And then we can be talking about which particular territories will be protected by these security guarantees. As of right now, we haven't heard any single actually productive or practical way of ensuring that Russia will keep their part of the bargain. So this should be the first and foremost question in discussions. And then when you know what would be the way of protecting this deal, of making sure that it will go ahead, then we can be talking about, again, which territories will be under this protection.
Kira Ruddock, Ukrainian MP, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you.
Now, the US and China have agreed to major reductions in tariffs imposed against each other in a dramatic dial down of trade tensions. Earlier today, President Trump talked about achieving a reset with China after weekend talks, with Wall Street surging as a result. The two countries have 90 days to work towards a broader deal. China says it is committed to the stable development of relations with Washington. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, there's no doubt about it. This was a significant step in the de-escalation of trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. The tone from both sides following the discussions over the weekend in Geneva were positive, and Chinese media reported earlier in the day that the two countries had reached a series of major consensuses before the details were released later in a joint statement. The combined 145% levies on most Chinese exports have now been slashed to 30%, including the rate tied to fentanyl by May 14th, and the 125% duties imposed on US goods have been slashed to 10% now. This goes much further than markets or investors had expected, and certainly takes a lot of uncertainty off the table for the time being, which a lot of economists have noted was really important, because despite the fact that both sides had been standing their ground, there was plenty of indication that the tariff war was really beginning to hurt both sides. But one of the reasons behind the breakthrough appears to have been the result of the way the negotiations were conducted. China's trade czar, He Feng, complimented the Americans on their professionalism and pragmatic approach to resolving differences. It's fair to say there was a lot of concern about that, and China had insisted all along on respectful engagement. And despite some of the provocative language and comments US President Donald Trump had used in the lead up to all of this, to the talks, things do seem to have hit the right notes. Crucially, that appears to have paved the way for an off-ramp and for both sides to be able to back down without losing face, as it were. But some experts are pointing out that this is likely to be viewed as more of a win for China. Perhaps it has exceeded expectations, as I say, and before the joint statement was made, there was an expectation that the two sides would be aiming to bring the tariffs down to something more like 60%, which in many ways would have been problematic, as many economists have pointed out, because even though that would have been a big cut, it wouldn't necessarily have moved the needle an awful lot in terms of impact. Now, there is still a lot of work to be done, and the big question is what exactly happens at the end of the 90 days now. Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has suggested that it could be extended, but also indicated that that would be based on good faith and constructive dialogue.
Patrick Falk in Singapore, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said his country will not tolerate any kind of nuclear blackmail in the ongoing conflict with Pakistan. Addressing the nation earlier today, Modi said India has only paused military action against Pakistan. He added that terror and talks cannot go together. The Kurdish militant group PKK has announced it will disband and disarm as part of a peace initiative with Turkey. The historic decision follows 4 decades of armed conflict. Turkey's ruling AK party has said it was an important step towards a terror-free Turkey. President Trump will accept a Boeing 747-8 airplane as a gift from the Qatar royal family. It's believed the luxury aircraft will be converted to an Air Force One presidential plane and donated to Trump after he leaves office. The gift coincides with Trump's visit to Qatar this week. Opening statements in the sex trafficking trial of American rapper Sean Diddy Combs have begun in New York today. If convicted, the former music mogul could face life in prison. Combs has pleaded not guilty. His lawyer says all sex acts were consensual. And a power outage on the London Underground has caused a major travel disruptions across the city. A TfL spokesperson said everything shut down due to a national grid issue. They added that some people would have been stuck in tunnels and they were in the process of getting things back up and running once again. A reminder of our top stories. President Donald Trump prepares to travel to the Middle East to address a number of key global challenges, including new investments for the US economy.
We learned in about 2 hours.
The visit comes as Hamas hand over US-Israeli hostage Idan Alexander, believed to be the last living American hostage. President Zelensky challenges President Putin to meet face-to-face in Turkey to discuss ceasefire plans. And Wall Street surges as the US strike a trade deal with China. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. The Rail deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published to newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers today focused on President Trump's upcoming visit to the Middle East and what to expect of it, including reports on Qatar's intention to give the president a luxury 747 plane for use as Air Force One. Different media outlets also took interest in the anticipated release of the American hostage Idan Alexander from Gaza, while reports of global markets lifting after significant progress in US-China trade talks dominated front pages of many newspapers this morning. The Washington Post published a report about President Trump's upcoming four-day trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, and the trip marks his first major international travel of his second term. Yet it might signal a departure from traditional presidential visits that usually focus on diplomacy or security. The report also highlights that this trip is expected to be centered on securing massive business deals and investment pledges from Gulf states, with Saudi Arabia promising up to $1 trillion in U.S. investments. Trump's agenda also reflects a shift away from traditional allies and a focus on economic gains that appeal to his domestic base. Notably, he is skipping Israel, signaling a more transactional approach and some fatigue with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And regional leaders will likely press Trump on Gaza, Iran, and also other issues. But the president's team says security issues will not be central. The trip also raises questions about the overlap between Trump's family business interests and U.S. foreign policy, as his sons have recently closed real estate deals in some countries he's visiting. Now, ultimately, the report concludes that the visit underscores Trump's vision of U.S. foreign policy as business first and strategic and diplomatic concerns taking a backseat. Simon Tisdall seems to agree with the Washington Post's report and goes even further in The Guardian by saying that while Trump thinks he is shaping the Middle East, instead, it's Gulf states that will dictate U.S. foreign policy. The author argues that Trump's approach is more about business than diplomacy, with Gulf leaders now holding the leverage to push for their interests, including pressure on Gaza and Palestinian statehood. Trump's recent policy shifts, like ending airstrikes in Yemen and also exploring talks with Iran, reflect Gulf influence and have surprised Israel, which is notably excluded from the visit. The article also highlights how Trump's focus on economic gains and transactional politics risks human rights and long-term stability, according to the author, as Gulf states increasingly shape U.S. Middle East policy. Israel's growing concern about President Trump's most recent shift in policy and his trip to the Middle East echoed today in Israeli newspapers. The Jerusalem Post published an opinion article by Michael J. Salomon, urging Israel to consider if it can rely on Trump, whose choices seem driven by personal gains. His article examines Israeli concern as President Trump's recent Middle East decisions appear to sideline Israel in favor of Gulf Arab states and also personal interests. Trump's surprise ceasefire with Yemen's Houthi rebels negotiated without Israeli input has left Israel exposed to further Houthi attacks. Reports suggest Trump is willing to separate U.S.-Saudi deals from Israeli interests, possibly influenced by lucrative business opportunities in the Gulf. Also, the article says that the administration's transactional style and Trump's history of blending business with diplomacy have fueled speculation that U.S. policy is increasingly erratic and self-serving. Officials and the public now question whether they can rely on Trump's commitment as the U.S. pursues regional deals and negotiations with Iran, sometimes at Israel's expense. Karen Elliott House published an opinion article in the Wall Street Journal today examining the high-stakes decision facing President Trump over Iran's advancing nuclear program. Despite weeks of indirect talks, Trump has vowed to accept nothing less than the total dismantlement of Iran's nuclear capabilities, a demand Tehran is unlikely to meet. With the 2015 nuclear deal expiring soon and also Iran enriching uranium beyond civilian needs, the article highlights growing anxiety among U.S. allies, Israel and Saudi Arabia, who fear Trump may settle for a weak agreement. The author argues that only the U.S.-backed military strike can indeed eliminate the threat, as Israel lacks the resources to act alone. Ultimately, the article warns that any compromise short of dismantlement would undermine U.S. credibility and also embolden Iran, urging Trump to hold firm or risk a strategic crisis. Daniel Hannan warned in The Telegraph today that the poison of Trumpism has been injected into the bloodstream of British politics. The article explores how the political style and also culture wars of Trumpism have taken root in Britain, moving beyond economic debates to negative polarization and personality-driven politics. Hannan argues that much like Trump's MAGA movement in the US, the UK or Reform UK under Nigel Farage is fueled less by detailed policy than by anger at the establishment and a desire to punish traditional parties. The rise of personality cults, culture wars and anti-immigration or anti-immigrant sentiment now shapes British politics, with Farage's also rallies and slogans echoing Trump's approach. The article warns that this trend undermines civility, reason and pluralism as voters increasingly support strongman figures and protectionist policies, often out of frustration rather than hope for constructive change. Despite American reports of substantial progress after trade talks with China, the China Daily editorial today warns that the trade talks should not be used as leverage for further U.S. coercion and insists China will not compromise on its core. The editorial contends that despite the ongoing tariff war with the U.S., Chinese economy remains resilient and open to cooperation, but stresses that only genuine, respectful negotiation can resolve the dispute. The piece concludes by urging the U.S. to match conciliatory words with concrete actions and abandon unilateralism for true global prosperity. And we'll end with the New York Times, where David Nussel wrote about what seems to be the end of the relationship between President Trump and billionaire Elon Musk. Nussel, who is an honorary professor of history at the Carnegie Graduate Center and also author, said that in his article, and here I quote, "The partnership between President and the richest man in the world is coming to an end. There is one clear loser in the breakup of this affair, and it is Elon Musk. He fell from grace effortlessly as he rose. He took too many chances, never understood the risks, and also flew too close to the sun. Wrapped in the halo of his social media superstardom, as you can see, the author said he was blinded to the reality of his circumstances until it was too late." The author goes on to say that Musk, once celebrated as a visionary and given also sweeping power in Washington, has fallen from grace due to his brash style, public criticism of Trump, and controversial cost-cutting moves. As political tensions rose, Musk became a liability, culminating in his ouster after a failed political gamble in Wisconsin. The fallout has been swift. Tesla's sales and profits have plummeted, his reputation has suffered, and once loyal customers are abandoning the brand. While Musk's other ventures like SpaceX and Starlink remain lucrative, the article concludes that his attempt to act as an unelected co-president ultimately led to his undoing. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News. where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up on the programme, with President Donald Trump set to arrive in Saudi Arabia for what will be the first major overseas trip of his second term, we examine the economic impact for the kingdom. Plus we ask, what might his very big announcement be? We're going to be speaking to the head of the American Chamber of Commerce, Saudi Arabia, and asking how will President Trump's visit to the kingdom, along with any possible deals, help the economies of the two partner nations. And when President Trump arrives in Saudi Arabia, he'll see no shortage of familiar brands on the streets. You've got American SUVs and pickup trucks for starters. Then you've got multiple US F&B outlets in every neighborhood of the capital. Hello and welcome to the programme. We're going to take you straight to our top story, President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. That is the first stop of his first scheduled trip abroad since he returned to the White House in January. Well, the president's going to be accompanied by a large delegation, which will include the top bosses of some of America's biggest companies. One of the highlights of this visit will be Tuesday's Saudi-US Investment Forum, which is expected to pave the way for some significant deals. In fact, President Trump has teased a big and positive announcement, which is going to be revealed ahead of his visit. Here's what he said.
We're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar, and that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then, we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject.
The US President speaking there. Well, I'm joined now by Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, thanks for joining us. Great to have you with us as ever. We're just hearing there the US President Donald Trump talking about a very, very big announcement, a positive announcement. Any clues from your side, any clues you're hearing as to what that announcement might entail?
Well, in true Trump fashion, it wouldn't be a Trump announcement if he didn't tease it out in front of the world first. And if you read any of the tweets, I mean, people are saying, I heard in one particular aspect, it could be anything from order a Big Mac button in the White House to a sovereign fund. Now, I think, the nature of the actions that Trump has been taking have all pointed very intensely towards trade expansion, investment relationships. I would not be surprised if we see the creation of some kind of investment vehicle or sovereign fund, as he's alluded to before, just as one indication. Now, coming to the Middle East, we don't yet know exactly if this will be related to the Middle East or not, but perhaps there is some joint relationship coming up on the roadmap.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see what the US president has got in store during his visit. We'll come back to you in just a moment, Ali. But as we look ahead to President Trump's visit, we ask, why is this visit so important for US and Saudi businesses? And what does it mean for trade between the two countries? Well, we can speak now to the executive director of the American Chamber of Commerce, Saudi Arabia. Liz Boneski, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure having you with us. Let's start by talking about US investment in Saudi Arabia. How has US interest and investment grown over the years?
Sure. Well, thank you, Tom, for having us. And it's a pleasure to welcome the American Chamber of Commerce, Saudi Arabia, also known as AmCham. We've been around for about 35 years, and we are a nonprofit, non-government, paid membership trade organization focused on the bilateral trade relationship between U.S. companies and Saudi Arabia in both directions. So this Trump visit comes at a very exciting time. With over 100 years history between our countries, trade has always been the lifeblood of the relationship. And though it has waxed and waned over those 100 years, it's really seen a steady growth since 2017 through 2020, despite the pandemic. And it's had its ups and downs, most certainly, but we are very hopeful that this bilateral trade investment relationship between both countries' leaders is going to lead to a long-term and sustained investment in those key critical industries upon which AmCham Saudi Arabia currently focuses.
Okay, Liz, let's just talk about you for a moment, because you came to AmCham Saudi Arabia from Abu Dhabi, where I gather you spent a number of years. And I'm just wondering whether you can see any similarities, any parallels that you can draw perhaps between the economies of the UAE and Saudi Arabia.
What a wonderful question. Certainly, this entire region, whether it's Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, have one thing in common, and that's long-term vision and a lot of aspiration and energy and youth behind it. And so, as in the UAE, Saudi Arabia has been systemically investing in its infrastructure, divesting its just from the energy infrastructure, moving towards the AI technology, advanced manufacturing, and other things they haven't even thought of, very similar to the UAE. So it's exciting to be a part of a region that continually is reinventing itself in reaction to the needs not only of today, but on anticipation of what's going to come tomorrow. And Saudi Arabia is such a larger market than the UAE. It's going to have a lasting global impact, I believe, in a far shorter time than people recognize.
Okay, let's keep talking about you, because you spent years working, I believe, in the hospitality industry in the United States. And Saudi Arabia is, of course, going through a massive transformation, building up the tourism sector, which is a key pillar of Vision 2030. What's your take on how they're getting on with regards to developing this particular sector, Liz?
Well, I have seen this type of aspiration before. In fact, just yesterday, a large announcement was made from a major U.S. company to our neighbor, the UAE. I think that the Alula project is exciting. The Diriyah downtown development in Riyadh is extraordinary. I just had the occasion to visit Jeddah, and what I can say from my experience in the hospitality industry is keep going, Saudi Arabia. These growth projects are unique. They're driving interest into the country, and they will enable people who've never thought to travel to this part of the world to come and experience not only the culture and the heritage, but the best world-in-class entertainment. Saudi Arabia has F1. Saudi Arabia has unbelievable concerts, Mideast, for example. And soon I hope we'll see more cultural attention given to perhaps a mashup between an ayala dance and ballet, or opera and Arabic poetry. Who knows what the future holds? But I do know this: an investment in the hospitality sector is a winner. Look at Riyadh Air, for example. It's going to come right out of the gate and be a world-class competitor against the likes of, say, an Emirates or an Etihad. I have to say I'm quite impressed and very bullish about it.
Yeah, Liz, actually, we've been talking a lot about Riyadh Air the last couple of weeks here on the Real Deal. We had the CEO just a couple of weeks ago, and in our last episode, we were talking about tourism in Jeddah. So you're absolutely on the pulse there. I just wanted to ask you about President Trump and his decision to make Saudi Arabia the first stop of his first scheduled foreign trip since he returned to the White House in January. What does that decision say, do you think, about the strength of the US-Saudi relationship?
Well, it certainly is a big statement, isn't it, Tom? But we have to remember that Saudi Arabia as a whole, it's been reported, has over $770 billion invested into the United States. So it makes sense that President Trump, in his second term, would reach back to his friend and say, can we do more together? And so apparently this deal was struck. And I think that's an indication of the belief systems aligned for co-investment and to build a bridge using trade between the Middle East and the United States. It also is a very complimentary move on behalf of the presidential administration to bring so many secretaries and CEOs, as it is reported, to this very important forum and opportunity next week. I think it's a compliment to the Saudi people, and it further enhances the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia.
Okay, Liz, we'll talk a bit more about that forum, Tuesday's forum, in just a moment. But I wanted to ask you what I just asked Ali a moment ago about what President Trump has been saying. He's been teasing what he says is this very, very big positive announcement that's going to be made. Any clues from your side as to what he might have in mind?
Well, there's been a lot of coffee talk about that for the past 24 hours, and I would be remiss if I reported any rumor or conjecture. All we know is that it will be a really big announcement in the president's eyes, and we do hope that it's of positive nature for this region. There is no way for us to know what goes on behind those closed doors, but we're looking forward to it being an impactful statement.
Okay, Liz, what sort of a welcome do you think President Trump will get there in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, I hope it's his favorite word. Huge. I mean, he loves being adulated, and I hope that we will, as always, be received well when he arrives in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if he'll have the time for the usual pomp and circumstance, but I have no doubt that His Highness Mohammed bin Salman will roll out the red carpet, or in this case, the green and white carpet, and welcome the American contingency. And I truly look forward to being witness to that. I'm sure it will be a very special day on May the 13th.
And what do you think, compared to what President Trump saw 9 years ago when he visited Saudi Arabia on what was, of course, the first trip of his first term in office? I mean, how different is the country, Saudi Arabia, compared to how it was, let's say, 9 years ago?
Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia has grown by leaps and bounds. I'm often quoted as saying that 1 year in the kingdom is like 3 years anywhere else in the world. Saudi has blossomed. And I think also the president and his entourage will be quite surprised at the modernity and scale of growth that have occurred in the past 9 years. So whether it's the beautiful arrival into Riyadh Airport, if that's so where he is, into seeing the metro that was built in record time. There's no doubt as he looks out across the glittering towers rising from the desert and the projects that are in Riyadh, if he takes a tour to Jeddah, he will be impressed that Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has continued to follow its path of growth and aspiration.
I'm guessing, Liz, this visit's going to be keeping you very busy indeed. What's AmCham's role throughout the presidential visit?
What a wonderful question. Now, because we're a nonprofit, non-government organization, but made up of over 700 members, you can imagine that every single American company is very involved with this visit. We are working lockstep alongside our partners, such as the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Saudi Business Council, to ensure that we maximize the amount of American companies, representatives, and their teams that can get involved with this visit. We hope that we will have a lot of opportunity for engagement with our local Saudi partners, and with all this excitement, actually achieve things, not just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk, get the followers follow-up visits, get everything moving forward. And it's very, very important to us that we do that in key sectors such as healthcare, AI, defense, and energy. And I just also would say mining, because an agreement was just drawn with mining. These are sectors that we have a lot of members in, and we hope to keep driving and moving forward. And maybe this Trump visit will accelerate that.
Okay, let's go back to talking about that US-Saudi investment forum, which is going to happen on Tuesday. A little earlier on, you talked about it being a two-way or mutual sort of a forum. A lot of people using that kind of language as well to describe it, because, of course, they're going to be representatives from both sides, aren't they? They're going to be prominent Saudi ministers, and then you've got this enormous US delegation, which reports say include people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Fink, Sam Altman, amongst others. What do you think is going to come out of that forum, and why do you think there's so much accent on the idea of it being a two-way investment opportunity?
Well, certainly there's a lot of excitement. Let's start there. I mean, business has not always been, shall we say, sexy. And now trade is very much on the tip of everyone's tongue. So it's exciting to see this deals mentality come to play. But we all know that deals are just the tip of the iceberg. What has to happen is that we have to have the ministerial and CEO level make these deals and enact the pathways so we can get the real work done. And that's what AmSham does. We help to enable the local efforts between the U.S. companies and our local partners to ensure that those deals are completed to fruition, whether it's building a pharmaceutical manufacturing plant, whether that's working on an AI chips production line, whether that's exploring new blue, green, purple, orange, whatever energies. We have to work together. And I find this forum so exciting because it's attracting so many thousands of people. I think it's going to foster an engagement level that maybe we've never seen before. Everyone kind of works in silos. And now can you imagine all the U.S. companies and all the Saudi partners, whether they're MISA or PIF or any ministry, will be in one room that's very energetic. And I really look forward to what sort of conversations, but more important, outcomes will be achieved.
Okay, Liz, just looking back at how US-Saudi economic relations have evolved during the last 5 years, what's your sense of how the relationship is evolving and how you see this forum shaping that relationship for the next 5 years?
Well, 5 years ago, we were just hovering on the pandemic year. We were coming off of what was a very exciting period of 2019. There was great hope for growth and acceleration. And then, unfortunately, came the global pandemic. We've only just started to rebound as per the economic data and was projected by economists from that crazy bounce of the pandemic. So now we're pretty much where we were in 2019. Where do we go? Well, if we're having such a forum, to me, it's opening the gates of the Oz, the city of Oz. All is before us to get this taken care of. And all is before us if we have the tools, the resources, and the relationships, plus the blessings of both governments. There is no reason why both U.S. and Saudi companies could not work together and achieve things using that leapfrog schedule I said earlier. 1 year in Saudi is 3 elsewhere. We need to get trade to that as well.
Okay, of course, Saudi Arabia's got huge ambitions, and we talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this program, and indeed right across this channel. Tell us a bit about how AmCham and how American companies generally fit into that vision, Liz.
It's a great question. As you know, the United States of America has a very unique 3-tiered system of government. And a lot of our traditional trades, such as the defense sector, even some highly protected pharmaceutical information, intellectual property, we'll call it. These are very highly regulated by one sector of our government. So the United States does have a significant regulatory hump to overcome. And this is to protect both the creator of the product and the purchaser of the product. And this is to create the uniqueness of that relationship. Now, when we come to Saudi, Saudi is very aspirational, but too wishes to have many American products. Hopefully, something like this forum will uncover or unlock some unique pathways, some benefits to the relationship. I do not work in government, but from a trade point of view, were we successful in identifying challenges which create opportunities and creating a reward for this unique relationship? I can certainly see where we can move that forward in that aspiration quicker and to the benefit of both countries.
Okay, Liz, do you think it's getting easier on the whole for US firms to invest and operate in Saudi Arabia?
No, and that's not the fault of Saudi. Saudi has thrown open its doors and welcomed us, most certainly. I mean, from a personal investment standpoint, whether you wish to, look at the stock exchange or make a real estate investment, sure, there's a little red tape, but the same exists in the United States. I think I'm very bullish on Saudi. But American firms have to learn also how to have more patience and to go ahead and come over those humps, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago. People don't have a lot of patience these days. I know time is precious, but we've got to work together to navigate. And I've lived in the Middle East for 22 years. Believe me, it's far better today than it ever has been.
Okay, Liz, just to sum up this conversation in a couple of words, why is this relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia so important?
Long-term friendship and long-term goals equals long-term success for everyone. That's why, Tom.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Liz Beneski, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Shukran, Tom.
Well, I'm here still with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, thanks for standing by while we were talking to Liz there. I was reading up earlier on today on the history of relations between Saudi Arabia and the United States, going all the way back to when King Abdulaziz bin Saud, the founder of modern Saudi Arabia, and the US presidents of the day, Franklin D. Roosevelt, shook hands aboard a cruiser, a US cruiser in the Suez Canal. That happened in the final months of the Second World War. I don't think it's an exaggeration, is it, to say that relationship has really gone from strength to strength?
Most definitely, Tom. Most definitely. It dates back a little bit further in the recent history that we've been discussing, but if we fast forward somewhat, even in 2017, Donald Trump made his first visit to Saudi Arabia. The trip that he's making over now, think of this as the sequel to the 27th summit. The cast is similar, the stakes are much, much higher, but there are several geopolitical twists which could redefine the region's next decade. And I think on both sides, the nations have certain characteristics and the administrations or leadership have certain characteristics, especially in the current time, which are very unique, but also complementary. Donald Trump is the deal maker. He wants economic growth and resilience. And that's what his recent campaign was really based on as well. So he needs to take this back ultimately to the nation. Saudi Arabia's theme is transformation, peace, prosperity. So the two are talking similar languages, albeit they're coming from different places. The nations' relationships started, even 100 years ago on the pretext of resources and trade. And I think fast forward 100 years, the core thematic is still the same, and the purpose of the current trip will be largely the same, although there's some additional topics to discuss there. And Donald Trump has alluded to wanting to make deals across a range of subjects, as has Saudi Arabia, from critical minerals to defense to advanced technologies, artificial intelligence. Saudi Arabia has estimated there's around $2.5 trillion worth of critical minerals in the region. And naturally, as advanced industries develop, everyone needs access to these minerals. So there's a proposition that goes both ways here. That being said, Saudi Arabia, although it has minerals to trade potentially down the line, it also wishes to develop these minerals and these resources into goods locally. So there's a need for know-how and technology. And I think, through the many, many decades, through a century or so, the relationship has been largely based around trade. Resources and energy has often been a core thematic. And what we're seeing now is simply an evolution of the same thematic carrying forward. But I think there's some very unique and interesting geopolitical circumstances which make this a very fruitful partnership.
Yeah, and that probably explains why we were hearing from Liz just before you, and a lot of the articles we're reading, the emphasis on the sort of the two-way, mutually beneficial dimension to, for example, that investment forum on Tuesday. Ali, stay with us. We're going to take a quick look at some other stories we're following here on the Riyadh deal coming out of Saudi Arabia this week. Well, let's stay with our top story and dive a little bit deeper into the impact of President Trump's visit on the Saudi economy. And we can cross to Riyadh and speak to Hisham Abu Al-Khair, who is an economic policy expert. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Hisham. What are your expectations of this visit, and what economic benefits could it bring to the kingdom?
Thank you for having me. Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia will be historic. This is the first foreign country visit for Trump in his second term. We expect this visit to support Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 goals in diversifying its economy away from oil. We have seen over the past years a clear progress of Saudi Arabia economy. Over the past year, we saw that we reached 53% of the economy coming from the non-oil sector. Obviously, this visit with the investment announcement that is expected to be done during the visit will support the ongoing plans for Saudi Arabia to diversify its economy and to increase the partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States, and to increase the foreign direct investment here in Saudi Arabia.
And Hisham, what specific deals do you think we might see emerge from this visit?
We expect to see multiple huge investment deals between Saudi Arabia and the United States during this visit. We expect to see multiple deals in the artificial intelligence sector. Saudi Arabia has a competitive advantage having abundant and cheap energy resources here in Saudi Arabia. With this visit, Saudi Arabia will have access to cutting-edge semiconductors to power the artificial intelligence data center and to bring Saudi Arabia to become a leader in the AI technology. We also expect to see some deals in the military, transportation, energy sector. We also expect to see the announcement of the civil nuclear program for Saudi Arabia. This program will support the energy security in Saudi Arabia and will support the Vision 2030 goal of Saudi Arabia reaching 50% of its electricity generated coming from green sources. Will also increase the reliability of the electricity grid for Saudi Arabia, support the expansion of data centers, and it will also support the expansion of exporting electricity to neighboring countries.
Okay, so a lot, in short, is going to come out of what is a fairly short visit. We're talking here about a long-standing relationship between Riyadh and Washington. What's your view on where US-Saudi economic ties are today?
Yes, this relation is a historic relation dating back to 1945 when King Abdulaziz and President Roosevelt met. Since then, the relation has grown bigger and bigger to cover multiple aspects, including economic aspects, regional security aspects. We saw that during 2024, we had around 26 billion US dollar of trade between Saudi Arabia and the United States, although the export of oil from Saudi Arabia to the United States has decreased during the last decade with the shale revolution happening in the United States. We still have a strong trade export and import from the United States and Saudi Arabia. And we expect this trade balance to increase even bigger during the coming years with the visit and the announcement of the investment deals.
One big word that has dominated global markets these last few months has been the word tariffs. Have US tariffs had any impact on the trading relationship and on the Saudi economy as a whole?
Yes, we saw that Trump announced multiple tariffs during the past months. These tariffs introduced uncertainty within the global market. However, the announced tariff rate for Saudi Arabia was one of the lowest, which is 10%. And with this visit, we expect to see some negotiation in order to increase the trade deals between the two countries. And also we might see some reduction in that rate, especially for Saudi Arabia.
Just tell us what the key indicators are that give you a clear sense of where the Saudi economy is right now. What stands out for you from all the latest reporting on the state of the Saudi economy?
Yes, Saudi Arabia economy is going through a huge transformation over the past years. We saw an increase in renewable energy production for Saudi Arabia. We saw an increase in the non-oil sector. We saw an increase in the manufacturing and logistics sector. This increase coming from a clear plan, a clear and strong execution done by multiple entities here in Saudi Arabia with the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. This vision is going through, is bringing the country closer and closer to achieving its goal. We have 5 years left. We expect to see Expo here in 2030. We expect to see the World Cup in 2034. All of these announcements increase the momentum of the Saudi economy and bringing us closer to achieving the goals of Vision 2030.
And a couple of other indicators I want to ask you about: unemployment, home ownership, any other sort of anecdotal bits of evidence you could offer us as to sort of what the overall health of the economy is right now?
Yes, we saw a decrease, a huge decrease actually on unemployment. When we announced Vision 2030 back in 2016, the unemployment was around 12%. Now we have unemployment reaching 7%, which is actually the goal of 2030 vision. We achieved that 5 years before 2030. We have home ownership increasing, reaching to around 62% of Saudi citizens owning their home. We saw multiple healthy indicators announced by the Saudi economy, indicating a clear evidence that we are going through the right track.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, what are the sort of the key growth areas that you can identify for us?
As I mentioned, there are multiple sectors that are growing in Saudi Arabia. We have seen tourism growing fastly over the past years. We are one of the top countries in terms of foreign visitors to the kingdom among G20s, or also among the world. We saw that the tourism spending in Saudi Arabia increased. We reached around $45 billion of tourism spending in 2024. These are clear indicators that we are going through the right track. Before 2019, we almost had zero tourism sector. Now we have a tourism sector that is leading the economy to become and to reach the goal of Vision 2030.
Okay, well, it sounds like everything's on track. Thank you very much indeed for bringing us that update. Hasham Abu Al-Khair, economic policy expert. Thank you very much indeed for joining us from Riyadh.
Thank you.
Let's get a brief check of some other news stories in the world of business in Saudi Arabia this week. Now, there are some 39 shopping centres under the Westfield brand across the world. Well, Saudi Arabia's largest mall operator, Arabian Centres, has just announced that it's bringing Westfield to the kingdom in line with a 10-year franchising deal. Well, it's hoped that Westfield will attract millions of shoppers a year and thereby support the government's bid to draw 150 million tourists by the year 2030. The US infrastructure specialist Stonepeak says it is opening an office in the Saudi capital. The $73 billion investment firm has received a license to operate in the kingdom. Well, Stonepeak, which will have 2 senior executives based in Riyadh, says it will use its presence to support Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 agenda. United Carton Industries Company has set the final IPO price at 50 Saudi riyals per share, raising 600 million Saudi riyals from its listing. That's close to $160 million US. Well, the Saudi-based cardboard packaging producer, which operates 8 manufacturing plants across Saudi Arabia and the UAE, will have a market cap of Saudi Arabia riyals at 2 billion at its listing. The chief executive of Dairy Queen, Troy Bader, says that he wants to see the company expand in the Middle East. He highlighted Saudi Arabia as being a potential focus. This comes as the fast food chain, which is owned by Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, says it sees signs that US consumers are dining out less amidst uncertainty related to tariffs. And the luxury electric car maker Lucid says it is sticking to its 2025 production forecast. That's despite the threat of tariffs, which has forced a number of automakers to revise their targets, which Lucid, which is majority owned by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, reported Q1 revenue of $235 million US and is set to produce around 20,000 vehicles this year. So, Lucid is pushing ahead despite some pressure from US tariffs, which are being felt by many players across the auto sector. But the French automaker Citroën is not one of them. In fact, Citroën is hardly affected by the tariffs at all because of their limited presence in the US market. Well, the Citroën CEO, Thierry Koskas, told us he's keen to grow market share in the Middle East, in particular in Saudi Arabia. I was going to ask you specifically about your ambitions in the Middle East, because some parts of the Middle East aren't yet ready for fully electric vehicles. There isn't the infrastructure in a lot of markets outside the Gulf. Tell us a bit about which markets you think you're going to get, that you're going to zero in on in the Middle East. What's going to be your goal here?
Well, actually, we think that there is absolutely no fatality or no barrier to go electric. Actually, it's a question of do we have the right policies in place? When we look at the barriers for electrification, there is one, the price. At Citroën, we are addressing that. Then we have the infrastructure to recharge your car. And you can see that in some countries, some governments put a lot of efforts to put a great infrastructure. So I think that we could see in the future in Middle East a lot of countries that would go electric. I think this technology is perfectly suitable for many countries. It's just a question of, do I have the right infrastructure? And this is very much something that we are welcoming at Citroën.
Mr. Koskas, Saudi Arabia is aiming for 30% electric vehicles by the year 2030. Is Saudi a market you'd like to see Citroën grow in?
Well, we would love to, because Saudi Arabia, first of all, it's a great market. It's one of the biggest markets in Middle East. And the fact that there would be a political willingness to electrify the market is really, really something that we would be welcoming. I think that at Citroën, we are, first of all, present already in Saudi Arabia, and we have the perfect range of electric cars. We have small and affordable electric cars with EC3, for example, and we have bigger cars with a longer range, like the new C5 Aircross that is behind me. So we can answer to that. We are welcoming this willingness to go electric, and Citroën will be there to offer electric cars for Saudi customers.
And just staying with Saudi Arabia, I mean, it's getting a little bit more competitive there now because Tesla opened a showroom in Saudi Arabia in the last couple of weeks. The Chinese EV maker BYD got in there sometime last year. And of course, you've got this population of more than 30 million people. So all in all, this ought to represent one of the most exciting markets in the region. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And, you know, I think I first visited Saudi Arabia something like 20 years ago. So I know how the market is promising. And that's why it attracts so many brands, I would say, including, as you say, the Chinese brand. But I think that with Citroën, we have the right weapons to offer a great offer of cars in the Saudi market. We have very, very competitive products. You know, in Europe and in many countries in the world, including in Middle East, we are fighting against Chinese manufacturers, against others with great cars, including electric cars. So I think we are absolutely perfectly ready for the Saudi market, which is, again, a great market where we can sell both high-end cars, but also popular, smaller cars. So it's absolutely a great opportunity for Citroën. And we are extremely, extremely motivated to be present in the Saudi market.
I just want to ask you about the US tariffs. Are they having any impact on Citroën, and are they having an impact on your sales?
Well, actually, zero impact for the time being, because as you know, Citroën doesn't sell in the US. We are selling everywhere in the world, Latin America, Middle East, obviously, India, and so on, not in the US. So we are not directly concerned by the tariffs. Obviously, as part of Stellantis, Stellantis is, because we have within Stellantis American brands, but at Citroën particularly and specifically, we are not concerned by the tariff topic at the moment.
Okay, let's go back to Ali Razarad, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia holding company, standing by for us. Just before we finish, I mean, we were just talking earlier on about one IPO there in Saudi this last few days. What else has been happening on this front, Ali?
On the capital markets heating up in Saudi Arabia and across the Gulf, it's becoming quite interesting, actually. Recently, I mean, we've been hearing some speculation around the Flyness IPO, which would be quite an interesting aviation IPO, as we see the rise of Riyadh Air and Saudia, and also in some of our counterparts across the Gulf nations. But the capital markets, I mean, if we go back over the last sort of 12 to 18 months and we look at the number of IPOs that have gone up on the Tadawul and other neighboring nations, it's a very unique environment. There's the likes of the Faqih Healthcare Group, which was oversubscribed 119 times at the retail level. The MBC Media Group, which was oversubscribed 18 times at the retail level. Modern Mills, which actually generated $40 billion in orders, oversubscribed around 127 times at the retail level. So there's a lot of dry powder sitting there. People are very motivated to invest. But even more so, there's some very interesting things going on here. The value of foreign investors or foreign investor ownership actually increased by more than 49 billion Saudi Riyal year-end Q3 24. Now, that's a significant increase in foreign investor ownership. As a percentage of total ownership, it's actually a little bit down, but not because the ownership percentage is lower, but because alongside the foreign investors coming into the markets, the Saudi ownership has actually increased at an even greater rate. And this includes greater participation from the retail market. So the work that's going on over at Tadawul, at Nomu, the smaller side market, and all the work that's taking place under the Financial Sector Development Program of Vision 2030 is clearly having a positive impact. We can always see more investment flows and trade taking place in the capital markets. But the progress so far is quite fascinating, and it's created a very, very interesting environment for foreign and local investors.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping a close eye on developments and perhaps have some more IPO news for our viewers in the next edition. Ali Reza, thanks for that. Do stand by. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And finally, when President Trump arrives in Saudi Arabia, he's going to see no shortage of familiar brands on the main streets of Riyadh. Well, there are American restaurants in every neighborhood of the capital. Well, if President Trump wants a good old-fashioned American donut, there are more than 600 branches of Dunkin' Donuts right across the kingdom for him to choose from, catering to around 250,000 people every single day, not to mention the multiple outlets of Buffalo Wild Wings, Starbucks, McDonald's. And for those who live in Saudi Arabia and who've perhaps studied abroad, these places offer a little reminder of a taste of what was once their home.
I lived in the United States for 9 years, and Dunkin' was one of my go-to spots at university. I got the same order every day. When I came here, thank God, the same coffee and the same order here too.
When I go out with my cousins and sisters, the one thing we never disagree on is going to an American restaurant. You'll find American restaurants in every neighbourhood here. We eat it weekly, almost like Saudi food. It's an essential and important part of our lives.
It's hard to find a single street in Saudi Arabia without an American brand or company, which reflects the strong trade relations between the two countries.
Okay, so a big presence of US F&B outlets right down the streets. Ali, let me just ask you, is that something that strikes you when you go to Riyadh and you're driving down the streets? More and more of these well-known sort of brands, F&B outlets you see right across the world. I mean, it seems to be a huge number of them there in Saudi Arabia.
Yep, absolutely, Tom. I mean, we've discussed before the number of tourists in Saudi Arabia has grown to over 100 million, which was the target for 2030. But the foreign visitors aside, the local population is looking for more venues to attend, to socialize, to experience the culture, have F&B options. There's a long list of events taking place each year. So internally, there's a huge acceleration in the number of people going out, experiencing things, eating out, socializing, which is part of the Saudi DNA in any case. But this is, of course, growing now. And with the number of now foreigners coming into the region as well, I think it's very natural that we're going to start seeing many more options take the streets.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed to you for your time. That is all we have time for today's edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for watching. See you again next week.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Nuclear neighbours on the brink. India and Pakistan have fought 3 wars over Kashmir. Are they headed for another? Tensions and the risk of miscalculation are at an all-time high. Retaliatory attacks on Tuesday come 2 weeks after the worst terror attack in the contested region since 2019. We bring both sides together to debate just how dangerous this moment is. You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Kashmir has been a geopolitical fault line for almost 80 years. But the tit-for-tat military action playing out there right now could send shockwaves well beyond its disputed borders. One miscalculation and it could all take off. The escalation started on April 22nd. Militants killed 26 Hindu tourists in Pahalgam in India-administered Kashmir. New Delhi has accused its neighbour of being behind the attack, something Islamabad vehemently denies. Then, on Tuesday night, India hit back. Airstrikes targeted 9 presumed terrorist sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. But Islamabad insists all those who were killed were civilians, including children. The communities are now more divided than ever.
We're happy that the deaths of the 26 people, including my son, have been avenged today. We're grateful to the Indian government. The government and the army have taken their revenge.
India has made a grave mistake by provoking Pakistan. This is no small matter. Let's see where this leads them. They may think they're in control, but this misstep will cost them dearly. India has now set itself on a path of destruction.
Both countries administer part of Kashmir but claim it in its entirety. So, is this simmering conflict the makings of a land grab, or is it more the flexing of regional muscle? Although the US has played mediator in the past, President Trump's America First domestic focus has some observers wondering how active it will be this time around. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if a major Pakistan-Indian war is imminent, what the ultimate objective is for each side, and where does the international community stand on the fighting. Well, to discuss the breakout in fighting between India and Pakistan, I'm joined by Fawad Chaudhry, the Pakistani senator for Imran Khan's PTI party and a former federal minister, and by Lieutenant General Satish Dua, a former Indian chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and former commanding officer of Indian forces in Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for being with us here on Counterpoints. So recently, in these
Thank
past...
you for inviting us.
Thank you for being here. We have seen recently India retaliating with strikes on Pakistan and Pakistani-administered Kashmir in response to the April attack on Pahalgam. It was the deadliest incident targeting civilians in over 2 decades. Now, India holds Pakistan responsible and says its retaliatory hits targeted terror camps linked to the militant groups involved. Pakistan, however, says it was dozens of civilians that were killed in the strikes. We certainly get a sense that we're climbing up, perhaps dangerously, the escalation ladder. So, Lieutenant General Dua, let me begin with you. Are India and Pakistan on the brink of another major war?
Before I answer your question squarely, Melinda, you started, the key word that you used in your opening sentence is that India has made these strikes in retaliation. It is in retaliation to a deadly carnage, ghastly carnage at a tourist resort town of Pahalgam in Kashmir 2 weeks ago, on 22nd of April to be precise, where we lost 25 Indian nationals and 1 Nepalese national. Furthermore, men, and I choose my words carefully, men, not women, men were identified on the base of their religion, singled out and then killed, and women were told to go back and tell their story. Now and they were innocent tourists. They were not fighting soldiers. They were not fighting policemen. They were innocent tourists from all over the country. After that, in the last 2 weeks, there have been several diplomatic measures announced by the government of India, several other steps on economic front, diplomatic front, and political front, including suspension of Indus Water Treaty, that has actually held, despite 3.5 wars that both our countries have fought. The water has never been used as a leverage earlier. So the military response was announced by the Prime Minister, and he had said that we will not only get at the terrorists who perpetrated this ghastly crime, but we will also hit at the terror infrastructure. He used the word their backers, even if they're across the border. And in early hours of this morning, what actually happened is that there were strikes, multiple locations, all at the terror camps, terror headquarters, or their hubs. I can name them. We can get into that discussion later. But all the 3 major terrorist organizations that have bases in Pakistan that foment terror and violence in India, their headquarters have been hit in all these places, which is in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as some of them are in the province of Punjab in Pakistan.
Bearing all that in mind, though, General, do you feel like this current escalation is bringing India and Pakistan closer to war, or do you think that this was a deterrent move and India is confident that this will be the end of it?
Yes, thank you for asking that, because I was just stepping into that part of the question. Now, the strikes have been at the terror hubs and non-escalatory in nature from our side. What I mean, I will elaborate on that. It is not targeted military installations, neither have we targeted civilians in that area. These are only the terrorist headquarters. So to that extent, the onus of escalation will rest with Pakistan.
Okay, well then let me ask you, Fawad, do you believe the onus of escalation rests with Pakistan? Because we have heard from the Pakistani authorities that they consider this an act of war.
See, this is the second since 2019 that India has unwarrantedly has tried to attack Pakistan. In 2019, they attacked, they were refuted, and they lost their 1 plane. This time, they have lost their 5 planes. The problem is not terrorism. The problem is the rise of Hindu extremism in India. Under Narendra Modi, when he was chief minister in Gujarat, more than 12,000 Muslims were slaughtered. In Manipur, Christians were slaughtered. This is actually the rise of Hindu Mahasabha in Hindustan, in India, that is now causing this whole, that has actually destabilized this whole region. As far as this, the Pahalgam is concerned, or before that Pulwama is concerned, I mean, these are allegations. After this Pahalgam, they asked 100 ambassadors to get to their South Block, which is their foreign ministry office. The ambassadors asked, where is the evidence? And you must have read in New York Times and then in Telegraph that India has failed to produce any evidence to this fact that Pakistan has any link with this Pahalgam issue. So the problem is not that the terrorist act happens. It happens in Pakistan. We are facing terrorism almost on daily basis. The Jafar Express, a Balochistan-bound train was abducted and dozens of people died, and everyone actually blamed India for that BLA is supported by India and they are doing this action, they are doing this act. But Pakistan never opted to attack India that blatantly. The problem is, between India and Pakistan, if you want to go to the genesis of the problem, that is that in 1947, when the partition happened, it happened on a principle. And the principle was that Muslim majority areas will be allowed to join Pakistan, or at least they will be allowed to vote, and the Hindu majority areas will be part of India. So the Kashmir is probably the only state that, despite being that it's a Muslim majority state, India has illegally occupied and sent their forces there, and that is the problem. Now what is happening in Kashmir is totally different, nothing linked with Pakistan. When you kill freedom fighters like Afzal Guru, like Wani, then expect a local lashback, and the kind of the authoritarianism that India is going through in general, and Kashmir in particular, expect these kind of reactions from the local population. And if you see this Pahalgam incident, you will see there is a very thick jungle around this kind of football field. There's a football field, kind of 3 or 4 football field area, and then it's surrounded by a thick jungle. How someone from outside the local area can even reach to that point? So everyone knows it's a local thing, nothing to do with Pakistan. But the problem is that to satisfy the extremists within India, Narendra Modi has to play some drama every day. Their politics is based on hate, like every extremist, in the world will do. He will play up with his constituency. Narendra Modi is doing the same. But he was responded in 2019. He has responded more fiercely this time. And if he wants to escalate this thing, Pakistan will fight.
Okay, let me ask you then, Lieutenant General Dua, is Hindu nationalism to blame? Is that the core issue here? And what evidence does India have that Pakistan was supporting these militant groups?
Let me talk about what evidence India has that Pakistan is supporting these groups. The groups themselves claim responsibility for various terror attacks, whether it was Pathankot or Uri or Pulwama.
I am only focused on Pahalgam right now,
or Pahalgam. Sir, I did not interrupt when you were talking.
No,
please allow me. You can talk.
My apologies.
That's okay with you. No. So, at every major terror attack and even smaller terror attacks, the groups have been claiming responsibility. And the headquarters of the group, the leaders of the group, are very openly and clearly based in Pakistan. Muridke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Hafiz Saeed is the leader. And he openly gives speeches, runs organizations, NGOs, charitable organizations, madrasas, masjids. So that is well known. No one can go away from that. Neither India nor Pakistan nor rest of the world. Similarly, Masood Azhar, leader of Jaish-e-Mohammed, his headquarters are in Bhavalpur in Punjab, one of the areas of strike. And I hear from the press that there are some of his family members have been killed in this strike. But the fact of the matter is, and over the last more than 3 decades, or touching 4 decades, Pakistan has used the contiguity, border contiguity with the state of Kashmir and their religious affinity, the same religion, as a tool, as a leverage to foment trouble over here. It started in 1988 when the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan was over, and in the past 10 years before that, Pakistan, with the help of US, was training Mujahideen fighters to resist the Soviet occupation. Those fighters had just become free. They were fomenting trouble in Pakistan. That is the time they turned focus here. And then on, the rest, as they say, is history. We've had a series of, we've had a lot of terrorist violence here, aided, abetted, supported, trained by Pakistan. And I will give chance for him to speak, but let me also address this issue that he started off with, talking of Hindu nationalism or extremism. The present government is the BJP government. BJP is the political party. They have, their larger base is Hindu based. Our country, India, the majority of the population is Hindu. But that does not take anything away from the fact that we have a large population, a large percentage is Muslim. We have Muslim, not only in Kashmir, as Mr. Fawad Chaudhry said, it is also Hyderabad, Junagadh, you forgot. Those are the states who also did not go to Pakistan. So the point I'm trying to make, there is a large population of Muslim, there's a large Muslim population in our country.
Okay.
And larger than their population, the point I'm trying to make that we've actually, by and large, lived in amity throughout. So it is not a Hindu-Muslim divide in our country. We can go back to the genesis. I can talk about the Punjab terrorism angle. We can keep expanding the discussion, but I want to restrict to what is happening today. And the last, allow me last sentence. Proof of what has happened in Pahalgam. In fact, documentary proof of one of the terrorists, 4 terrorists, his name is Hashim Musa, is a former special forces soldier of Pakistan Army called the Special Services Group. So the proof of that they are complicit in this attack has been is on the table.
Okay.
We have shown some proof. Some more things will be provided.
Okay, Fawad, let me ask you: has Pakistan done enough to stamp out terrorist groups and militants that may be operating and forming within its borders?
You see, I have to start to respond to General Saab's comment with your permission. As you asked General Saab that what evidence you have of the Pahalgam, and you have seen that he has gone into the historical lecture on the history that how Pakistan has done that and that. You know, history is not an issue. We have a sitting Indian Army officer arrested in Balochistan, whose name is Kulbhushan Yadav, who was managing terrorist attacks in Balochistan. I mean, there has been, Pakistan and India has this kind of animosity against each other, and there is no two opinions that there are groups, Indian groups, who are targeting Pakistan, and there are groups who have in the past targeted India also. But the fact is that both Hafiz Saeed and Azhar Masood has categorically denied any link with the Pahalgam. And you say this is such a huge failure of Amit Shah, who is the Union Minister and the security head of India right now. And then Kashmir is under special law. You know, there is Article 370 imposed in Kashmir that allows federal government to actually take responsibility of law and order. This place, Pahalgam, is 200 kilometers away from the line of control. And these 4 people who have committed this atrocity, who have committed this act, are still at large. India has miserably failed to even arrest these 4 people, and you are blaming Pakistan for no reason, and only, you know, just to divert the criticism on Amit Shah and the security paradigm of union government. They have not only bypassed the whole Kashmir government. I mean, Omar Abdullah and his party is not even invited in CSS, the Cabinet Committee on Security, for these decisions. And everyone knows that the whole Kashmir leadership of Indian who has sympathy with Indian government, they do not agree with their narrative. So I mean, we have to be very serious. This is Pakistan and India are two atomic powers. We are not Bhutan, we are not Gaza also. If you will retaliate, Pakistan will retaliate. Pakistan will act swiftly as we have done yesterday. So in their yesterday attacks, they have killed a 4-year-old boy. A woman has been, has been killed. So these are the kind of the innocent civilian lives that they have attacked, and they are celebrating it. I mean, and rest assured that this extremism that Narendra Modi and his party is now kind of playing up in India will actually lead to more serious consequences for India. They are, and it's not only about Muslims. Christians are also suffering in India. You see these events every day. So Pakistan right now, as far as now coming to your question, Pakistan has done enough. Pakistan is, we all are prisoners of geography. Yes, there have been groups, USA, the whole West, they fought with Pakistan, the Arabs fought with us, and I think to some extent India was also a partner with the USA and others, and Pakistan has fought war against Soviet Union and then against Osama bin Laden. So those were the times, but the whole world participated in that. It's unfair to blame Pakistan for the war that the whole world took part in too. Then now suggesting that Pakistan has not done enough. I think Pakistan has done enough. Pakistan is ready to do more, and we offered joint investigation into the case, which India has refused. Why India has refused? Because India knows that Pakistan has no link with the incident, so they are trying to shy away.
General, as Fawad said there, Pakistan is threatening serious consequences against India for these strikes, which did kill civilians. Is India preparing for an escalation? Are they preparing for retaliation from Pakistan now?
Look, Melinda, Pakistan has already started their retaliation. Early this morning, there was an artillery duel across the line of control. We've already had 9 civilian casualties, including 1 woman and 2 children, on the line of control in the areas of Poonch and Rajouri. So they have started striking across. Now they do not have terrorist camps to strike across, so they are striking across the LOC, the line of control, and the LOC has heated up over the last 9 to 10 days, ever since just after this attack, when diplomatic and economic steps were announced by the Indian government. That has begun. Like I said earlier, it is on Pakistan now, the onus is on Pakistan to escalate. Yes, Indian resolve and Indian military is prepared to face anything. And it is not as of now, as of Pahalgam or as of this morning. Indian Army or Indian Armed Forces are prepared to meet any aggression on our borders, on the borders and internally, in internal situation. And I am sure we are capable of holding our own. We don't have to run to any another power, another country for equipment, for ammunition, for money. We can hold our own under these circumstances.
Fawad, both India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. How dangerous do you think this moment in time is then?
Well, Melinda, our friend is a journal, and they are trained to take lives and give life. I'm a politician. I am trained to resolve issues. So my training is that how can we get out of the problem? And what can we do actually to kind of bring the situation in control? Escalation, and for me, the innocent lives in India also matters. For me, it's as sacred as the lives in Pakistan. Maybe the people in journal have other ideas, but for me, the lives, especially the innocent lives on both sides matter, and I really want to de-escalate things. But I think India should realize they will never be able to, as they say, that permanently resolve the issue. They claim that this attack will permanently resolve issue. Nothing can permanently resolve issue if you base solutions on hate, if you base solutions on wars, if you base solutions on fights. The only solutions that are based on mutual the protection of interest, the understanding of realities, and the people wishes are permanent. So the primary thing is that when India will realize that it's so important to settle issue of Kashmir, everything that is going on in Kashmir is locally generated. You will never be able to control a population only by stick, only by gun, only by using force. You have to involve them in the government, and you have to go by their wishes. And their wish is they don't want to be with India. And this issue has kept hostage this huge this region of, I think, 1.5 billion people. This population of 1.5 billion people. They are hostage to this issue, and India has to realize that unless they don't resolve this issue, nothing permanent can come to this region. Number one. Mm-hmm. Number two is that in a short term, I think India, this attack has happened. Pakistan has also retaliated. This is a time that when the international players should play a role and try to de-escalate things. I'm happy that U.S. Secretary Mark Rubio has spoken to Pakistani authorities. I think they are talking to Indian authorities also. And I think there shouldn't be any problem. We need to de-escalate. We need to actually respect each other's. First, we need to respect the lives of innocents. I mean, if you declare that an attack, and look, they have chosen mosques, and they attacked mosques everywhere, only to, kind of give message to their supporters, who was primarily Hindu Mahasabha, Hindu extremists, that look, we have targeted mosques in Pakistan.
Okay.
And you have killed innocent children. You have killed women. I mean, this is not the way India should behave. And I think I have no problem if de-escalation happens from here.
Mm-hmm. General, the targeting of mosques, the killing of civilians, was this a miscalculation that has escalated things outside of what India was anticipating?
No, we'll have to put things in correct perspective. Allow me to take his, whatever Fawad said, point by point. For once, during this evening, in fact, not once, on two issues, I agree with him. The first is we respect the lives of civilians. That's what he said. Both sides of the border. We do too. When I said that for last 3.5 wars and over the last 7.5 decades, India has never used water as a leverage, because water affects the common people of Pakistan and we have no enmity with them. In fact, 7.5 decades ago, we are the same people. We were the same people. My parents have come from district Miawali in Pakistan. I have linkages and I know people there. So I speak the language, Saraiki. That's not the point. I agree that we respect civilian lives. You also made a mention saying that General Saab, or we in the army are trained to kill. Let me also clarify, those who are trained to kill actually value life more. We understand what is the value of life. We've been under those situations and circumstances. Right. Mm-hmm. The second thing I agree with him when you say, Fawad, that this issue cannot be resolved. I am not saying by this strike or by that terror strike or by our strike the issue will be resolved tomorrow. Will not be. The idea is that we cannot let such acts go unpunished. Let's not continue to talk about when you said that mosques have been targeted to appease a Hindu population. Allow me to tell you that we have more Muslims in our country than your whole country. Also, if mosques, if Masood Azhar actually runs a mosque and lives in a mosque, his headquarters in a mosque, that's the kind of thing that you have. We are targeting terror wherever it is harbored or located. If you look at a similar thing is happening when you said you yourself, spoke about Gaza. We are not Gaza. I agree. But wherever these things, wherever they are located, we have to target them. And that's what was being done. And I agree the thing won't get resolved by this strike. We need to make sure that it is resolved by other means. When you said that the Kashmir is an issue that we need to resolve, yes, we need to resolve. And in the last 5 years, after Article 370 was diluted, you have seen the kind of development, peace and development that has been ushered in Kashmir, the kind of tourist flow that has come to Kashmir, and people have loved it. This is the first time after Pahalgam incident that Kashmiri people, cutting across all divides, political or demographic, everyone has stood against terrorism and said enough is enough. This happened for the first time. I agree. It has never happened earlier, but people, their mindsets are turning. They don't want to follow the example of Pakistan, which is a state which is very low today economically, politically. Your party president is in jail. That's a different debate. I don't want to get into that.
Okay.
And India, on the other hand, is an ascending power. This morning news has it that India has actually become the 4th largest economy. This happened this morning. So the youth in Kashmir know now which path to follow.
Okay, I want to move on and talk about the end game here, the resolution to it, as both of you gentlemen have alluded to. The renowned military theorist Karl von Clausewitz famously said that war is merely the continuation of policy by other means. India has launched attacks on Pakistan in response to the terror attack and suspended, as you mentioned there, General, the Indus Water Treaty too, putting Pakistan's water security at risk. So, Fawad, what do you see as the end game here? Is this India flexing its military muscle in the region, trying to prove that it lives up to its 4th largest economy now globally? Is it trying to be a superpower, or is this a land grab for Kashmir? What's the end game?
You see, I totally, I keep a close eye on Indian politics, the internal party rivalries. So I can tell you this has nothing to do with Kashmir, or this has nothing to do with a regional thing. This is everything to do with Narendra Modi's own politics. When he say that he's trying to appease the Hindu extremists who are, primarily, if you just look at, Jana Sahab obviously will not agree with me, but very humbly I would say, that Narendra Modi in this war effort does not have the support of people of Kashmir. He has no support from the people of Punjab. Even South India is totally alienated. This is only a cow belt. The Hindi-speaking, the 5-6 states that actually create this kind of political divisive politics for him, like Gujarat, UPCP and Maharashtra, who actually he takes his political strength from these states. And divisive politics pay him these dividends in the politics. Now, I think the Narendra Modi is trying, he has obviously, the BJP itself is divided into larger groups. So primarily, the whole theme of his, aggression on Pakistan is to appease these extremist vote bank in his own constituency. Even in my view, that a large part of India do not support him in this endeavor. So he is, in order to appease his extremist supporters, he is now, trying to make these issues big. He has done it twice. He thought that he wants to become a bigger leader than Gandhi. This is his personal, I would say, personal ambition. And this is, he thinks himself as a largest leader of India, who can actually undermine Nehru and Gandhi also. So this is the politics that BJP is playing. And that's why majority Indian parties, majority in population does not support him in this endeavor. And as we already agreed, that these such things will never settle down down anything. If you want to settle down issues, I think we can start from where Pervez Musharraf and Manmohan Singh actually left, where we tried to solve the issue of Kashmir, the 4 points that agreed between Manmohan Singh and General Pervez Musharraf. Those, in my view, can be a starting point to settle Kashmir. And once Kashmir is settled, then I obviously I'm among those Pakistanis who want to. I'm a Punjabi, and I want I want to have an open border with India, so I can go to Amritsar, I can go to Delhi, and people from those areas can come to Pakistan. I will always, and in Pakistan, there is a consensus that we should have good relationship with India. It's the problem is with the Hindu Mahasabha supporters that are not allowing India and Pakistan relation to be built up.
Okay, General, let me put that to you. Is this purely about Prime Minister Modi's politics?
Even if you had not asked me this question, I was going to talk about that now, because I see Fawad Chaudhry, you're making a case repeatedly about a narrative that you choose to believe and you want to talk about. You are talking incessantly about Modi, the leader. You have made up your mind to say that Modi is pandering to a Hindu sentiment. You are saying that parties are not with him. This is the strongest government we've had in decades. That means the party in power is the strongest. He has the public opinion. I mean, let's not go into our narratives, my country's narrative that are being played out in your country. I wanted to desist from this, but since you bring this in, the most popular leader in Pakistan is in jail. Your leader, your party president and the ex-prime minister is in jail, Imran Khan. So, and the other oppositions are parties are putting on a tenuous coalition under the tutelage of Pakistan Army Chief, who, might I dare add that from amongst I'm a military professional, from amongst the Pakistan Army chiefs that we have seen in the past, is one of the most lackluster army chief we've seen, and who is trying to take hold of being the custodian of the ideology of Islamist ideology. He is in a very bad place himself. So I think that to detract attention from their domestic troubles, it is the Pakistan Army Chief who made a speech 4 or 5 days before the Pahalgam incident took place, speaking very clearly about how Hindus and Muslims are different, and we got a two-nation theory, reiterating the two-nation theory, talking about Kashmir being the jugular vein of Pakistan. How can somebody else's anatomy be your jugular vein? So he was clearly egging on the terrorists to do something, and that's why what has angered our country, that for the first time we have Hindu males were identified, were told to perform a certain religious ritual or seen the symbolism on their foreheads of arms. They were identified and killed. So that is the kind of low that they have got on to this time, and detract from their own problems, and they have plenty of them. I didn't want to go there because I didn't want to expand the discussion, but you repeatedly talk about Hindu nationalism.
Fawad, respond to that. Fawad, does Pakistan have its own problems and it's just trying to make a distraction?
No, absolutely. No one can defend that. Pakistan has its own problems, and Pakistani politics is far from ideal. I mean, there's no two opinions about that. And actually, obviously, they can't defend what's going on in Pakistan in terms of politics. But you see, Pakistan's politics is I think, focused on their internal things. It's internal issues. It is not like expanding to the other countries. The problem with Indian Prime Minister Modi's politics is that he has not remained internal. No? It has gone external. He cannot, kind of make Pakistan sacrificial goat for his own politics. This is the difference between Narendra Modi's politics and Pakistan's politics. And this is very vital. I believe that, in my view, this Hindu Mahasabha politics is a problem. And the majority of even Hindus, actually, when this debate of partition was going on, Qaeda-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah pointed this out to Jawaharlal Nehru that this will happen. And Jawaharlal Nehru said this will never happen. Majority of Hindus are secular. Don't worry, this will never happen. India will never be a Hindu state. But Narendra Modi and this Hindu Mahasabha has proved Qaeda-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah right. And today we are, and India never thought that they will have this kind of extremist, politicians elected to rule India. In Pakistan, you will appreciate that whenever people were given a chance, they elected liberals or not so extremist leaders in the power. They always, and actually to be fair with Nawaz Sharif, Imran Khan and Asif Zardari, all are liberal leaders. They all believe that we need to with India, they want a good, they are not militants, they are not they're not hardcore extremists or anything. They are very liberal people. So that's why Pakistani politics is very different from the recently developing Indian politics. Before that, obviously, Indian politics was totally different. But now I think it's totally internal issues of India that has now put 1.5 billion people into a jeopardy.
Mm-hmm. All right. General, what does winning look like for India?
I'm sorry, will you repeat your question?
Indeed. I asked, what does winning look like in this conflict? Does winning look like peace? Does winning look like taking control of Kashmir? Does winning look like finally having open, friendly diplomatic relations with Pakistan?
The end state, Melinda, what India wants is actually good relations with our neighbors. But to do that, our government has repeatedly said or followed a policy of not engaging unless you stop terror. And also, even the Indus Water Treaty, when it was suspended, it was held in abeyance, was the word used by the government. And it says, still Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. India has always said, we need to, India has always said that Pakistan needs to show proof to dismantle support to terrorism. Stop using terrorism as a matter of state policy and stop prosecuting proxy war in our country at the present moment in Jammu and Kashmir. So, the point I'm trying to make, the notion of victory for us is not to have terrorism as a state policy being used by our neighbors. And we would like to sit and talk to them. Mm-hmm. We would like, for example, my co-panelist Fawad Chaudhry mentioned that their leaders he took names of their leaders, Nawaz Sharif, Shahbaz Sharif, Imran Khan. My point is, in 1999, our Prime Minister Vajpayee actually traveled to Lahore by bus. We started this journey in February 1999. We did this. And while our Prime Minister was there, they were preparing. Already the people were moving into Kargil Heights. And after a couple of months, the Kargil conflict broke out in the open. Okay. In 2015, our Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, I don't know, you seem to be obsessed with Modi and his Hinduism more than I do. But anyway, he actually went and made an unscheduled halt in Lahore. He went and met the then Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. He went to his home. He met his mother. I think it was his daughter's wedding or engagement or some function. And he went there before Christmas. Okay. And when we came back, within 7 days, there was an attack at Pathankot Air Base. So you see, our country has actually, our leaders have made these overtures. I'm talking of physically going there, and that is the time they've been plotting terror, they've been plotting conflict. Mm-hmm. We want to sit down with them. Only stop terrorism.
Okay, Fawad, what's your response? I can see you want to respond there. Go ahead.
Sure. I actually wanted to respond to that Indus Treaty because, the General has mentioned Indus Water Treaty many times. You see, this is another, I would say, a very ill-conceived action by Indian government. The water originates in China. What if China decides to, kind of stop this water from flowing to India and then to Pakistan? I mean, you don't do that. Upper riparian has some rights, but the lower riparian has some rights. So this water treaty, as you has rightly mentioned, has survived 3 wars. Water is a science, it's a geography. Water is flowing from the glaciers, passing through some of the Indian-controlled territory and coming to Pakistan. But there are 6 rivers. We opted that 3 rivers water will be used by India, 3 water will be used by Pakistan. And we have survived like 80 years with this agreement, and this is going on. Right now, obviously, it's a symbolic act. India cannot obviously stop water. It's not like it's not like a shower that you or a tap you tap up or on. You need obviously years and years and billions of dollars to build the dams to even if you want to store the water. And if you do that, by that time, if China thought that it's a good idea to stop water even from going from their area to their area, there will be another crisis. Mm-hmm. So we should actually, I actually appreciate that you have mentioned that there have been in past there have been overturns to Pakistan and Pakistani. Likewise, I want to remind you that Pervez Musharraf when come to Agra and the 4 points on Kashmir was almost about sight. It was Indian establishment that sabotaged that. So this is going on. This is happening. I totally agree with you. But this is how countries and mature countries can actually go further instead of targeting each other on military side. We need to negotiate. We need to sit down. We need to actually come up with the ways through which, and that's why Pakistan offered you investigation into Pahalgam that you have rejected. India should never have rejected that investigation. We should have actually formed the commission, and so in that commission we could have come up with the recommendations to stop these kind of incidents that you have mentioned.
Okay, General, you look like you want to respond.
Yes, thank you, Melinda. Look, when I said that we have never used water over last 7 decades, not water as a leverage, and since we do not have terrorists to send across, this time a statement is being made, and the statement, actually the full sentence reads that we hold it in abeyance till Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. If you read the full statement, the announcement was this. And because we have to use some leverage. We haven't used it earlier, but now we're sick and tired of it. We want to come onto the table when Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. We want to talk about it, and that's why it is being used. You are right, but it is not a tap that can be turned off tomorrow. But then why is the lower riparian so worried? What is your public sentiment? The day it was announced, your census crashed by 3,000 or 4,000 points. It happens because there are so many things beyond water. There is the data to be shared. There is observers are allowed to come and check some facilities and some parameters. Regulating the flow is a thing that matters. There are so many other things, and I don't want to get into that. That's you and I are not domain specialists, but there are other means. So I am not trying to say that we're going to actually stop the water today. We cannot, but it gives today, holding it in abeyance, gives India a right to start several projects that we have stopped. The Tulbul Naval Navigation Project. You, Awad, are aware, the waters in Wooler, there was. So I won't get into that. My point is, we want to get to that. And we can only get to that once terrorist violence stops. If we continue to say, he said, I said, we are never going to get there.
Okay. Now,
we need to do this.
We've mentioned China there. China also claims control of a portion of Kashmir, and it has grown close to Pakistan in recent years, in part through Belt and Road Initiative investments. So, first of all, Fawad, let me ask you, do you feel as if this is to escalate, is Pakistan relying on China's support?
China has already made a statement, and they said that if any territorial adjustment is tried to be made, they will become a party to it. So China is very clear in that. So this has a potential actually to bring other countries in, and that's why I have always maintained that these skirmishes, these attacks are not going to end anything, not going to favor any party, and actually it will only complicate situation in this region, and also especially between the 3 countries, India, Pakistan, and China. And China becomes an integral party to the conflict if the conflict prolongs, because primarily the Indian emphasis or Indian military emphasis also is on the line of control, and that actually in the China strategy it turns into LAC, line of actual control. So this LOC and LAC, these are actually so close, I would say, and so closely linked with each other historically, politically, and even militarily, that you won't be able to control the full-fledged war. So that's so important that we realize this, and we try to minimize this conflict. And we need to start. And the United Nations Secretary General has made a good offer. He has presented his good office that to start negotiations. I think India should accept Pakistan's offer of a joint investigation, and in that investigation we can add a TOR of investigating into or looking into the incidents to prevent the future incidents. Okay, that's the only way that in a short term we can go forward. In the long term, you have to settle the issue of Kashmir, because the problem is if the local population or the local groups do something, India is constrained to blame Pakistan for that, because they cannot afford to say that local population is doing that. Now, on one hand, they are ruling the Kashmir with the iron fist. When they retaliate, they say it's Pakistan who is doing that. This is not how you can go on. So you have to solve the issue, and this is the basic thing you need to understand.
Okay, Lieutenant General Dua, you look like you want to respond there.
Look, you started by saying that, yes, Pakistan and China are together in this. We understand their friendship. In fact, if LOC and LAC are line of control and line of actual control for the other international viewers, if they are linked, it is only because Pakistan has, in 1963, illegally ceded 5,100 square kilometers of an area called Shaksgam Valley to China. When that is our territory, and even if Pakistan has control over it, even by their admission and even by UN, it is still disputed territory, and they have ceded that to China. Well, that's okay. That's part of history now, and we have claims over that land. But Pakistan expects China to support them is a well-known thing. And India is prepared. We've had this problem with China 5 years ago on the on Eastern Ladakh. In Eastern Ladakh, we had a minor skirmish, and we both are facing, and we are trying to resolve this. And there we are actually resolving it by negotiations. We've had I think scores of rounds of talks at military level and diplomatic level, and we are resolving that issue. It's de-escalating there. So if Pakistan obviously hopes for China to step in, whether you talk about Upper Riparian, you talk about China's threat to us, and India is prepared to meet the threats. That's about our military preparedness. But we don't want that we have to come to that. We are prepared to do it. I don't think Pakistan
General,
is. Pakistan
let me ask
looks
you,
for comfort.
We've heard comments from the White House, General, where President Donald Trump doesn't really sound overly concerned. He doesn't sound as if the US is going to step in as a mediator here. Does India feel like it has support from the West, from its Western allies in the international community? Or is it feeling isolated?
No, I think India clearly has the support of majority of the countries, other than Turkey, China. Even Chinese statement is fairly moderated, though, if you read through the statement, read between the lines. But yes, I don't see other countries supporting. I mean, even after this, UAE has come out in support and told us that when Prime Minister Modi announced, he was giving a speech in a state of Bihar, which is a Hindi heartland, and he said, we will go after, not only after these terrorists who perpetrated this carnage, but we will also attack their backers, even if they're across the borders. We'll attack the ecosystem. He suddenly switched in English, speaking to an audience that does not know English. So he was actually speaking to the global audience. And then, after that, we are on record how many leaders have personally called Prime Minister Modi and said that they are with us. And that is the reason why we know for sure that world majority of the countries are with India on this is because, yes, I'm sure you'll get a chance to speak, because the world is losing its appetite for terror. Terror has spread across the world, the scourge of terrorism. Pakistan is facing it now, they know it themselves. So, world is losing appetite for terror, and they cannot support a country in which which is known as epicenter for terrorism. You spoke about fight against Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, for God's sake, was actually found in your country, very close to your military academy. So, I mean, let's not go there, because we can. That's a topic for another day.
Okay. Well, then let me ask Fawad. Does Pakistan feel like it's isolated then? Do you agree that countries have come out in support of India and their actions?
Actually, Melinda, this is the biggest blow to Prime Minister Modi. He actually considers himself like India has become an Israel of South Asia, and whatever they will say will be accepted as a gospel. The problem is that when he said that Pahalgam was done by Pakistan, so every country asked for the evidence and they had no evidence. Then he went for escalation, and actually every country opposed this strategy. And that's why the Jaishankar, the foreign minister of India, day before yesterday, talking to European countries, said that you are acting like a preacher, and we don't need preacher. We need supporters or friends or partners. We don't need preachers. And he was very angry on European countries. Even J.D. Vance, who was in India at the time when the Pahalgam happened, did not actually support Indian position, and he asked that he don't want US don't want escalation. So I think at the moment India is fairly isolated. Both USA and the West have not actually supported Indian position as yet, and I think right now Saudi Arabia, UAE, who has considerable influence on Narendra Modi government also because of the investment promises they have made, they are also not really keen for him to escalate the situation. What he thought, the kind of overwhelming support he will get from the world, and especially from USA, is not there. So I think it's quite a blow to his position.
We're almost out of time, and General, I know that you are almost out of time. You have other pressing engagements, so just very briefly respond to what Fawad has said, and then we'll wrap up.
I think if I don't know what narrative Fawad is believing. We should only look at the statements. They are out in the open. They are not a matter of perception. They are in black and white. And if you continue to live in that illusion that the other countries are not supporting India and they are actually supporting Pakistan, please live in that illusion. I have nothing to say. Let's agree to disagree, and only time will tell. Thank you very much, everyone.
Gentlemen, we appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. We have been speaking to Fawad Chaudhry, the Pakistani senator for Imran Khan's PTI party and a former federal minister, and Lieutenant General Satish Dua, a former Indian chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and former commanding officer of Indian forces in Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you for being here on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for joining us. You can, of course, catch all our Counterpoints debates by subscribing to the Al Arabiya English channel on YouTube and following us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump prepares to travel to the Middle East to address a number of key global challenges, including new investments for the U.S. economy. And Hamas hand over U.S.-Israeli hostage Edan Alexander, believed to be the last living American hostage. President Zelensky challenges President Putin to meet face-to-face in Turkey to discuss ceasefire plans. And Wall Street surges as the U.S. strike a trade deal with China. To our top story, and US President Donald Trump is embarking on a visit to the Middle East this week. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will meet the US President when he arrives in Riyadh on Tuesday. President Trump will then attend a summit of Gulf leaders before travelling to Qatar and the UAE later in the week. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. Jono, let's start with you. Donald Trump is right now in the air. He's on his way to Riyadh. Can you run us through the main points of Trump's trip this week?
Well, as we said, there's a lot of stops on this whistle-stop tour over the next 3 days. First off, to Saudi, and it appears that the main aim of the game here is to achieve some investment, Leigh Ann. It looks like he wants $1 trillion in Saudi investment. We also have heard of $100 billion in an arms deal with Saudi Arabia as well. And Trump is wasting no time re-engaging with what he sees as key global players, much like Saudi Arabia. And unusual for a US president to make his first trip, official large trip abroad to the Middle East region. But this one clearly is a meeting of strategy and it is a trip of diplomacy as well. And also one looking to revive the peace efforts of the Middle East. In Qatar, he's likely to look for a lifting of sanctions that have been placed on Syria while he's on his trip to there as well. And he'll also make a visit to the UAE, which is... and this is from what we're hearing, allegedly to talk about AI chips which are made in the UAE to reverse a Biden-led sanction and lift the export restrictions on those. So it seems that the main aim of the game here is a little bit of peace talks, a little bit of peace effort, economic deals to get onto the table, and to send a message that he's going to try and get results, that this administration is out to get the US influence back on the table again and to reassert what he is looking for, which is trade deals in the trillions and trillions of dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I don't know about what you think, Michael, but we do know that AI seems to be featuring pretty high when it comes to what Donald Trump is going to be looking for when he comes over to the Middle East. But he also came to Saudi Arabia as his first foreign trip in his first term in the administration. So somewhere he clearly quite likes to visit.
2017, his first overseas trip as president, he came to Saudi, just as you said. And this time, as we've discussed, he's going to be making this whistle stop in these 3 countries over 3 days. There is a synergy between the Gulf leadership and Donald Trump and Donald Trump's family. They understand each other. They understand what they're trying to do, and they understand what maybe we don't talk about publicly, but we all are in agreement. I think if you were to look at some of the success that China has in Africa, it's because China will come in and they will do business. They're not going to get sidetracked by some of the issues that some people might want to focus on. And Donald Trump is very similar. He wants to come in, he wants to sign deals, he wants trade deals, he wants massive investments from the Saudis and the Qataris, as well as the Emiratis in the U.S., and the Saudis and the Emiratis have talked about how much they will invest over the course of either President Trump's time in office or over the course of the next 10 years, which is what the Emiratis had spoken about recently. This is what he wants. He wants the deals. And the Gulf monarchies, they appreciate that he's going to come in and just stick to this language that is very familiar to them. And it's just about making sure that everybody is getting the agreements that they want on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight talking Donald Trump coming to Saudi. But earlier, a former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center, Robert Grenier, told me why he thought Saudi Arabia had been chosen for the historic trip. Take a listen.
This is all part of a further tightening of relations between the United States and Saudi Arabia. In particular, as we all know, Saudi Arabia played a significant role in the context of U.S. negotiations with Russia and with Ukraine. Several of those negotiations that took place in Saudi Arabia under the auspices of Mohammed bin Salman. And so, yes, I think this is an auspicious week for the U.S. and specifically for Saudi-U.S. relations. Donald Trump feels very comfortable with the Saudi royal family in particular. There is the public aspect to this, the government-to-government aspect to this, but there's also a private and family aspect to this. As we know, the Trump family is heavily involved in making deals in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and in Qatar, all of which form some of the background to this trip.
So, Jono and Michael, do you think that this trip could impact communications between the US and the Middle East? And maybe we could see things like the Abraham Accords come back into play. What's really on the table here?
Well, I think that is part of what we're going to see in the first couple of days. That is part of Trump 1.0, and that was the legacy of that. 2.0 will be looking to expand upon the Abraham Accords, likely to see if there's some Arab-Israeli cooperation that can be achieved through some media negotiation here as well. But I think economic trade deals is the key thing that will be on the table throughout the duration of this visit as well as what he sees as reversing back on some of the Biden-led sanctions that have been in place. I think once he achieves those things, and potentially with time on the way back to stop off in Turkey, when we'll speak about that in just a while, I think that will be the key strategy for the Gulf trip that he's about to embark upon. Yeah, of course. And we've also seen, you know, if we're going to put a golden thread to the show today, it's Donald Trump, because Hamas released Eden Alexander, something we're going to talk about next, you know, as almost a gesture, because they knew Donald Trump was coming to the region. So he's having an impact.
He is having an impact, and this is exactly what he wants. He wants the headline of the day. So if he can talk about the deals that are maybe going to be signed, if he could talk about the investments that will be made in the U.S., if he can talk about an American-Israeli hostage being released, I think that he is in a unique position, not just as the president, but as a president that is mercurial and has a strong opinion and isn't going to stick to traditional diplomacy ways. That makes him a little bit unpredictable. And I think that when it comes to Hamas or when it comes to some of the other world leaders, they see him as not someone that they can play, but someone that they have to take into account, that the best way to make sure they get on his good side is to bring him into the conversation, to make him realize that he is essential to what's going on. And that, I think, plays to his ego. And that makes him feel like he then wants to help people a little bit more.
But it's also a good look for Saudi Arabia that Donald Trump is coming to this region and does want to invest, and he wants to have such a strong ties in many ways, economically and personally.
So it is good for Saudi. It's good for Saudi because they recognize that they can get a little bit of face time. They can speak to him about the issues that they want to focus on. And in turn, they recognize that it's a quid pro quo. We will sign deals with you, and we will invest in the States. We will get maybe arms deals in return. But we will also get a little bit of your attention, which I think is essential for the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Qataris to do business on a global stage.
Well, thank you for your thoughts on that. As I did say, Donald Trump is on his way to Riyadh, and he will be landing tomorrow morning. But we'll be back with you shortly. We're just going to move on to another story. The US and China have agreed to major reductions in tariffs imposed against each other in another dramatic dial-down of trade tensions. Earlier today, President Trump talked about achieving a reset with China after the weekend talks, with Wall Street surging as a result. The two countries have 90 days to work towards a broader deal. China says it is committed to the stable development of relations with Washington. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, there's no doubt about it. This was a significant step in the de-escalation of trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. The tone from both sides following the discussions over the weekend in Geneva were positive, and Chinese media reported earlier in the day that the two countries had reached a series of major consensuses before the details were released later in a joint statement. The combined 145% levies on most Chinese exports have now been slashed to 30%, including the rate tied to fentanyl by May 14th, and the 125% duties imposed on US goods have been slashed to 10% now. This goes much further than markets or investors had expected, and certainly takes a lot of uncertainty off the table for the time being, which a lot of economists have noted was really important, because despite the fact that both sides had been standing their ground, there was plenty of indication that the tariff war was really beginning to hurt both sides. But one of the reasons behind the breakthrough appears to have been the result of the way the negotiations were conducted. China's trade czar, He Feng, complimented the Americans on their professionalism and pragmatic approach to resolving differences. It's fair to say there was a lot of concern about that, and China had insisted all along on respectful engagement. And despite some of the provocative language and comments US President Donald Trump had used in the lead up to all of this, to the talks, things do seem to have hit the right notes. Crucially, that appears to have paved the way for an off-ramp and for both sides to be able to back down without losing face, as it were. But some experts are pointing out that this is likely to be viewed as more of a win for China. Perhaps it has exceeded expectations, as I say, and before the joint statement was made, there was an expectation that the two sides would be aiming to bring the tariffs down to something more like 60%, which in many ways would have been problematic, as many economists have pointed out, because even though that would have been a big cut, it wouldn't necessarily have moved the needle an awful lot in terms of impact. Now, there is still a lot of work to be done, and the big question is what exactly happens at the end of the 90 days now. Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has suggested that it could be extended, but also indicated that that would be based on good faith and constructive dialogue.
Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Istanbul this Thursday. It comes after European leaders urged Russia to agree to a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine after being threatened with fresh sanctions. Earlier, US President Donald Trump talked about the importance of a Russia and Ukraine meeting and suggested he may travel to Istanbul for them. Meanwhile, Zelensky says he is ready to talk and end the war. Take a listen.
I will be in Turkey this Thursday, May 15th, and I am expecting Putin in Turkey personally. I hope this time Putin will not look for reasons why he can't do something. We are ready to talk to end the war. Thursday, Turkey. President Trump supported it. All leaders support it.
There we are. We just heard from Zelensky. But, Michael, I must say something. Over the whole weekend, every morning I woke up, I felt like there was a lot going on. There was a lot of developments. What was going on this weekend?
I'm not going to get the timeline straight, so I'm not even going to try. But I will say there was a flurry of diplomatic activity. Yeah. You had a couple of presidents, one on Truth Social, another on X, President Trump and President Zelensky. You had the EU leaders in Kyiv. You had 4 EU leaders. You had the British Prime Minister, you had the French President, you had the leader of Poland and also of Germany there. They were talking, they said, what we're going to do after speaking to the United States, we're going to issue an ultimatum to Russia. And what we're going to want is for them to engage in a 30-day ceasefire. That then was countered with the Russians saying, no, we want direct peace talks. That then was countered by President Zelensky saying, well, why don't we meet in Istanbul and get it on? And that's where we are now, with President Trump talking about maybe he's going to make a stop in Istanbul for a potential face-to-face meeting between the two leaders.
A lot to digest, Jono, I must admit. Do you think Trump could attend the meeting? What do you reckon?
I mean, he may or may not. I think the threat of him attending the meeting may be enough to perhaps shove these negotiations on ever so slightly. His exact wording was, and it's loosely quote, I was thinking of flying over. I don't know where I'm going to be on Thursday because I got a very busy week, as we just discussed.
I feel like he has a busy life.
He's a busy life.
Yeah.
He's a busy man right now. But we've got to get it done. So it does seem, and as Michael rightly pointed out, it's not just EU leaders. The US is also now saying, we need to find something that is longer than a 3-day ceasefire. We need to have something tangible whereby we can say on paper, these are the terms and conditions of a ceasefire or of some meaningful peace talks. And this, I think, may be the first time, perhaps even since this conflict begun, that we have seen many people get involved and say, OK, the time is now, let's bring it to the table. And now if we have Zelensky and Putin both sitting down in the one room, in the same place at the same time to have these negotiations, which, let's face it, largely don't need to be done face-to-face, this may be the push that was necessary. And with Trump behind it saying that this diplomatic move might require, and it's a bit of a detour I will take in order to have my 2 cents to say in Turkey, this might be what's required. The week's events will play out, and we'll get to see the bigger picture for this. But hopefully this is a move towards some level of peace in Ukraine.
Well, what I found interesting, you just touched on there that we could have Zelensky and Putin in a room talking. It seems almost unbelievable that two main leaders, I don't know what you and Michael think, but it's normally the diplomats who do this. And for this to happen will almost be pretty remarkable considering where we are.
I would be shocked if it were to happen. I would think that it would be more likely that maybe they would both be in the same city at the same time, maybe even in the same vicinity. But for them to come face to face, it almost seems as though that would be an unnecessary move. And I can't imagine that they would embrace, that they would want to see each other. It just seems like that sort of, and let's face it, both men would have a fairly strong, healthy ego. And I don't know that they would necessarily help the situation. It would be better to let the professionals, the diplomats, have those conversations.
Then again, in saying that the diplomats haven't been able to, I guess, give the commitment that is required. And I know that from the Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov had said that Moscow may or may not consider Europe's ceasefire terms. So I guess the two people who at the end of the day are making those decisions are now, it seems, at least from Putin's point of view, willing to get into one room at the same time. And direct negotiations is what Vladimir Putin has suggested may happen. And as Turkey's president is offering to facilitate it, we may all be shocked. It may be a trifecta that occurs this weekend.
But I don't think that direct negotiations mean face-to-face. I would think that it would mean Russian counterparts speaking with their Ukrainian counterparts. And that would be the face-to-face. Not the face-to-face, but that would be the direct negotiations. That would be my take on it.
My concern is that they may be the monkeys, not the organ grinders, so to speak. The real decision is going to have to be made at the level of Vladimir Putin and of Vladimir Zelensky. Yeah. So having both in the same city at the same time, like you said, might be the reason that we end up getting those peace negotiations underway this Thursday.
But actually, earlier I spoke to Ukrainian MP Kira Rudak and asked her what Zelensky is actually prepared to give up in order to achieve a ceasefire deal. Just have a listen to what she said.
Answering is how to ensure a peace. How do you make sure that Russia would not attack us? And then we can be talking about which particular territories will be protected by these security guarantees. As of right now, we haven't heard any single actually productive or practical way of ensuring that Russia will keep their part of the bargain. So this should be the first and foremost question in discussions. And then when you know what would be the way of protecting this deal, of making sure that it will go ahead, then we can be talking about, again, which territories will be under this protection.
So I don't know, but during my conversation with Kira, I thought that was so interesting. She said, OK, we can have these talks, a ceasefire can be agreed, but who is going to police this ceasefire? Who is going to make sure that Russia and Ukraine stick to it on both sides? And how are they going to be held accountable?
Well, I think from what the EU leadership has accepted and what Donald Trump has said is that he needs the EU to step up. And it would make sense for an EU peacekeeping mission to be the one to somehow be there responsible for figuring out who did what. I would bet that some sort of combination of soldiers from various EU countries would have to come together and patrol the border to make sure that there were no infractions on either side.
I think exactly as Michael said, it has to be the EU because boots on ground from the US is an escalation of events, and it's certainly not what Donald Trump, I'm sure, wants to do, and it's certainly not what the EU would like to see happen either. US troops to go into a European country is not is not what anyone needs right now. The EU does need to step up. And I think, given, and as I've mentioned, we've had France, we've had England, we've had Germany, all say that this is the time for negotiations. We need to have some level of a discussion. And I think that they would all be willing to put forward troops, be it peacekeeping or otherwise, in order to police that. Until we know the terms and conditions, and from what Donald Trump has indicated, this may not be a ceasefire. This may be a peace deal which is on the table by the end of this week. Who knows?
But the only thing is there doesn't seem to be anything right now that's concrete. So maybe those details are being worked on and we could possibly see what they could be coming into the future. But I also wonder if threats of sanctions coming from Europe is something that Putin is playing on his mind. Because if those happen, the US could follow suit, and then Russia, economically is hit. So there's a lot of moving parts.
There are. 100% you're right. On Saturday, when the EU leadership team spoke with Donald Trump, they agreed that there would be sanctions if the Russian team did not agree by the end of Monday to a ceasefire. And the sanctions would be on oil exports and also on banking. And I think that there's only so much that Vladimir Putin and the Russians can withstand at a certain point. I think you have to cut your losses or cut your wins, in his case, where he's going to get, presumably, Crimea. Yeah. I think there has to be an acceptance that I've done as much as I can. It's like, this is a 3-year war, enough.
And I think him going to the table and saying, and he was the one who said he's willing to have those negotiations, I think that's the idea that it will be a two-state solution, so to speak, more than anything else, is exactly what he requires right now. And I think, exactly like you said, Michael, at some point you have to go, hands up, I don't know if I can withstand any more sanctions. And today is the deadline, and no ceasefire agreement has been made. So he will be thinking that unless I do something right now, I can't really afford to have more sanctions placed upon the country yet again. He would weather the storm, but I think he would prefer otherwise.
And it's going to be interesting because, as you say, we don't know. Putin hasn't even come out and said, I'm going to go on Thursday. We obviously know Zelensky has. So I think, as you say, we'll have the bigger picture as we get towards the end of the week. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Hamas have released US-Israeli citizen Edan Alexander, a 21-year-old believed to be the last living American hostage in Gaza. Alexander was serving in the elite infantry on the Gaza border when he was captured by Hamas during the October the 7th attacks. His family say they have received the greatest gift imaginable, knowing he will return home. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Trent Murray, who's in Tel Aviv, about the developments.
When the news came through that Hamas had handed over 21-year-old Edan Alexander to the Red Cross, there were cheers and applause here from many of the Israelis which have gathered here, including many family members of hostages, both current and former. Of course, this news did come quite quickly, with Hamas announcing it late Sunday that they were releasing what is thought to be the last surviving American hostage in the Gaza Strip. They say they are doing that as a gesture of goodwill as President Trump prepares to fly to the region with his trip to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. Of course, for many families here, there are some mixed emotions, I think it's fair to say. They are, of course, relieved that another hostage is returning, but they are also, I think, worried that now Washington has extracted its last surviving hostage. Will they continue to put more pressure on Hamas to release what is thought to be around 23 or so still being held in the Gaza Strip? So right now, everyone glued to that big screen there behind me, which is showing the latest pictures coming out of Gaza. We've seen those Red Cross SUVs driving. We've also just seen a photograph released by Hamas showing Edan Alexander with 3 Hamas fighters as well as a Red Cross representative. He will be taken to an Israeli army base near the border with Gaza. President Trump called this a momentous occasion and said that they no longer thought he was alive. We know President Trump has also spoken with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in recent hours. Israeli media is reporting that he has authorised negotiating teams to now dispatch to the Middle East to try and get a longer-term ceasefire to be implemented potentially. Hamas is also saying in the past hour or so that it is ready to be involved in negotiations to reach a comprehensive, sustainable ceasefire agreement. That will be news, I would imagine, that will be warmly welcomed by many families here, including, as I say, the ones of the remaining 23 or so. They are desperate to get them home. Many people here quite critical of the current approach of the Israeli government, saying only a ceasefire is going to get their loved one back home here.
Now, video doorbells have quickly become a must-have gadget for households around the world, with their popularity soaring in recent years. Well, they offer added security for homeowners. The rise of these devices is also raising some privacy concerns. Let's debate the issue right now with Jono and Michael. So, I mean, Jono, let's talk about the pros of these cameras first. I know that you're a fan. I don't know how I knew that. I just knew you looked like the type.
I enjoy tech, I enjoy gadgets, and I think cameras go hand in hand with that. 1 in 5 of us now have some kind of a CCTV device in our house, be it your doorbell camera or an actual camera that's there as well. And I think this is what a lot of people would see it as a big thing it is a deterrent against crime. Now, if you're fortunate enough to live somewhere where it's not a deterrent against crime, it is a great way to be nosy about what's happening in the area where you live. And privacy concerns aside, I think inevitably you're out and about on the street every single day of the week. You are probably on countless video cameras. Yeah. Right? Just at this second, aside from the cameras that are on us, there are probably several CCTV cameras observing everything we do from the moment we leave the house until the moment that you're back at home again in the evening. Unlocking your phone, simply that, is using your facial recognition. So therefore, my concern about the privacy or the safety is far outweighed by the fact that it gives you that privacy and safety. That anonymity, I don't think, is required anymore. And I don't think anyone has got, rights aside, anyone has that anonymity. If you go into a mall or a shop, you're waiving that right because you're on CCTV. So I don't understand why you'd be concerned to be on camera if you're not doing anything wrong.
In your house, in your pajamas, Michael, what do you think?
So I think Jono has an issue that we should talk about. But I understand the idea that people should not, they should accept the fact that there's a camera on them all the time. The concern, though, is what about when that footage is used, maybe in a way that makes me feel uncomfortable? And what rights do I have, and what knowledge do I have that is actually being used? And I think that's where a lot of people become concerned. I do think that there is also an issue. When we live, and we've become very much a society that views so much, either TV or our phones or something like this. And, you know, the dopamine hit that you get, studies have shown, is not because of what you're watching. It's because of what you're about to see. And I think that's why you'll get a lot of people who will stand very close to their door to look out, or watching their phone as their camera is looking out, to see what is about to happen. And I think that that's what really entices people. And I think another negative part of it is that people end up doing this rather than somehow being more productive member of society. And those are some of the concerns that I think society faces.
What I think a camera does is the equivalent of what my grandmother or my mother would have done, which is to look out. But to hear something, or a skirmish of some description, or to hear anything, and to then get yourself to a window or an opportunity position whereby you can view what's going on.
I go and water the garden.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
if you have a garden.
If I hear anyone shouting outside, I'm right out there on the patio.
I think we're hardwired to be nosy neighbours, regardless. We want to know what's going on. My question is, you mentioned it, you're concerned as regards to what is being that CCTV footage being used for. Would that be something AI related, or where's the concern, or what is your concern if somebody's using that footage?
So it depends on if someone's hacking into my cloud and hacking into a camera that I have in my house. It also depends on where I have cameras. So one of the issues, of course, and I have friends who have done this, where they have cameras hidden throughout their house when they're at work because they have a nanny and they have children. And I think that we sometimes take these things to an extreme. I don't want to act as though I'm naive and living in a fairyland, but I do think that there needs to be a better sense of community. And when there is a better sense of community, I think there's nothing wrong with, going out and watering the plants to hear what's going on. That's a little bit different than having footage of somebody doing something, slipping as they're going down the stairs, that then becomes incredibly popular and goes viral on social media. I think that, I know I'm not going to change it. And I know that society is going in the direction it's going in, and I know that people will always find that their phone so much more interesting nowadays than so many other activities in life. But I do think that there is maybe a step too far when, fine, you have the peephole so that you can look through, but I don't know that you necessarily need it on your phone to know that.
Okay, that I can completely understand. And I will say that 95%, and I keep everything as on the cloud, 95% of the time I will view it live. So I will get a notification to say somebody's at your door.
Yes.
It may not be my door at my home, it might be at my parents' house, which I also have heavily camered. I understand that may be a concern. But what I'm doing is viewing it live. I'm not going back afterwards to see what did you do at this time, who went in or who went out. That's not my concern as such.
But I wanted to pick up on that because, we're talking about the surveillance culture. But I remember there was a massive murder case where I lived in London, 2 roads down from me. It was the Sarah Everard case.
Yes.
And this was huge. It dominated our media for a long time. And the way they found her killer, he was a police officer. He knew how to evade the CCTV cameras, but he was picked up on a Ring doorbell. So I think this is really helpful when it comes to crime.
And you hear a lot of these stories whereby something is picked up by a CCTV camera. And the Sarah Everard story was a huge example of that. And it also gets the funny clips. And I'm not saying that that's what it should be there for, but it is a peace of mind. It is a sense of security. From my parents' point of view, if they're traveling or they're not at home, and even from my point of view, even if it's just a delivery from Amazon, I feel like that is a sense of security that you know what's there. So it's taking it slightly away from the curtain twitching. Do I need to have it all in the cloud? I don't think it's necessary. I really don't. And I do think, Michael, you make a good point. There's a lot of things that are out there that I don't think necessarily need to be kept in the cloud. I think I've got an infinite supply of storage on there, and I just think it's completely pointless. But I still do it regardless, because I am a curtain twitcher at the end of the day, and I stand by that.
But I'm a curtain twitcher too, but I wouldn't have a Ring doorbell, which is interesting. And I think the reason is a little bit like what Michael said there. Ignorance is bliss in my life. And if I don't actually know what's really going on, I feel like I'll go outside and water the plants as a curtain twitcher, but then I don't have to watch my door. What happens if something happens with my dogs and I can't get there and I'm all anxious? All these things, right?
What I've noticed is that when I say walking around town or in a mall, and I see how people are addicted to their phones. They have their head down and they're looking, and it makes me want to. This sounds maybe as though I have. I'm looking down on those people, but I want to be better than that. And I remember, now I'm sounding like the old man, yelling, "Get off my lawn." I remember a time when there was no phone. And I remember a time when there was more interaction. And I'm not necessarily somebody who wants that excessive amount of interaction, but I do think that there is making eye contact with people, which rarely happens nowadays. I think that there has to be a cutoff point. And so if there is a crime that's committed, fine. Survey everybody in the neighborhood, ask them for all their footage. I've got no problem with that. But up until then, that's when I think it's a slippery slope.
I think with the way facial recognition is moving forward, regardless of where you are in society, wherever you are on any given day, I think you're going to be on those cameras and you'll be recognizable from there. You referred to your animals that are at home. For a lot of farmers, this is also an option whereby everything is CCTV'd, so therefore you can see what's happening to your livestock. to your pets at home as well, to your elderly relatives who may be at home. And I'm not saying that my parents are, but it is a great sense of security that I feel, knowing that I can at any given moment open that camera, get a live view, and tell them that they are at home or that they're not at home based upon where the car is positioned. And yes, I appreciate that. It does sound like I'm slightly addicted to the technology that exists. Yes, it would be better if I was able to do that face-to-face. Distance given that it's thousands of kilometres away, I feel that that gives me a sense of security, and therefore I'm here for the advancements.
Well, I think we've got to wrap it up here because there's so to talk about. I was just thinking if I had a camera on my parents' lounge, it would just be my dad watching golf all day. But anyway, let's move on. Michael, your quirky story, because we've actually reached that point in the show. I forgot where we are. We're being on about the technology. Jono and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories. Michael, yours is about AI.
And this, I think, is how AI can change the way that we look at what are daily occurrences. A sad story that has an interesting tale near the end, which is that in 2021, a 37-year-old man in Arizona was shot and killed in a road rage incident. In the States, they have the victim impact statement that can be delivered by the victim or family member of, if the victim is deceased, to the judge before sentencing. The sister of the victim decided that what she was going to do was she and her husband both work in tech. So instead of writing a victim statement, they decided they would write it in the first person of the victim, Christopher. And they then went one step further and they decided, let's create a video so Christopher is actually the one reading the victim impact statement. And the judge commented, loved it. The judge, in fact, actually sentenced the defendant to a year longer than what the state was asking for. And the nice little tale at the end is that one of the victim's nephews thought it was nice that Christopher was the one that was able to speak once more, and he thought that it gave him a little bit of an opportunity to say goodbye to his uncle.
And that is just...
See, a lot of
it's amazing.
We mentioned AI and how AI is up to no good and it's here to take our jobs, but when it does something like that, I think that really it pulls in your heartstrings. And there's been mention of this. I'm not sure if you've heard, and there's been an episode of Black Mirror which was similarly based upon that, whereby they would have somebody who had already passed on be able to recount their memories to an AI generator, which thereby you'd be able to interact with and have a conversation with, which is real-life tech, which is currently in the works. And it is the same company called Sesame who are working on a very realistic open AI, which you can speak to in real time and have a sassy conversation with. It would also be a person who's deceased who can now recount their memories. They would feed in countless amount of information and you could talk to somebody who'd already passed on in their natural voice. And I think using AI for something like this really is what we should be doing, not making avatars for people who are already alive, but this is something that really can make a difference.
And Jono, just quickly, because we are fast running out of time, and I just wanted to ask you about a sandwich and the Pope.
Well, it's a Popewich. An iconic Chicago hot dog joint called Portillo's is celebrating the election of Pope Leo with a brand new sandwich, which is called the Leo, from the Windy City, where he originally came from. And I was trying to think what could be in there. It's an Italian beef dipped in gravy, and they've put on there the Holy Trinity of peppers, just to add a little bit of the Catholic Church into there as well. Sounds like a nice sandwich, and it's now available.
I absolutely love it. I hope it comes with chips. Right, Jono, you did that all in 20 seconds. You're such a pro. I want to say thanks to today's guests, of course, Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. That's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll be looking ahead to the visit to Saudi Arabia by President Donald Trump and asking what might come out of this trip. Plus, we'll be taking the temperature on the India-Pakistan border and asking, is the ceasefire in Kashmir holding? Hello and welcome. The US President Donald Trump is back in Saudi Arabia 8 years after his first visit. That's a move that highlights the deepening ties between the two nations. Well, he's aiming to secure major investments for the US economy, but the visit comes at a tense time with instability in Gaza, shifts in Syria, and questions over Iran's nuclear program. Well, both sides see this as a chance to realign on shared goals and expand cooperation in areas like clean energy, critical minerals, space, and advanced technology. Well, as President Trump prepares to visit the region, families of Israeli hostages being held in Gaza have gathered at Tel Aviv's central hostages square, calling on him to press the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to strike a deal that brings all the hostages home.
Mr. Donald Trump, Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, Adam Boulder, please continue the job. Please remember, Netanyahu is deceiving you. Netanyahu is lying to you. Same as Netanyahu is betraying us. He's betraying us. He's betraying the hostages for his personal purposes. We all know that Netanyahu is working on stalling and prolonging the war. Please make Netanyahu, force Netanyahu, push Netanyahu to go for a hostage deal.
Well, let's get some more analysis. We can speak to Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us from Chicago. Greg, always a pleasure talking to you. Let's start by talking about the visit to the Middle East by President Trump. The first stop of any first significant voyage by a US president is always very closely watched. Lots of reading between the lines. How significant, therefore, do you think it is that he's chosen Saudi Arabia as stop number one?
Yeah, I think it's an important gesture. And he did the same thing in his first term. And it was probably bigger news back then because, this is the second time around. But I do think he's reaffirming that commitment to, maintaining a positive relationship with Riyadh. And quite in contrast to the really uncomfortable relationship between the Biden administration and Saudi Arabia.
And how would you characterize the state of relations between Washington and Riyadh?
Well, I think it's pretty good. You saw a massive commitment from MBS on investment, foreign direct investment in the United States. I thought that was, obviously a positive gesture. And I think you'll see the relationship maintained is probably an understatement. It's important to President Trump. And I think you'll see, even perhaps a longer term commitment if the conversation is resumed or there's a resumption in discussions about the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, we'll come back to the Abraham Accords in just a moment. But in terms of what we can expect to come out of this visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump, I mean, clearly some big business being perhaps the most obvious outcome.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's the way the president operates. He leads with economics. He leads with business. And that's the way he's always operated. He'll talk about security commitments. He'll talk about perhaps, selling more F-35s or F-18s to the Saudis F-16s. And so, there could be some of that. But I do think that, the markets and economic ties are the most important thing. for this president, and you'll see more of that. Some of it's been front-run already. It's front-runned already. Like, for example, more production out of OPEC. I think you'll see, much more production out of the U.S. So I think there's some shared interests here where, lower energy prices are really important to President Trump. I know that could be somewhat of a conflict where large oil producers like Saudi, they prefer higher prices. But I also think market share is important as well. So I think you'll see some real discussions about energy as well.
Sure, and it's touted very much as being a two-way flow of investment between the two countries, notably at that investment forum that's going to be held tomorrow. But in terms of what's in it for the United States, I mean, when you look at who's accompanying President Donald Trump on this, I mean, sort of the A to Z of US business leaders from all the big companies that we all know about and talk about, I mean, what does that tell us about what specifically President Trump is hoping to come home with?
Yeah, again, I think there'll be definitely some transactions that are discussed between these companies and the countries in the region, specifically Saudi. But I also think it's a continuation of a long-term economic relationship. Naturally, it's the larger companies that are going to have the access to the Saudi market or access to Saudi capital. But I think it's, so the president is very committed to small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S., but that's more of a domestic thing. When it comes to global trade and global investment, that's going to be the CEOs of the big corporations. So that doesn't surprise me. Pretty consistent with the president, the way he operates typically.
I mean, obviously, President Trump's approach to some of America's traditional allies in Europe, Canada, has been, let's say, unorthodox and, a little bit breaking with tradition in some cases. I mean, do you think it's an overstatement to say that perhaps we're seeing that happen to a certain extent with Israel?
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, he's so much more committed to Israel than President Biden was, and even Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign trail. I think, you saw them trying to play both sides, and they managed to offend or disrupt the relationship with both Israel and Saudi Arabia. And I think this president is quite the opposite. He has a different way of approaching his allies in Western Europe. But I think in terms of the Gulf, again, the fact that he's going to the Gulf states first, and then also his recent commitment to Israel, I don't think I wouldn't read too much into it. And also, notably, he talked about it this morning. The last American hostage was released over the weekend, or is going to be released today. I can't recall. But that's a big moment. And I think, again, it's a commitment to, it's another measure of President Trump's commitment to Israel, as well as the Gulf partners. And also, I should point out that the Abraham Accords, I know we'll get to that, but they've kind of survived. They've gotten through this period since October 7th of 23 and relatively unscathed. I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, okay, let's address the Abraham Accords now, in fact. I mean, do you see President Trump being able to build on them on this visit, or would you say perhaps the circumstances aren't right and that's going to have to wait for, let's say, a later stage?
Yeah, I think they might have a conversation about it. I don't think you'll see any major announcement. I hope I'm wrong on that, but I do think that it's a longer-term strategy. The newer additions to the Abraham Accords will probably be smaller countries like Azerbaijan, for example. So you might see some more developments on the Abraham Accords. I think with Saudi, that's going to take a little bit of time. And remember, in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, the Biden White House did not permit the use of the term Abraham Accords in any conversation or any memos or emails. It was basically a no-go zone for the Biden administration, mainly because they didn't want to give President Trump credit.
I'm just wondering, since you're in the United States, Greg, how is this visit playing out in the U.S., this visit in particular, with reference to the first stop in Saudi Arabia? Is that generating a lot of discussion in the media? Is that generating a degree of excitement?
It's a great question, Tom. And the funny thing is there's so much going on here. I mean, even just over the weekend, you had the news on the Houthis. You've had a major announcement this morning on pharmaceutical prices. You've had the trip that the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and Jameson Greer, the trade representative, made to Geneva, and the great announcement there. So the markets are on fire today here in the U.S. The Dow futures are up 1,000. It's really a phenomenal news weekend, and that's coming on the heels of the first American Pope announcement and the U.S.-UK trade deal on Thursday. So I think the Saudi trip is almost getting lost in all the other news, but we'll probably pick up later today and of course tomorrow when the trip commences.
Indeed, and just lastly, I mean, it really appears that President Trump has realized that Saudi Arabia, being such a large and important country and economy in the region, is indispensable in the sense that, let's not forget, Saudi Arabia hosted those all-important talks between the Russians and the Americans, talks the like of which hadn't been seen in many years. I mean, do you think President Trump does realize that there in Saudi Arabia he's got a real friend and a top-notch ally?
President Trump understands that, Riyadh is really the leader in the region and probably the most important ally that we have in the region alongside Israel. So I think this is good news. It's a statement for sure that he's going there first, but this is just a continuation of a really positive, both economic as well as security relationship that the U.S. has with Saudi Arabia.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Greg Swenson, always a pleasure.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Noga Tarnopolsky, journalist who joins us from Jerusalem. Noga, great to have you with us once again. We're talking a lot today, obviously, about President Trump visiting the Middle East. First stop, Saudi Arabia. He'll also be visiting Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. No stop announced for Israel. Is that being seen as a snub? How is that being interpreted in Israel?
It's absolutely being interpreted as a snub. And in fact, until very recently, Netanyahu's office, the prime minister's office, was trying to spread a rumor that Donald Trump would make a surprise visit to Israel, that they were still working on it, that it wasn't a dead end. But that appears to be nothing more than wishful thinking. And it appears very clear that this is a Mideast visit for Donald Trump that doesn't include Israel on many levels.
Yeah, I was going to say, just because he hasn't announced a stop in Israel doesn't mean there isn't going to be one. I mean, surprise visits do happen, but you're saying very unlikely. And also when you looked at the timing, when we look at the timing of this visit and, and how it's set out, I mean, is there even room in the agenda for him to stop over in Israel?
Look, I think the President of the United States can make space for any visit he wants, but Donald Trump, unusually a couple of days ago, said in public that he won't be visiting Israel during this trip. So as I understand it, that has closed the door on it. And it's difficult at this point to imagine what Netanyahu might have at hand with which he could entice Donald Trump to come to Israel on a visit. In fact, the contrary, we're seeing Donald Trump seeming to move away from Netanyahu, take his own steps in the region, and without insulting Netanyahu in particular, but just leave him behind.
There is obviously speculation about a rift between the two men. I don't know what the media there in Israel makes of that. A former Israeli ambassador to Washington by the name of Michael Oren described the situation as being, quote, disconcerting. A former Netanyahu aide quoted in the Wall Street Journal said it's total panic. That's what Shalom Lipner had to say. I mean, it sounds a bit more like there's a bit more to this than just speculation, doesn't it?
I think it's clear that there is now a clash of interests between the United States and Israel. And I think that actually the New York Times columnist Tom Friedman outlined it in a column 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, in which he, directing himself to President Trump, said explicitly that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not an ally of the United States or of American interests. and called on Donald Trump to respond to that. Trump appears to be acting that way. Again, he has not yet become belligerent with Netanyahu the way he can be, and we've seen him be with other world leaders. But I'll quote a cartoon, a caricature from an Israeli newspaper that I tweeted just a few minutes ago that shows Netanyahu lying under a U.S. school bus driven by Donald Trump. And the caption of the caricaturist was, "Bibi, it looks like you've got something on your back, and it looks like a bus."
Okay, well, obviously, that for people who don't know, that is a reference to the expression being thrown under the bus. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's personal, though, does it? This is not a personal issue between the two men. It seems that when you look at some of the overtures, for example, that President Trump has made to the Houthis for some sort of a dialogue, the Iranians to discuss their nuclear plans, even to Hamas. I mean, it's more about policy, isn't it?
I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I think this is a case in which personality and policy have flown together. Donald Trump wants to have a victory picture in the Middle East, some kind of victory picture. It can be a Qatari gift of a Boeing. It could be financial deals signed in Saudi Arabia. Israel, the one thing Israel could offer him is the end of the war in Gaza. And he himself has called for this. He says he wants to see, and I'm quoting, an end to the brutal war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, for his own internal political reasons, can't give him that. Netanyahu has put himself in an internal bind in Israel. On the one hand, he can't announce the end of the war while Hamas still exists. And Hamas clearly exists if they're negotiating with the White House. A huge victory for Hamas. Nobody would have believed a year and 7 months ago, after the brutality of the Hamas attack on Israel, that a year and a half later, that terror organization would be enjoying negotiations directly with the White House. So this is a big failure for Netanyahu. He can't, he refuses to accept any replacement for Hamas that could get rid of Hamas in Gaza because his coalition won't accept the Palestinian Authority or even a joint Arab force. And so he's stuck with Hamas, and he's stuck not able to get rid of Hamas. And this is why he can't give Donald Trump the one thing that he wants. And Trump has gone around his back and said, fine, I'm getting the U.S. hostages out, and I'm going to show your people that you could also get hostages out, and you're just refusing to do so. So that is a bit of a slap in the face, I would say.
And what is the latest with regards to the release of the IDF soldier, who I believe is a dual national, Eden Alexander? The U.S. obviously played a big role, as you're saying there, or played some role in his release. What's the latest on his condition, and what's going to happen to him next?
We don't have details yet about his condition, though we expect it to be challenging. We know that he's been held in tunnels 40 meters underground alongside another hostage who is now remaining there alone. We know this from hostages who've been released. He's been shackled with chains that dug into the flesh of his legs. We have those kind of details. He is, as you said, an Israel Defense Forces soldier who also has a U.S. passport. And the United States, behind Israel's back, without informing the Israeli government, engaged in direct negotiations, at least for the last few days, with the terror organization Hamas to get him out, and him alone. What this means is that this is the first Israeli soldier getting out at all. The soldiers have been left behind, and all of the civilians are the ones who've been released in the previous deal. So the first Israeli soldier getting out of Hamas captivity is getting out thanks to the efforts of the United States government, and the Israeli government appears more and more in the eyes of the Israeli public simply to be abandoning the rest of them to die. I'm quoting now the mother of a civilian still being held by Hamas, Einav Tzengauker, and many other families who have said the same. The mother of another soldier, for example, Nimrod Cohen, said that the government appears to have decided that murdering the soldiers is fine.
And I'm just wondering, given this cocktail of issues, and the optics really don't look that great, do they, for the Israeli Prime Minister? How vulnerable does this leave him, and how damaging is this for his domestic standing?
I think this is extremely damaging for him, for his domestic standing, and I think it is extremely damaging for his and for Israel's diplomatic global standing. Netanyahu, this is just an unspinnable failure. Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, the nation that was attacked by Hamas, cannot score a presidential audience, a presidential visit, and instead, somehow through mismaneuvering the situation, has granted Hamas that honor of being in contact with the White House. It is a remarkable turn of events, and the leader of the Israeli opposition, Yair Lapid, publicly has said that he cannot imagine a worse failure for any Israeli government or its leader. He posted that yesterday. I want to add something to do with Saudi Arabia. When Netanyahu ran for office the last time in late 2022, and since then, he promised the Israelis normalization with Saudi Arabia, as if he had it in his hand. And he promised it, moreover, disconnected from any Israeli shift on the issue of Palestinian statehood. There's a deep yearning among the Israeli people to be recognized by Saudi Arabia and to enjoy diplomatic ties with Saudi Arabia. I want to quote today, just today, responding to journalist questions in Berlin, the president of the State of Israel, who's independent of the government, Isaac Herzog, said, and I quote, "There is nothing I want more than to shake the hand of Sheikh Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, as a rapprochement between Jew and Muslim in the region." And so Netanyahu appears to have also failed at that effort, something Israelis expected from him because he promised it out loud in public. And now we see the United States going ahead with what appears to be a very major financial and possibly nuclear arrangement with Saudi Arabia that excludes Israel completely. So I think it's very bad for Netanyahu, but I just want to remind our viewers, Netanyahu was legitimately elected. He has a pretty solid majority, small but tightly wound majority in the Knesset, and it does not appear he's going to be felled anytime soon. But this is very bad for him.
Wow, I mean, it's an extraordinary turn of events, isn't it, Noga? And when you think about it, a massively sharp reversal from, where things looked like they were, let's say, in November, when it became clear that President Trump was returning to the White House. And obviously, his return to the White House was celebrated by, no doubt, the Israeli Prime Minister and many close to him. I mean, just to wrap up this conversation, Noga, where does all of this leave Prime Minister Netanyahu and his inner sanctum?
Prime Minister Netanyahu's inner sanctum is very, very small these days and in deep trouble. Remember that his top aides, some of them are now under arrest. They're suspected of having been on the Qatari payroll as agents of Qatar, possibly of Qatar intelligence, during this war. So we're talking about a treason investigation into those closest to Netanyahu. Regarding him, I would say this leaves him floundering. Again, he's a legitimately elected prime minister, but he appears to simply have declared war against his own people and against his own state. Upwards of 70% of Israelis want to see this war ended. They have said so in protests on the street and in surveys for more than a year now, and Netanyahu is acting against the will of his people.
Okay, well, it's been really interesting talking to you. Great analysis, as always. Noga Tarnopolsky, journalist.
I wish for better news next time we speak.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Take care. Well, for more, we can cross now to Indianapolis and speak to retired Major General Dana Pittard. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. You served as a Joint Force Land Component Commander in Iraq. We're talking today about this visit by President Trump to Saudi Arabia, the first planned foreign visit of his second presidency, the first visit of his first presidency. What are you going to be looking out for during this visit, sir?
Well, a number of things. Thank you for having me, Tom. First of all, it's a big deal that President Trump is visiting the Middle East in his first planned overseas visit. Obviously, his first visit was the Pope's funeral. However, visiting Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, again, is a big deal. It shows the priorities of the administration to do a number of things. I think he'd like to see restarting or certainly finishing of the Abraham Accords. And that would be a peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which will not be easy to do. But it's something that I think that he would like to see done. He'd also like to see progress with the unification of alliances against Iran. However, but in bringing Iran to the table as far as ending its desire to have nuclear weapons. It's also on the back step of what just occurred with the Houthis, and that the Houthis have said that they want to stop fighting. So there's a number of things that are going to come out of this.
I mean, when we look back to the 2017 visit by President Trump to Saudi Arabia, I'm just wondering to what extent you think the balance of power in the region has shifted during the course of these last 8 years.
Well, it shifted, I guess, in a number of ways. First of all, what's occurred between Israel, Iran, and what Iran called the axis of resistance. That's obviously in the south, the Houthis, Hamas. It included having Syria. It included Hezbollah in Lebanon and Shia militias in Iraq. Well, the Hezbollah leadership has certainly been neutralized, so Hezbollah is not a big factor right now. Their leadership is in disarray. Hamas is kind of surrounded in Gaza and is not a big factor. Iran, attacked Israel. Israel attacked Iran with missiles. Iran's air defenses must be rebuilt. Iran isn't doing very well right now. And the Houthis, after 1,000 U.S. Strikes in Yemen, the Houthis have asked for the bombing to stop. So really, it is a good position for an American president to be in visiting the Middle East right now. Of course, since 2017, China has made more inroads into the Middle East. So there are options for the Saudi Arabians and others in the Middle East, too.
Why do you think Saudi Arabia is such an important ally for the United States?
Oh, they're an important ally for many reasons. Not only as far as their richness in oil, but been allies with the U.S. since before Franklin Roosevelt was president. I mean, the U.S. obviously spent lives and treasure in defending Saudi Arabia in the Gulf, the first Gulf War in 1990, 1991. So the relationship is, in fact, very deep.
Would you say there was full alignment between the U.S. and Saudi?
I think that alignment is not where it should be and where it was back when President Trump was in his first term. And that's what he's trying to do, is get that alignment back, get the Abraham Accords, as it was called, back on track. And we'll see if that eventually leads to maybe a peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
So in terms of the optics of this visit and what sort of a message it sends out, particularly the choice of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the first stop of the regional tour, what message comes out of it, and who is that message directed at? I mean, I'm wondering, perhaps preempting your answer here, I mean, do you think an element of this is to send a message to Iran?
Oh, well, there's multiple messages being sent. One, certainly to the American people, that this is important to the Trump administration, to the entire world, that this is important for America, even to Israel, because it should be noted that on this trip, he is not stopping by Jerusalem. So in some ways, Israel might feel slightly miffed in some ways. But it's an important message also to China and Russia, that the U.S. is going to make it a priority to have an alliance, if not a very close relationship, with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Israel and the fact that it isn't on the itinerary. I mean, there's nothing to say there won't be a surprise visit. Sometimes these things happen. There's also a lot of speculation about a rift between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, although the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who I'm sure you know, has denounced all that speculation of a rift as being, quote, reckless and irresponsible media reports. I mean, do you think there is an element, though, of some unease between those two men?
I mean, there might be, but I tend to think that between Prime Minister Netanyahu, who really is aligned with President Trump in so many ways, that there really is not a rift there. However, a couple times now, the U.S. has not consulted with Israel when the U.S. talked directly to Hamas, when the U.S. spoke directly to the Houthis and listened to them, and they said they stopped bombing, which was kind of brokered a little bit by the Omanis, and Israel was not a part of that. So that's kind of a head scratcher of why the U.S. did that. But I don't think there is a rift between the U.S. and Israel.
So why not involve Israel in those kinds of important talks? And isn't it risky for Israel, and from where Prime Minister Netanyahu sits, doesn't he feel vulnerable being uninvolved in those kinds of conversations?
Well, I think it's a feeling that you have with the Trump administration, and it's a certain style that President Trump has, where it almost feels like his bloc of allies, like NATO, is not something he consults with. It's something that he will make a deal and then tell them that he has done it. Now, we can debate whether or not that's the way to do it, but Israel as an ally is almost seen as, I'll say less than an ally, and I hate to say it that way, but it's, I'm doing this is President Trump, and I will let you know, Israel, what I have done, as opposed to consulting you as a part of it. A very, very interesting way of doing business.
Just as we sort of come to the end of this conversation, let's pivot back to Saudi Arabia. I mean, what do you think the state of the military relationship is between Washington and Riyadh? How would you describe it?
I think that military relationship is good. I mean, the bonds are deep as far as trade. And in fact, I would assume that something will be announced as far as buying U.S. arms, U.S. weapons. That certainly is on the table. There's things that are going on with everything from tanks to air defense in support of Saudi Arabia. So I think that is very strong.
Okay, and just lastly, what do you think is going to come out of this visit? What do you think will be the headline from the presidential visit to Saudi Arabia?
That's everybody's guess on that. It might be something with Iran. It might be a renewal of the Abraham Accords, where both Saudi Arabia and Israel will now be given a timetable to get together with a peace agreement for normal relationships between the two countries. That might be it.
All right. Major General Dana Pittard, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
In other news, after 4 days of intense fighting, calm has returned to the India-Pakistan border. This came following on from a US brokered ceasefire, which took effect on Saturday. Well, no explosions or projectile fire have been reported in the last couple of days. Well, the Indian Army says that Sunday marked the first peaceful night in recent days, though some schools near the border remain closed. Well, India has also confirmed that talks between the military operations chiefs of both countries aimed at determining next steps have been delayed. Well, the truce comes after the worst fighting in nearly 3 decades, with a death toll of close to 70. Well, despite pressure to uphold the ceasefire, artillery fire was reported in Indian Kashmir within hours of the deal taking effect. India accused Pakistan of violating the truce and vowed to respond, while Pakistan's military denied any such breach.
In reality, there is no space for war between India and Pakistan. And if anyone wants to carve out this space for war, he is actually carving out space for mutual annihilation.
Well, as uneasy calm returned, families on the Pakistani side of the border of Kashmir slept at home but kept bunkers well stocked. And in Indian-administered Kashmir, evacuees also cautiously began returning home. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Moeed Yusuf, former National Security Advisor of Pakistan. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us and for joining us from Lahore. It's been 2 days now since the ceasefire agreement was reached on Saturday. Is it holding?
So far it is. So far it is, thankfully. I mean, there's a lot of conversation around, I think, in terms of whether it will hold. You know, social media these days, you don't know what to believe. But so far, it is holding. I believe there's also conversation between officials on both sides at the military level, where I think there's been a positive note of holding the ceasefire together. There were reports of heavy firing and shelling on the line of control in the disputed territory of Kashmir on the first night, but I think overall it seems to be holding.
And obviously this is a critical time for relations between India and Pakistan. And I just want to draw on the fact that you were, in fact, the National Security Advisor for Pakistan, and you held that position until April 2022. And that position was only refilled very, very recently, wasn't it? Possibly last week by Lieutenant General Mohammed Asim Malik. He's the new National Security Advisor. Do you think it's significant that that position being empty for so long coincided with the spike in tensions with neighbouring India?
I mean, look, it's a coincidence, but you have to understand in Pakistan, the National Security Advisor's position is not a constitutional post. And it's always the case that the Prime Minister at the time decides whether they would want to have a full-time person there or not. So if you look at the history of this position back from 1969, it's been filled and then sometimes unfilled. My personal view is it should always be filled. It's absolutely critical. But it's not unusual or atypical for Pakistan not to have a full-time National Security Advisor. So in that sense, the system works without this particular position filled if it needs to. Now, of course, in the moment of crisis, I think there must have been a need felt, both in crises, but also post-crisis, the day after, because it's a critical role in terms of national security dialogues and representing the country abroad, and in particular cases, if there are going to be any bilateral or multilateral dialogue. So that may be behind it.
Okay, and the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke to both your successor, the National Security Advisor in Pakistan, and his Indian opposite number. How much credit would you give that conversation and indeed the US Secretary of State for bringing about this ceasefire?
Yeah, I don't know about that particular conversation, but what I can tell you is that India and Pakistan have a very peculiar way in which these crises are managed under the nuclear overhang. And that is that they don't have a good bilateral escalation control mechanism. So every single time, this was the 7th major spike in tension since 1998 when they tested their nuclear weapons. Every time it's been the third-party actors who've come in and ensured de-escalation. The United States typically leads, and then all other countries of note align with the US position, which has been de-escalation before anything else. And that's sort of the playbook that's worked. This time, actually, there was a bit of uncertainty because President Trump's style is very different. The first 2 or 3 days of the conflict, the US had a completely hands-off approach. In fact, he said they'll figure it out. And I think when it really got boiling, everybody realized that the old playbook must come back, and they had to step in to pull the two sides aside. From what we know from public sources and reports, India actually went to the US, which is also not atypical. In previous crises, both Pakistan and India have done this depending on the context, but India has been fairly eager. And this time I think they did, perhaps feeling the pressure from Pakistan's response, as we've heard, from some reports. And then, of course, Pakistan was talked to, and Pakistan didn't want escalation from day one, actually didn't want the initial shot to be fired. So it worked out, I think, in that way. So I do think it was a major role played by the US, but not only US. I think other Gulf countries were active, Turkey, and some other countries as well.
There are a lot of issues, obviously, at the heart of these tensions. Some of them go back 8 decades. One of the ones we hear about consistently from the Indian side is the presence of armed groups, militant groups that they say are sponsored by the Pakistani government. I don't know if you acknowledge their existence or not, but wouldn't it be in Pakistan's national security interest to tackle these groups? Should there be groups operating in your territory, in your country's territory, that aren't part of the military apparatus?
So I think we need to pull back a little bit. First of all, understand that Pakistan is the biggest victim of terrorism, not only in this region, but perhaps in the world, we're probably in the top 3 or 4. After 9/11, we went through hell. We've got over 80,000 casualties in this country fighting terrorism for a war that was happening next door in Afghanistan. In these are also groups who were traditionally anti-India. Now, why were they anti-India? Understand this point. Kashmir is a disputed territory. Kashmir is a territory which has been restive throughout India's history. The occupied territory that India controls, the vast majority, the majority are Muslim, actually have never accepted Indian rule in that territory. In 2019, India unilaterally changed the status of that and made it a quote-unquote union territory and said, okay, this is resolved now. It forgot that the Kashmir issue is part of the United Nations Security Council docket since 1948. And I think we've seen enough around the world now. You can't make mechanical changes, administrative changes, and hope that deep identity issues of people, deep issues of dignity and self-determination, as the United Nations Security Council says, can be resolved or wished away just by doing these kind of things. So there is a history behind this. Anyways, Pakistan actually has fought all militant groups on its soil. These groups have become sworn enemy of the Pakistani state. They've actually killed Pakistani citizens. So to think that there is going to be a Pakistan whose citizens are being killed and is still going to turn around and say, well, great, these groups exist, I think that's honestly kids' play. 2 other things that are important. Please understand that a nuclear country attacked another nuclear country on the basis of a terrorist attack for which it could not provide a shred of evidence for 2 weeks. The entire world asked for evidence. Pakistan said, hold an international neutral investigation. Nothing. I just heard Prime Minister Modi talk about a new normal, where he said that now a terrorist attack in India will be responded to through war. So let me ask you a simple question. What stops India or any country from saying, oh, there's been terrorism, must be my neighbor, we're going to have another war? Pakistan is the victim of terrorism in its province of Balochistan bordering Afghanistan. When I was the National Security Advisor, I personally oversaw, we put out dossiers reporting details of terrorist support by India in Pakistan. It continues at unprecedented levels today. You don't have to believe me, the dossiers are out there that can be looked at. Could Pakistan turn around every day? Just last month, we had an attack on a train, killing scores of innocent people. Can we just turn around and say, well, we're declaring war because we think it's India? No. We every time respond by saying we need to have a conversation, we need to have a dialogue like mature countries. Let's sit down. If India investigates, there's a problem, Pakistan will be responsible. Pakistan will react.
But don't the two sides...
There is terrorism in...
But don't the two sides need to work together? Because, I mean, one of the things that Prime Minister Modi said this evening was Pakistan attacked us instead of helping us to fight terror. And if these groups are capable of bringing 2 nuclear-powered neighbours to the brink of war, they didn't succeed this time, who's to say they won't succeed next time? And don't they therefore need to be tackled?
Couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Look, certain principles exist.
Can you do it together?
In state... Yes, look, there are certain principles in statecraft. Number 1, if something happens, something has to be investigated. The act has to be investigated. Number 1. You need help in that investigation? Bring the entire world, bring in Pakistan, no problem. Pakistan has been constantly asking for dialogue with India. Even when I was in office, we actually had a back channel. And the last 2 or 3 years, Pakistan's been asking, and India's response is, sorry, we don't want to have a conversation on anything. The two countries had an anti-terrorism mechanism in which they were to jointly work out these issues. It was established in 2007. It's killed now. I would want to revive it tomorrow, because the only way two nuclear neighbors, Tom, can coexist and work to defeat these kind of menaces is by talking, figuring out joint mechanisms and working these out. But if you're going to have a terrorist attack in a territory where the majority still do not accept your rule, you're just going to look at the neighbor and say, I don't like my neighbor, I'm going to burn his house down. Well, the neighbor is going to defend. If you enter my house to rob me, I'm going to defend. And I think where the Indians miscalculated, sorry to say, is that they have convinced themselves that they are now on a high horse, they're the 4th largest economy, Pakistan's down and out, destitute, poor, whatever. The response that Pakistan's given this time, I hope, gives them pause and makes them understand that there is no room for war under the nuclear umbrella. Because one thing I can tell you, I'm not part of this Pakistan government, but there is not an iota of doubt in anybody's mind that if this happens again, Pakistan will respond again. It's not good for anybody. So the only sensible thing to do is for the international community to get India to sit with Pakistan, talk through this. But if they're not interested, I'm telling you there's a lot of anger in Pakistan. It won't be good for anyone.
All right, just lastly, Dr. Yusuf, because we're almost out of time, so please be brief with your response. Is there an opportunity here, you think, to resolve some of these historic issues once and for all, and not to wait until we come to the brink before high-level dialogue continues again?
You've hit the nail on the head. The problem is that the international community shows up during a crisis, pulls it down, disappears. Comes back in the next crisis, does the same thing. The important thing now to do, and I'm happy to see President Trump saying that he's going to try and invest time to get India and Pakistan to resolve the issue of Kashmir. That's the dispute that underlies all of these problems. But anything else India wants to talk about with Pakistan and vice versa should be on the table, including, by the way, India suspending the only treaty that guarantees water to 250 million Pakistanis. It's unacceptable. So all these things should be on the table. The world should focus on this and get them to resolve it in an amicable way. That's the only sensible thing to do going forward.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Dr. Moeed Yusuf, thank you very much indeed. Let's get more now. We can speak to Syed Atta Hasnain, who is a retired Lieutenant General for the Indian Army. Lieutenant General, you commanded the Indian Army's 15 Corps in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So you know the region of India, the border region of India and Kashmir, extremely well. I just want to start by asking you about the ceasefire that was announced on Saturday. As far as you understand, is it holding?
As per my information, yes, absolutely. If there was an infringement of the ceasefire anywhere on the international border, it would have made news by now. And I have direct access to some of the people who live on the line of control, and none of them have reported to me any violations so far.
OK, now you wrote a piece in the New Indian Express, and it was published yesterday. And what you say in your article is that the Pahalgam attack was the trigger. There was, of course, a 14-day gap between that attack in April and India's first major response, which came in early May. Why do you think there was such a long gap between these two events?
See, the concept of response can be in various ways. You could be ready with your finger on the trigger and fire off whatever you have with you as a salvo, but that wouldn't be that effective. If you really wanted to do your war gaming all over again, you wanted to ensure that you have read the complete situation correctly, and that you want an element of surprise, which is very, very important here, then you give yourself some leeway. And I think the government of India did very well by convening the Cabinet Committee for Security and taking a series of non-military measures, such as the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty, which is, as you're probably aware, is a very important aspect for Pakistan because it's a water-deficient nation. And also some strong measures, diplomatic measures, to send home the message to the international community. And that was enough, buying ourselves enough time to war game, reconfirm intelligence, etc., and then finally take the decision to shoot.
Okay, I mean, Pakistan denies it had any hand in what happens in Pahalgam. Why do you think India was so reluctant to believe their narrative?
Well, if this narrative was related to something yesterday, the day before, or the day before, then it would be justified that India was reluctant to accept the Pakistani narrative. But this has gone on for the better part of 36 years. And I have been in and out of Jammu and Kashmir at least 7 times in those 36 years. And every few years is a repetition of this narrative. What Pakistan wants to do is 2 things, as per my perception. One, the retribution for what happened in 1971. They are very certain that they cannot take revenge against India militarily. Economically, too, India is too powerful. So they adopted a doctrine which goes back to 1989 called a war by 1,000 cuts, which means a series of small actions, terrorist attacks from time to time, infiltration, carrying out propaganda, and every few years, one big act. So this is one of those big acts which have happened in Pahalgam to try and regain some of the relevance which was lost in 2019 after the abrogation of Article 370.
Okay, and obviously at the heart of all of this are these militant groups that India says operate with a more or less free reign, it would appear, inside Pakistani territory. And that might explain why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been saying today, addressing the nation, he says, Pakistan attacked us instead of helping us to fight terrorism. Now, has India ever suggested working with Pakistan to tackle these armed groups? Because after all, it's become obvious these last few weeks that these armed groups pose a threat to the national security, not just of India, but to Pakistan as well.
Well, that's a larger question, first of all, and it takes a fair amount of time to explain that to your viewers. But may I start by saying what you're witnessing in Jammu and Kashmir is not war. It's a proxy war. It's a war by proxy being fought by Pakistan over the last 36 years, and even before that. Primarily, it's a sponsorship of various terrorist groups. Almost all of them. It started in '89 with many of them who were foreign terrorists from Afghanistan who had helped Pakistan fight the Soviets in the '80s. But once that pipeline dried up, it's been purely Pakistani terrorists who are hired from mainly and primarily the heartland of Punjab. And these are the so-called Pakistani terrorists who are trained in what we know as about 42 training camps inside Pakistan, and we have a lot of evidence of that. And the ideological centers of this are 2 major locations. One is Bahawalpur, where you have the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp, and the second is Muridke, where you have the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Both these sites were targeted on the night of 6th and 7th of May.
And given that you're both nuclear powers, do you think India has ruled out the idea of perhaps mounting a ground operation to tackle those groups that so many people we've spoken to on this channel have said that Pakistan is not tackling?
See, the question of tackling the terrorist groups through ground action does not arise. It's a question of neutralizing those who have infiltrated into the territory of Jammu and Kashmir, or those who are existent in various camps inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Besides that, those who are in waiting under training in various training camps, it's a question of striking them by missiles or aircraft or whatever. That is how the normal system is. What we have done is primarily target what is called the jihadi terrorist infrastructure. None of our targets have been Pakistani military installations until Pakistan responded by striking 15 of our military installations and cities. That is what was the trigger which opened up the entire salvo from our side.
And as we've been saying, these aren't new issues. You've gone back to the 1980s on more than one occasion in this conversation. We can even go back to the 1940s. We're coming up to the 80th anniversary of independence for both India and Pakistan. What can be done to bring about a long-term solution, to make sure that we don't find ourselves in this situation every couple of years?
I think the simplest solution to the question which you ask is that Pakistan accepts that it has been sponsoring terrorism all these years, or its government has been the deep state in Pakistan in particular, which is probably, as you would know, the Pakistan Army, the inter-services intelligence, the jihadi groups themselves, and various other elements within the government. This is the deep state which runs Pakistan. If that deep state can withdraw its sponsorship and say it will no longer sponsor proxy war inside the state of Jammu and Kashmir, India's state of Jammu and Kashmir, then perhaps something can happen. But India's stance is very clear. The only issue left to resolve is the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to India, because that is what is India's territory.
I mean, obviously there's been a lot of dialogue the last couple of days, and it did bring about a ceasefire on Saturday with help from the United States. Clearly, a lot has to be done to keep the dialogue alive. Are you confident the dialogue is going to stay alive and that perhaps slowly, bit by bit, some of these historic issues will be addressed once and for all?
No, I'm not confident of that at all. For one, we are very clear as far as India is concerned. Unless the whole issue of the sponsorship of terrorism is accepted and owned up to and withdrawn, there is no question of any talks taking place. So whoever has said that India and Pakistan have agreed to talks, well, one thing is certain. India has definitely not accepted the idea of talks at the moment. Who knows what may happen in the future? The stance of India continues to remain the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the territory, back to India.
How close do you think India and Pakistan came to all-out war last week?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer because people on the ground would really know it. But from what one was observing from different sides, most times in the past, the conflict initiation has been through ground movements, maneuvers. In 2016, we had what are called the surgical strikes, which was a ground maneuver essentially in Pakistan against Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And then in 2019, we had a single objective, a single target in a Balakot struck by the Indian Air Force. But this time, we decided not to carry out any ground incursion. It was essentially a missile strike, and awaiting a response or no response. Pakistan could have decided not to respond because what we had done was only target the jihadi terrorist infrastructure. But Pakistan chose to respond against military targets in India and against our civilian population in India. And that was something not acceptable to us, which is why it was called upping the ante as such. And that is what led to this whole conflagration over 2 to 3 days. How close we came to an all-out war, I suppose only further analyses from time to time will tell us. There is a lot going on both sides, different capital cities, analyses going on by different strategic experts, I suppose it will be premature for us to say anything at this time.
Is India declaring that it's emerged victorious from this chapter?
Well, there's a history to this kind of a thing in India-Pakistan standoffs. In the year 1965, I remember, Pakistan was on the losing end of the battle in Punjab. And they went and declared the 6th of September as Victory Day. And it's been celebrated for the better part of the last 60 years. Now, that's good psychological warfare. And no one has declared anything so far, but it appears, what I've been hearing, that there's a lot of noise going on in Pakistan of declaring this as some kind of a victory. I think at the end of the day, people do realize who actually won this war.
And just lastly, I'm interested to know, because people might not be aware of this, but there are 200 million Muslim people who live in India, which is only slightly less than the population of the entirety of Pakistan. And I'm just wondering whether in India there was, perhaps some tension in society, given what was happening across the border in Pakistan, and whether this left India's Muslims feeling slightly conflicted in terms of where their loyalties lie. How would you answer that question?
I could answer it very simply because you're talking to a Muslim. I'm a Muslim myself. And I've commanded the Indian Army in Kashmir. And we have Muslims in India in all kinds of high places. So I think the international community should clearly understand what the position of 200 million Muslims in India is. We are very much a part and parcel of this nation, an integrated element of this nation, which will always stand by. There could be tensions here and there due to some effects of psychological warfare, strategic communication, etc. But those are aberrations and nothing more than that.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Syed Atta Hasnain, retired Lieutenant General for the Indian Army. Thank you very much indeed for your analysis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a pleasure, absolutely.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Saad Hosseini, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya.
Thank you.
I just want to get a sense from you of how you see the world today. Lots happening.
Well, you can say that. There is a great deal of uncertainty. Yeah. And I think that there are enormous risks, geopolitics-wise, which is, obviously issues that are dear to us. You got to just hang, tight.
Yeah.
Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah. What about what's happening today in Afghanistan? How do you read the tea leaves there?
Well, the Taliban have been in charge for 3.5 years, and they're not going anywhere, it seems. Afghanistan continues to face enormous challenges, economic, humanitarian, political, because of the uncertainty with the Taliban in charge. And as we were discussing just before, the hope is that we see some leadership from both the region and also in Washington. Because I think the Taliban, there are individuals within the movement itself that are keen to engage, to open up. They're pragmatic enough. It's not a monolithic movement, but I think everyone's waiting for signals. And unfortunately, we seem to always look at, towards Washington, and this is again the case.
And in terms of who's top of the agenda, it doesn't seem as if, at least so far, Afghanistan tops the list.
It's not. But there are a number of areas, I think, which are important for us to, talk about, including CT, counterterrorism. ISIS continues to remain active inside of Afghanistan. There are lots of other groups which are of interest to the Americans, Al-Qaeda included.
Yeah.
There's the issue of drugs. The Afghans have banned the cultivation of opium and other drugs. It holds for now, but I think, if you think about, previous years, 80% of Europe's heroin came from Afghanistan.
Yes.
That's important. Refugees. Afghans can open the floodgates. Afghans can be forced out of the country because of the economic or political situation, and they'll end up potentially in Europe, and that's a huge challenge to European countries and allies.
At a time when they're facing multiple challenges.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you have issues like, rare minerals.
Yes.
Important to Donald Trump and others, including the Chinese, and there's this competition to basically secure rare minerals across the globe, with this, this competition to reach AGI and new, technologies. I think that's going to become more and more crucial. Regional stability, I think that's important. Afghanistan always plays a crucial role. I mean, you ignore Afghanistan at your own peril. And a bunch of other reasons. I think one of the things, I was in Washington last week, one of the things I heard was that of the 150 or 200,000 odd Afghans who fled to the U.S. since August of 2021, quite a large percentage of them don't qualify. And I think Donald Trump and his team, Stephen Miller and others,
yes,
this is a zero tolerance policy. If you don't qualify, if you've come illegally, if you've lied about your application, you're going to get kicked out. So I think there could be potentially thousands of Afghans
repatriated.
Yes, they would want to return to Afghanistan, and they would need the cooperation of the Taliban.
Yes. Tell me this. Do you see a large amount of engagement from the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar?
I think the Qataris have been engaged because they hosted the U.S.-Afghan talks. Even during President Obama's time, the Taliban were able to set up a sort of an office in Doha.
Yes.
And then the negotiations happened in Doha, hence the Doha talks, where they finally signed an agreement that allowed for the Americans to leave. So the Qataris remain engaged. The Americans have their mission that deals with Afghanistan based in Doha. And a bunch of other countries too, the Germans and the Brits, and then a bunch of other smaller countries, Canada and Italy and so forth. They're all operating out of Doha, dealing with Afghanistan. So the Qataris have been engaged for a number of years, and the Taliban have their political office in Doha. But the Emiratis of late have been engaged. They hosted Sirajuddin Haqqani, the interior minister, twice.
So what's behind that, do you think?
Well, I think there's a realization that, that we can't just turn away from Afghanistan.
Yes.
It's important for regional security.
And in the past, that's never been a good idea.
Well, I mean, I think every time we've ignored Afghanistan, something's gone wrong.
Yes.
The Americans were involved in the 80s. They helped the Afghan Mujahideen fight the Soviets. Then they walked away. And then we saw the Taliban return and Al-Qaeda and 9/11 happened. So I think there's some history there. So that sort of concern, it makes people feel that they can't just turn away. It's just too close to many things important to the region.
Tell me about what it's like working under the Taliban, because you have how many people working for you there?
We have 450 people. We have 5 TV and radio networks. We have dozens of digital platforms. It's not easy.
Yeah.
We've had to make, we've had to, there were lots of concessions, compromises.
Freedom of speech?
Well, I think it could have been worse. There are certain things we have to self-censor, obviously. We have to be conscious of of the sensitivities in Afghanistan today. We're not as free as we were.
Yeah.
But then I think we're still a lot freer than a lot of other countries in the region, to be honest with you.
Really?
We can pretty much cover everything, probably sometimes with little fanfare, but we can discuss almost anything. The criticism, there are criticisms of the regime when it comes to girls' education or sort of the lack of inclusivity in terms of the governing body and so forth, human rights violations. But it's done in a very subtle way without much fanfare.
Yes.
We can't have music. We can't have soap operas. But otherwise, it's if you turn the TV on, at least for the first few minutes, it seems very normal. But our female presenters have to wear surgical masks to cover their mouths, as is required by the state. But they're still working. As a matter of fact, we have more women working for us in our news department today than we did in 2021.
Wow.
So we've made a conscious effort to employ women to train them.
Yes.
So they're still active in front of the camera, behind the camera.
Yeah. In your mind, is this more of a public service that you're putting forth now? And I mean employing people.
But I think we're still playing an important role in terms of giving news to Afghans, entertainment programs. And vice versa. I mean, a lot of news that comes out of Afghanistan, it's thanks to organizations such as ours.
Yes.
40 million people, it's a big country.
Yeah.
And the world was really engaged in Afghanistan for a long, long time.
Well, we promised them a very different future than we left them with.
Yes. But Afghanistan has changed. If you look at the younger generation of Afghans, the urbanization of the country.
Yes.
The genie's out of the bottle.
Yes.
And, 3.5 years on, the concern was that the Taliban would fundamentally change Afghanistan, and it's trying to.
Yes,
but
really roll everything back.
Attempting to roll everything back, but at the same time, this new Afghanistan has also managed to change the Taliban.
Yes.
In a lot of ways. If you go to the major cities, how they conduct themselves, because the cities pretty much function as they did before. Women walk on the streets, mostly faces uncovered. Some women drive their cars, there's no effort to stop them. They continue to work. They continue to appear on television. So, first glance, things do not look that different. They go to restaurants, they socialize and so forth. But then at the same time, this thing with girls' education is a major issue for everyone.
How do you guys address that? Because I know you do educational programming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, television and online educational programming on radio as well is it's a bridge, basically.
Yes.
From the time that education was banned to a time when hopefully they'll reopen the schools. It is not an alternative to proper education, to girls going to school.
Yes.
But we felt that, from grade 7 onwards, girls are not allowed to go back, but they need to continue to learn. So we felt that certain subjects, mathematics, chemistry, physics, and biology, we could actually come up with, really smart, interesting, engaging education programs.
And you're not getting pushback from the government on that?
Well, the programs reflect the curriculum.
Yes.
And mathematics is mathematics, no matter where you go.
Yes.
So these programs for grades 7, 8, and 9 initially, and now we've expanded beyond that, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades, are very, very popular. Half the country's kids watch these programs or listen to them. And the results have been phenomenal. I mean, we've done a sort of a baseline now, an endline assessment of how kids perform. And the ones who watch these programs do, like 50% better than kids who don't watch these programs.
Yeah.
And we have a trial of WhatsApp sort of tutoring programs. And the kids who watch these, or the ones who are engaged via WhatsApp, performing, their numbers are 200% better. So we're seeing real change in terms of how it's impacting kids, and it's an extraordinary result for us, something to be very proud of.
Tell me this, when you think about the future of Afghanistan and your role as a media organization there, have you gotten support or pushback when it comes to your affiliation with the United States? Do they think that you're too Western? Do you think that that's something that, frankly, they welcome quietly? What does that look like for you?
Well, initially, obviously we were sort of stamped as being very pro-Western because of all our programs. So initially, when they first took over, I mean...
You were under suspicion, I imagine.
Well, absolutely. And I think we were all surprised how quickly they took over the country.
Yes.
I had assumed that it'll take months. And we had plans to move a lot of people out and continue our work, sort of a hybrid.
Yes.
Inside of Afghanistan, outside of Afghanistan. And they came in very, very quickly, and we were surprised. And then we had to make a decision. Do we leave or do we stay?
Yes.
And at the time, we felt, we could not, work with them, but work within the new environment. And we made that commitment to stay, partly because we had so many people employed, and partly we thought, well, it's better to be within the country,
yes,
and to engage with them and to push back where we could. I mean, just on this girls' education program ban, since 2022, when the ban was imposed, we have literally done thousands of stories, thousands of panels, thousands of town hall type meetings, questioning this policy, amplifying the voices from within the Taliban as to why this is not right for Afghanistan.
Yes.
And we continue to do that. So I think that's really important.
Do you consider this as a major step back for Afghanistan, or is this just another bump in the very long road?
You just don't know. Yeah, it is a step back. The question is it, we've taken a couple of steps back to take 100 forward, or is this a permanent thing? And we don't know that.
Yes.
But I think we have a responsibility as Afghans, because, there's this propensity for, people in our region to say, what are the Americans going to do? What's what are the Europeans feel like doing?
Who's coming to save us?
Who's going to come and save us? And I think we have the sense of entitlement that the world needs to do more for us.
Yes.
But I think for me, having lived in Afghanistan for 20 years and having I have changed my views a lot over the last 20 years. I think we have to look within. And I think it's upon us, Afghans, and, other Middle Eastern nationalities, to change our own fortunes and take things into our own hands.
Well, you may well have to, considering how, America First is unraveling at the moment.
Well, American aid, which I think is still at $600 or $700 million last year, is down to zero.
Yes, which requires the Taliban is going to have to step up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What is going to be the major export in your mind?
Out of Afghanistan? Well, I mean, what's interesting is that what could save the day for Afghanistan, not necessarily for the Taliban, are remittances.
Yes.
Which have shot up, partly because so many people have moved out over the last 3 or 4 years and they still need to actually help their families.
Yes.
But also, I think there's a sense of responsibility. We've got to do more. Our cousins, parents are on the verge of starvation. Let's send more money in. So I think that's helped the economy to an extent. But I think the Taliban, in their own ways, weirdly, are engaged with the private sector. They want to do more. If you look at, reconstruction projects, despite limited budgets, they seem to be doing a lot more. At least the optics are good.
Yes.
In terms of road building, building dams and so forth, and you go across the country, you see a lot of activity. And of course, the country is stable now. It's feels safe.
Yes.
You can go from province to province. They're very proud of the fact that the country is more secure, but
yes,
it's lost on them that they played a major role in the insecurity of the country prior to the withdrawal of the Americans. But that helps too, of course.
The perception has been in the West since the fall of Afghanistan, since the withdrawal, that an iron curtain, to quote Churchill, had fallen.
Yeah.
But you're telling me that's actually not necessarily the case.
No, I mean, people can leave the country. They can go into the country. We have 3 flights from Dubai. Fly Dubai flies into Afghanistan daily. Flights from Turkey.
They're not closed off.
They're not closed off, and I think people go in, and there's quite a bit of activity, especially from a lot of diaspora Afghans go and visit.
Yes.
The country is not sanctioned per se, unlike Syria. Individuals are sanctioned, but the country is not, so you can go and do business, technically speaking. And there are opportunities. A lot of Chinese companies, Iranian companies are active, but the economy is really, the country is always on the verge of economic collapse, humanitarian crises. The Taliban alone cannot save Afghanistan. We need the world more engaged. We need foreign investment.
Yes.
We need people to be able to send their kids to school. The country's population has doubled since 2020. The median age is still 18. This young vibrant country. Half the country, there's an attempt to silence half the country today.
Yes.
And we need to collectively stop that in Afghanistan. But we also need the international community to continue to insist that things need to change.
What about China?
I think China makes a lot. I mean, I think it's dawned on the Taliban finally that the Chinese make a lot of promises but deliver very little.
Interesting.
Right, and our group, we've been active across the region. We had a big business in Ethiopia, so we were all over Africa looking at other opportunities. And the experience was not dissimilar in Africa. The Chinese come in, they exploit what we have. They don't create too many jobs within the country. It's usually through some sort of a financing arrangement.
Yes.
And then they leave. And they also leave their people behind,
Yes.
I mean, in Ethiopia, I met a whole bunch of Chinese individuals who speak fluent Amharic.
Yes.
And a lot of them came with Chinese projects.
Right.
And then the Chinese left, and they're in
And there they are.
There they are, Chinese passport holders, but essentially Ethiopian today.
Yeah.
So I think in Afghanistan also there's this realization that the Chinese are not going to be that generous.
Yes.
That, yes, they may assist when it comes to humanitarian assistance, but otherwise they're going to look at opportunities, but they're going to be very opportunistic.
Yes.
And it's going to be what's good for China rather than Afghanistan.
So the Belt and Road Initiative, not as promising as one would have thought.
But I think we're seeing something similar in the U.S. today. There's this policy that no development.
Yes.
We're going to do some humanitarian, and then it's going to be about investment and what's in the interest of the U.S. So if you look at the DFC, for example, 60-odd billion that they could potentially access for investment or lending purposes. Leon Black's son, Benjamin Black, has been nominated. I think he's going to get confirmed in May. But now the thinking is, let's double this. And there's even talk that the DFC could look at both domestic and international opportunities. So I think the Americans are also looking at the Chinese model and saying, hey, this could be in our interest.
Yes.
We should be adopting this sort of a strategy when it comes to dealing with the international community.
What's the win in your mind for Afghanistan? Yeah.
I think the win is I think the two important things for us Afghans is more inclusivity.
Yes.
They have to have a more inclusive governing body that reflects, this sort of very complicated country called Afghanistan that's multi-ethnic and diverse and so forth. And the other one is girls' education and women's rights.
Yes.
This is not a Western thing. This is an Afghan thing. And that's why I think it's important for Afghans from within Afghanistan and also outside to keep on pushing for this. I think these two things are very important. Other than that, Afghanistan could progress very quickly. And of course, there's some of their more backward policies in relation to religion and so forth, and they need to reassess that. But many within the Taliban have a much more pragmatic, moderate approach to some of these issues. So I think we don't need much.
Yes.
We just need the country more engaged. They need to open up, but the world also needs to engage. And I think Afghanistan can change fairly quickly.
What does engagement look like from the West, beyond humanitarian aid?
Well, I think the West is interested because of
radicalization,
these extreme organizations like ISIS. I think it's very important that Afghanistan is now more of a threat when it comes to ISIS than Syria.
Yes.
So I think that they can't just turn away from that. I think it's important, not just for the West, but I think also for the region.
Yes.
It's very important. Afghanistan also is it has a very large population, can contribute to development across the region. I mean, when it comes to the Gulf, for example, we can provide, a huge workforce for development in the rest of the region. I think that's important. But also it can become the breadbasket of the region. I mean, agriculturally, Afghanistan has plenty of land, plenty of water. It's known for its products, whether it's vegetables or dried fruit and nuts and so forth. And it's also a sort of a transit hub for the region, connecting Central Asia to South Asia, opening up, this very sort of affluent part of Asia, the Stans, to the rest of the world. And of course, our rare minerals. I mean, I think the U.S. geological body, assessed what we have, and we have trillions of dollars worth of rare minerals, which I think is going to be important in this new AI age.
Can you see the Americans working in Afghanistan again?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think I was in Washington last week. I was sort of felt hopeful that, that there are issues that I think the Americans could look at in terms of, we talked about refugees, returning Afghans, threats of CT, but I think also on the positive side.
So you think a Trump administration could benefit from engaging with the Taliban when it comes to rare earths?
Yes.
Better the U.S. than China?
Absolutely. And I think it's also to deprive the Chinese of securing Afghanistan's rare minerals.
Yeah.
But I think it's also important I think the Americans may shy away from directly engaging, and I think there's going to be an opportunity for them to engage via the region.
Yes.
People who've been dealing with the Afghans for a long time.
Yes.
I mentioned the Qataris and, of course, others too.
Yeah.
And I think the Saudis, although they're really busy and, preoccupied with their own domestic challenges and opportunities.
Yes.
The foreign minister of Afghanistan Muttaqi was in Saudi Arabia last week, actually. And we may have had some high-level meetings. And I think there's going to be also opportunities for the Saudis also to engage.
Tell me about Pakistan, a complicated relationship. How do you view that today?
Well, Pakistan it's almost like a curse.
Yes.
You're damned if you turn away from it, and you're damned if you don't turn away from it. I think we have to remember it's a nation of 250 million people, 120 nuclear warheads. It's facing it has an economic crisis that it's been dealing with for many years. It's got a political crisis with perhaps its most popular politician ever behind bars.
Yes.
It has an insurgency issue challenge with ISIS, the TTP, Pakistani Taliban, and the Baluchi separatists active.
Do you see it perhaps more unstable today than Afghanistan?
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah.
And it's a country that's been dominated by the military since partition. We're talking about 90, almost 90 years. But I'm not sure how much of an appetite the administration has to, jump back in.
Yes.
But economic, again, business deals, this transactional approach to things, maybe that's where the opportunities lie.
Yeah. Tell me this, as the Moby Group, and just as we see the industry evolving internationally so significantly, channels that once we thought were staples are potentially going to go away. How do you see the media landscape today?
It's going to be very fragmented, I think. And I think we have to address what people want to see.
Yes.
And, we're launching a number of platforms, basically, for a younger generation, for sort of the Generation Z of our neck of the woods.
Yes.
And
is this TikTok, YouTube, all the platforms?
You have to be almost platform agnostic.
Yes.
You create content, and you slice and dice it for different platforms, depending on what they are. And there's going to be more. I think identities have become more important than brands. Identities now give brands credibility rather than the other way around.
Yes. But it's fascinating, isn't it?
But it's the truth, because if you look at today, it's, we're looking for Joe Rogan.
Yes.
He's on Spotify, he's on YouTube, he's on iTunes or whatever.
Yeah.
He's across everywhere, but we look for him rather than sort of the platform.
Yes.
And I think
they're struggling to know how to monetize this. The big brands, the advertising models are dead. How do you then evolve quickly?
I think it has to be a win-win situation.
Yeah.
You have to look at the identity, the talent, and work out deals with them that would actually benefit both the platform and the individual. But I think what's also important is that the corporate brands are failing to meet the needs of their viewers, of their listeners. And I think that's why these individuals, even if they have 20,000 or 100,000 followers, are so they're so tapped into sort of the zeitgeist that they can actually determine as to what sort of programming works better.
Yes.
Because if you work for a major media company, you've got committees, people need to sit around the table, look at what's what's
got a P&L, all the things.
These kids can just churn out content,
yes,
and within 2 or 3 days, they have their sort of live focus group of 500,000 viewers.
Yes.
Now, for older audiences, the over 60s, yes, they will continue to go to linear networks and watch their satellite networks. But I think for younger people, increasingly, it's going to be on other devices.
Who's getting it right?
Well, in terms of the major platforms?
Yes.
I'm not sure anyone's getting it 100% right. We try to be as nimble as possible, working with these identities. But even, we feel sometimes that we're getting left behind. But what we're lucky in Afghanistan is that it's a single TV household. So,
yes.
Like 80-85% of the population has access to a television set. So it's still usually, one person with a remote control. And internet penetration's low.
Yes.
So we're things are happening in slow motion, so we're benefiting from that, and we're able to look around and see what works in other places and adopt it. But it's gonna shrink.
Yes.
The time to move will shrink. But we're finding these, young identities and working with them as much as we can.
Do you know that we met almost 15 years ago?
Wow.
At an Abu Dhabi media event.
Yes.
And it was at that time that...
You were like 12.
I was 12, exactly, clearly. Yeah. But what was fascinating is even at that time, we had obviously the big networks, the big brands, cable, but these things were coming. These things were starting to evolve. We were talking about bloggers.
Yeah.
And even, I think the change has been significant. What do you foresee in the future?
Well, I think a very, very, very fragmented market. I think that's very important. But I think people will start. I think fake news is going to become a challenge.
Yeah.
And I think people will go back to how stories are verified. So I think that's where brands can play an important role. If there's an umbrella, like for example, if we set up a sort of a Gen Z platform for, say, Arabic, which we're working on.
Yes.
And then under it, we have 25 or 30 individuals. And, we're we sponsor, XYZ brought to you by us, for example.
Yes.
Or the other way around.
The brand identity.
Yes. I think that will give people some comfort. But we have to also respect in terms of what the viewers want. And the social media identity in terms of not trying to corporatize what they're doing. So it's going to be, and we have to learn as we go along and we develop this.
Yeah. Do you see sort of the big names falling by the wayside? And we're already seeing the pressure that's on CNBC, MSNBC, CNN.
I think it's going to be a slow death.
Yes.
It's not going to happen that quickly, but it'll happen eventually. But what's also interesting in the U.S., if you look at it, so we have, Netflix and Apple and Disney and blah, 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 HBO. We have 20 different things. So effectively, we've got, and now people bring it together, like Google, for example, or Apple. It's under the same umbrella. So we're actually also going back to a cable model.
Yes, just with different entities.
With different entities. So I think for a lot of people, this, the idea of a basket of platforms is still going to be appealing.
Yes.
May not be called cable, it may be called, Apple TV, for example, or Roku or something else. But that's going to exist in some form or another. My thing is just in terms of, this is for like catch-up streaming and so forth, scripted content, perhaps sports. But I think for everyday stuff, because kids are now watching these 2-3 minute clips for like 4 or 5 hours a day.
Yes.
Right? On TikTok and so forth. So they're going to be distinct approaches to media and content.
What is something that you want to get into, but you're not there yet?
I think for us, in the Middle East, 250 million people in the Arab world at least, and growing very fast. I think the younger people are underserviced.
Yes.
Right? I think the media still has this very didactic, condescending approach to, this is good for you, you got to watch this program. But I think it's going to be the other way around. So I think for me, it's going to be interesting to create something that's more sort of bottom-up rather than a sort of top-down approach.
When you think about content creation in the region, it's an underserviced region even today.
Yeah.
Yeah. By how much?
Well, I think that there's so much talent when it comes to music, poetry, art, and so forth. But I think we just have to sort of give people the opportunity. And we've done this for 20-odd years, even in Afghanistan for our linear platforms. We'd find a 15, 16-year-old and say, hey, what do you think will work?
Yes.
And he would come up with an idea, and we would help him develop it.
Yes.
We never told him what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So our sort of creative people were always very young people. So it was led by them. And I think we want to have a similar approach, but for our digital platforms.
What is the world getting wrong, in your mind, when it comes to Afghanistan?
Well, I think they've tried. I think, to give people credit, I think there was a lot of goodwill in 2001, 2002. It was squandered, and I've mentioned this in my book, which is out today, that, I mean, again, looking within, we squandered this enormous opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
We literally flushed Afghanistan's lottery ticket down the toilet. But the international community also made a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hundreds of billions of dollars was spent.
Corruption?
There was a lot of corruption. I mean, there was the institutional corruption with the Beltway bandits, the big contractors in Afghanistan. The money just basically never went inside the country.
Evaporated.
Well, a $2 million, you know, a road project, $2 million per kilometer was subcontracted to a Turkish company for $500,000 per kilometer, then was subcontracted to an Afghan company. True story. For $200,000 per kilometer, so
Yes.
10% of the budget, the road fell apart within 2 years because of the extreme temperatures in Afghanistan. That served no one, basically. And that money basically never really benefited Afghanistan. All ghost schools, ghost teachers, ghost soldiers and police officers and so forth. A lot of money went missing. Corruption within the country, and of course institutional corruption in terms of these large companies. And weirdly, you know, because of the changes with Doge and everything else, I mean, these countries are actually suffering, thank God. But also, I think we Afghans, we could have made better use of this opportunity. But the country did change for the better, despite everything. And I think we're in a much better place than we were, say, in 2000.
So 3 years on from the fall. In your mind, how much responsibility does Joe Biden bear for the mess?
Well, I think okay, let's go back even further. I think Donald Trump and the way the deal was negotiated, and leaving out the rest of Afghanistan, not necessarily the Afghan government, which was corrupt and unpopular, but the rest of Afghanistan, civil society, the business community and so forth, they should have been included in the negotiations with the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden, I think Biden just didn't like the region, didn't like Afghanistan, didn't like Afghans. And his plan was not thought through. You know, they decided in mid-April to leave, and they left by the end of August. And it wasn't well planned, as we saw. You know?
Yes.
And it'll be forever a stain on his reputation to have done what he did to Afghanistan and to America's reputation.
Yeah. Were you surprised that the Afghan government fell apart as quickly as it did?
Well, I was in Washington, and I've mentioned this in my book, in late July, and I met with Jake Sullivan and Samantha Power and a whole bunch of other people, and I said, listen, the Afghan government could fall by November. And I remember someone saying, oh, come on, you're being an alarmist. I said, listen, I mean, it's in Afghanistan, it's always been, you know, lowering one flag and raising another. The fact that you're leaving, it means a lot of people will just switch sides.
Yes.
And it had not clicked that this could happen so quickly. And again, we showed at the time that they hadn't thought this
They were
through.
just disengaged.
They're completely disengaged.
Yeah.
You know?
What were your feelings on that day when we saw planes taking off with people hanging off the sides?
It was a very stressful few weeks. Because a lot of staff would sort of end up at the airport wanting to leave, and some were truly vulnerable, and others wanted to make the most of the opportunity to find a better home.
Yes.
But the other important thing was how to keep the business going.
Yes.
You know, in the morning, the guys would show up. By mid-morning, they were gone. So the head of our news would ring up and say, hey, we've got no camera people. We don't have a presenter. And we'd advertise, and a guy would show up and say, here's a microphone. Go and do a story.
Wow.
And it was like that. I mean, we just lost so much capacity in the first, few weeks.
Yes.
That survival became the most important issue.
Yes.
So I was focused on that. My brother was focused on, in terms of helping people with their paperwork if they wanted to leave.
Yeah.
So it was lots of sleepless nights, but there was a great deal of anger towards Joe Biden and the Americans and what they had done.
Are you surprised they didn't shut you down?
The Taliban, yes.
Yeah.
But weirdly, and again, and you can't sort of generalize about the Taliban because, again, different individuals have different points of view. A lot of them do feel that they're of the people for the people.
Yes.
So, you know, like, you know, I mean, they didn't like us because they saw us as this very pro-Western, pro-American platform.
Yes.
But over time, we built a relationship with them and built the trust that's needed in a place like that to be able to operate.
Are you getting any American funding now?
No.
No.
No. I mean, I think we benefited from like capacity building and training programs and so forth. But overall, we were not, you know, directly assisted by any organization, which was a good thing. But Afghanistan's economy will no doubt suffer because the money that they gave Afghanistan went through the food program and so forth.
Yes.
So it benefited the country. So I think it's going to be a bit jarring in the next 12 months in terms of the economy itself.
Could that impact the government's ability to continue to lead?
Well, we've seen in North Korea, we've seen in Iran. I mean, I think sanctions or loss of funding doesn't necessarily weaken these regimes.
Yes.
But I think it would, you know, the situation, people's situation may deteriorate, continue to deteriorate. Hence the importance of engagement for the Taliban and also for the Afghan people.
So what could the United States do in your mind?
I think the reason why it's important to engagement doesn't mean recognition. I think I have to make that very clear. Because a lot of people say, well, you want the Taliban to get recognized? No, but they need to talk. So I think there has to be a roadmap that makes it very clear to all sides that what engagement could mean in the medium to longer term for both sides.
Yes.
So it becomes very clear. And it has to be an international effort, whether it's a UN or, you know, a number of countries coming together to lead these talks. I think that's important. Yeah. I think even the Russians and the Chinese have expressed the importance of women's rights and girls' education and so forth. So the world is on the same page on these sorts of issues.
Yes.
So I think they need to sit down, they need to talk, they need to address things like girls' education, inclusivity and so forth, and then have a roadmap that could eventually lead to full recognition of the Afghan state, basically.
You mentioned Russia. They've come up a lot in the news lately. They've certainly been sending their representatives to the region. In your mind, is there a role for Vladimir Putin in those talks?
In Afghanistan? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the Russians are important, the Iranians are important, the Chinese are important. I think the Gulf countries are very important. Qatar, Emirates.
So in that vein, is Donald Trump opening up talks with Russia? You know, opening up talks with Iran. Is this a good thing?
As long as it leads to something.
Yeah.
Because I think if the talks fail, and they could fail, it could make Afghanistan even more dicey. Because then, you know, there are certain countries who would not want to see the Americans find a foothold in Afghanistan again.
Yes.
And I think that then we'll see a replay of the great game, you know.
I think we're already there.
Have
we ever left?
Well, yeah, the great game's been happening since the late 1800s. It's never gone away.
Yes.
But I think that but if talks fail with the Iranians as well as the Russians, I think there's a risk that Afghanistan will become the new battleground for these countries again.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you and I know each other from the region. The impact of lower oil prices means that they can't, you know, have as much foreign influence as perhaps they would like, UAE, Saudi Arabia. In your mind, how dangerous is that?
Well, I mean, I think that they still have enough resources to continue to remain engaged in Afghanistan. I think it's one thing to build NEOM, it's another thing to ensure that your country remains stable and secure.
Yes.
And I think that if Afghanistan or Pakistan implodes, everyone else is going to get very sick.
Yes. In your mind, next steps. Obviously, you've been in Washington and talking to them about engaging in the region. There's a lot of things on the Trump agenda. In your mind, how quickly could something move?
Well, I think for the Trump administration, I mean, they still have these nominees. They need confirmation. We still don't have an assistant secretary of state for the region. They have someone at the White House, but obviously they're not as engaged. I think Rubio will probably perhaps play in a more important role. So I think there are 2-3 avenues. One is because Afghanistan is part of the region and it involves Russia and Iran, that someone like Steve Witkoff would take it on board.
Yes.
Or there's the opportunity of, Benjamin Black saying, well, this is important for us, rare minerals. Let me look at Afghanistan, the context of how we can secure these minerals.
Yes.
Or Stephen Miller may say, hey, I need to get rid of 10,000 Afghans, send them back to Afghanistan via Qatar. Let me engage on Afghanistan. So the question is, who's going to own Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Will they have a special envoy, or will they let the existing diplomats run the country? So there are a lot of ifs.
Yes.
And Mike Waltz, who lived in Afghanistan, who I met in 2004, I think it was, in Kabul when he worked for the embassy. Will he say, no, I'm going to put my hand up and I'm going to deal with Afghanistan?
Yeah, so it's really about passing the football at this point.
This is not, the United States is now a bit like a Middle Eastern country.
Yes.
We're at the sort of mercy of Donald Trump, the president, and who's going to have access to him and who's going to put his hand up, and who he's going to say is like, you manage this thing for me.
Saad, it's great to have you on Al Arabiya. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. Back to Chelsea and what you boys were saying. I see it as like when we were there, it was the work rate of everyone. But I think every team should have that. Every team should be able to work. Every team should be able to put that effort in and work for each other. No matter if you're... I get it that if you're a winger and you stay up a bit more, but like I always felt like when there was Robin or there was Duff or there was you'd put the effort in if you needed to. Do you know what I mean? You can't just let... You can't leave 3 up front and 1 up front. You still put the effort and one, like... Say if there was one defender and left you 3 up, you'd have to help out. Do you know what I mean? It was just the work rate of everyone, which I think seems to be missing sometimes when you see it, the effort, sometimes.
Yeah, but just think about it. We all played the football clubs and fans think that, right? So fans, probably the Southampton fans are probably thinking the lads are not making an effort, right? Because it's body language. And you think, them boys were going from Monday to Friday, Bridgie, and their manager, if any manager's worth his salts, will be trying to drive them in training. But what is it when they step on the white line, that whether they are trying or they can't push themselves to that, that next level as a team, as a group? Or I think it comes...
It comes from up there, I'd say. All up there. It's mental.
Discipline of when it's going... Because you're going to step... If you're going to be a footballer, you're going to be on a football pitch and it's going to be a horrible place. You're going to be 3-0 down, crowd are going to be in there. Have you got the discipline to blank out all the noise and go, right, I'm not playing well, I've lost the ball, but I'm going to work hard for my teteammates? And who's driving that?
Well, working hard is it's a non-negotiable, isn't it? Like you can't come on the field and think it's going to just work for you. I'm a great believer in making your own luck.
Yeah.
So whether you get an opportunity in the 90th minute, but you've worked hard the whole 90 minutes, and you get that one opportunity in the 91st minute, say.
Yeah.
And you deserve it. You deserve that goal.
Yeah.
And that's that one chance you had, and like you might be playing for a team that's not struggling, but not the greatest teams. But the least you can give is work rate. But that's the. But you know what it is? You still got to compliment. A manager still got to compliment work rate as well. I know it's a non-negotiable, but you got to congratulate it as well. The reason why I'm saying that, because sometimes I was listening to Amarim. He's obviously Man United lost to Brentford. Yeah, we were just talking about.
Yeah,
but Diallo obviously.
Ahmad Diallo.
He's a great talent, isn't he? Yeah. Ahmad Diallo, and he scores a goal and everything. And he had a decent game, but one of the people was asking, one of the reporters was asking Amarim after the game, says, that Diallo really good for you, and what kind of talent is he?
Yeah,
and he's basically just gone into him and says, well, he could have worked harder when defending because he wasn't doing his job, and then I think he could have it put us in a bad situation. So there's things to improve. And I was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But sometimes just don't say it to
the press. In-house, yeah.
Just keep it in-house.
Yeah.
That's how you kind of lose players.
Yeah.
You know, especially this day and age when some of the players are... I don't know what kind of guy Diallo is. He might respond differently, but you can't do that to everyone, just in case. So just things like that. So when it is going well, congratulate him. Just say, congratulate. He's done really well there. I know that he might have been at fault for that one thing, but you just got to practice on the training field. Make sure that don't happen again. But give him the confidence in the media. And I think that goes a long way with some of the players nowadays.
Yeah.
But coming back to Chelsea, though, Cole Palmer.
Yeah. Nice, wasn't it? Got his goal.
See, that's another guy that needs confidence. Yeah. Well, needed confidence.
See, I don't think... I get what you mean.
Right.
But he wasn't exactly like playing bad.
He just wasn't really doing anything. And he needs to be doing something on the pitch.
Never scored and the assist. I get it, right? But...
He's a difference maker, Bridgie.
Yeah, he's massive.
And if you're not making any differences...
so much better, but he was still... If that's him playing bad, he's still done all right, didn't he?
No, he's been good, mate.
Do you know what I mean? He's still done all right. He's still good. He's still good.
What you said about... I think you said about... Outside about what Wayne Rooney said about him, said he's not trying to play himself safely back into form. He stayed true to his...
What he
to
does
him, like, he's like trying to turn it around corners. He's being progressive. He hit the post just before he got the penalty, which is a lovely bit of skill, where he carved someone over. I think it was Bradley open, and he sort of blagged the goalie, give him the eyes, hit the post. With Cole, his interview I thought was absolutely brilliant. We so many times when we see a player like you know, you can play it with a maverick on the ball like Jack Grealish, and then he talks, and everyone knows, that's quality, you know, because he's just talking his mind. Cole's got that as well, isn't he? Like, he's just like, people love watching him. The fans respond to him. Like, not once do I hear a murmur of, because he's had a barren spell. Not once of the Chelsea fans. Chelsea fans are quite intelligent with footballers, and they know that he's trying to do his thing. No once did they turn on him. And I think him coming out and saying like all the nonsense people saying on social media, something we didn't have to contend with, I think that's honest. I just think he's come out and gone, well, I don't know the exact quote. It was like, do you remember? It was like, I haven't scored in it, so people can giving me jip on social media.
Basically.
You know,
But the thing is, as a player, he needs to. He's obviously reading it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's getting to him, and that probably puts him.
He might not be reading it, mate. It can be anything from someone just sending it
someone
to him.
Sends it to I
they might read it. I don't read a lot of stuff, but someone mentioned it to you. I see this, or
sometimes it's unavoidable.
It's unavoidable, but I don't think
it might affect you. It might affect you a little. It should, if you're human, it affects you.
Yeah. Did you read
look at Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yeah.
He's been under pressure for all his life. People saying good things or bad things, but he's world's best. Yeah. So it's never good. You could be the world's best player and still get criticised.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's mad. So, like, you just got to get on with it, you know. And I think it does affect some of these boys. It's just normal behaviour. It's normal human.
Did you read the papers when you played?
I think, I wouldn't say I just sat and read them all the time, but I think you'll read bits, but I'm also think that you know if you've played a bad game.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't. No, I think you know, mate. You have a feeling, don't you? You know.
I fooled myself quite a lot.
If you've had a bad game. I think there's sometimes if things have been said and I don't think it's justified, but I know if I've had a bad game, so it's not like you can really say, is it? You just like...
Yeah, but
if you've had a bad game.
So this is what it is with Cole Palmer, right? He's a difference maker in a game, and he's not making any difference. People automatically say he's not scored a goal. There's been no assists. What does he do? Do you know what I mean? He's not just a number 8 midfielder. He's a 10. He's a 10. He's the one that makes that whole Chelsea thing supposed to.
Mate, it's a team game. There's going to be times where you don't score, you don't get assists, and someone else chips in.
Yeah.
Well, he still played well. He has gone through a time where, but he's still played well. He's still trying. He's still. Not everything's always going to come off, is it?
No, it's not going to come off, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that's why I'm saying I'm glad, and so is his teammates, have now identified that he's got a goal now. So they put that on the thing. So they probably put that to rest now and say, listen, let's crack on now. You can crack on with what you're doing. You've come into form at the right time as well when we need a late surge for Champions League spot. and we can go and get that Europa Conference League, green light crew.
The green light crew. Just before we move on from Chelsea, quickly just said, obviously, I went with the boys, right? And so as I parked my car, I was going to go on my bike with the kids to Chelsea, but he didn't eat his vegetables, Max. So his mum was on him. And making I'm like, me and Harry are by the door, and he's like, she's going, we ain't going until he's playing like cat and mouse with Carly. Yeah. He's like going, he knows that I want to go, and his brother wants to go, so we're going. And she stays strong because she's the discipline in the house, and he's like, and then I'm like, well, mate, now we can't use the bike, and he loves driving the bike up to Chelsea. Right? So we've got the car up to Chelsea, but I have to park round by where the Liverpool coaches are. Right, it's the only way I found a little park space. As we've left the game, I've come out. And we're there, and you walk down from the King's Road to the Fulham Road, and all the Scousers are coming out, and they're going to their game, and it's a funny vibe because they won the league, so they're partying, they're having fun, but there's a little bit of anger. It's heavily police game, right? And there was a bit of tension, there was shouting between the two fans, and this one fella, this Liverpool fan, he's like growling at this Chelsea fan, and it's getting a bit close to the boys, right? And they're like, and then I can feel them holding my hand. I'm like, oh God. Oh yeah. And then, what
am I going to do? It just kicks off.
I'm like, oh no! Right. I just like, I'm holding them, and then I can feel they're a little bit like worried. Like, but as the police separate and all this, man. He looked at me. He's gone, Dad. He's gone, why are these Liverpool fans so angry, man? They just won the league. Tell them to relax.
That's something Joe Cole's son would say.
I wish you'd said it to them.
Say it to them, innit? Just chill out. You won the league.
And we're walking behind some for the rest of the road behind these Chelsea fans, and they were chaps. And my other boy's got, Dad, I think we should stay with these in case it kicks off.
He's smart. He's smart.
Like, anyway, we got home.
He's streetwise, him.
Yeah, he's smart. So anyway, got back. He ate his vegetables. Chelsea won. So
what vegetables did he have on the plate? Yeah. You got to have broccoli on there.
Broccoli, carrots, and peas. Everyone roasting them, isn't it?
I love a broccoli.
Yeah.
You're a broccoli man?
I like broccoli, asparagus. Yeah.
Asparagus, no, I don't like asparagus.
In fact, you cooked after the night out.
I did, when I cooked.
I don't know why he does it. Like, grown man.
Man just goes into Gordon Ramsay mode.
Cheese toasties, cheesy fries.
12:30 p.m. He's like,
stir fry.
He's up. Like, all this. I'm like,
mate.
Frank must wake up in the morning in the kitchen.
No, I cleaned it up as well. I cleaned it up.
Oh, mate, that's hilarious.
Should we get back to the football?
Yeah. What do you want to go on to? Top 5? What do you reckon?
Yeah, let's go on to top 5 before we bounce on to the Champions League. It's
tight, isn't it?
My gosh. Look. Oh, Nottingham Forest. What's happened to them?
Yeah, I think after that Brentford game, it killed them a bit, innit?
They got a massive game tonight, by the way.
Massive against
Which ain't easy game either, by the way.
Yeah. I look at.
Not an easy game at all now.
Chelsea have still got the hardest running, haven't they? Newcastle, Forest.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're playing two of the teams in and around it.
That's true.
But both away as well. That's the thing.
Yeah. So it is a pick 'em. You look, Man City, you go, right, they're in. You go, Man City, 64 points. They got Southampton away, Fulham away, Bournemouth at home.
Where have Saints got that point they need yet?
What do you mean?
Yeah, they did. They got it. They're all right. They haven't got the worst. They ain't got the worst. Nah.
Do you know what I mean? They just need.
Derby still holds the title for that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Saints there with them? Is it?
Nah.
I think they might be joint. Or do they get a point in the end?
No, they got a point in the end.
Did they get it?
Yeah.
They're on 11.
Yeah.
Which is joint.
Is it joint?
They're joint. Yeah. So they need another point. I mean, mate, Arsenal, Liverpool. I know, like they're changing a few players, but they're going to want to bounce back. They then got Newcastle, which is a tough game. If Saints need that point to not equal the Derby's record...
Mate, they've needed a point all season.
Come on, Saints! Arsenal could end up... Arsenal might end up second here.
They've needed that point all season, mate. He ain't come in. He hasn't come in, mate.
He's come in the last game of the season.
I can't see it. What's going on?
Come on.
Southampton are going to go away to Arsenal in the last day of the season.
Need a point.
Mate, you did have a good night Saturday night. You did have a good night. You're thinking that. Needing and the ability to get are very two different things.
I live in hope.
Yeah.
No, but like if you
So
I fancy. I said I fancied Forest, but after dropping points against Brentford, I think it's tough. They've got to play Chelsea as well last game of the season. That's a massive game.
Oh, mate, yeah. They need to win tonight, Forest. I think even Villa. You look
Villa
at Villa.
might get in there, mate. Forest are not in good form. Well, they lost their last game, didn't they? So
Villa's tougher game.
They won their one before that.
If they get a result there, they got a great chance.
Yeah, because Spurs and Man U will be down in tools. Them last two games,
they get 9 points out of that Villa if they nick it.
And that's exactly what I'm writing down now. So
I
that
think
puts
it's
them on
dangerous
69
though.
points.
See, like this
and
thing.
Then you got Chelsea, Newcastle.
I think Forest.
Game,
I think Forest can get 7 points from these games. I think say they lose one of these games, right? They go Leicester at home, West Ham away. They can win both of them games. And then you go Chelsea. Say they draw against Chelsea. That's 7 points. So Forest could be on 67 points. So that means Chelsea need to get 4 points from the next 3 games. Newcastle. Chelsea could draw Newcastle. It's crazy. My gut feeling is telling me, after being at Stamford Bridge yesterday, I think Chelsea could.
I think they could do it.
They're in the best form at the moment.
They're in
good form. They've won their last 3 games.
Well, I'm looking forward to that game tonight, though, Forest. And what do you make of?
I fancy City to go above Arsenal.
You said that, didn't you?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah,
I'd have laughed it off 2 weeks ago.
We did laugh you off, but
I'd have laughed it off 2 weeks ago. But
you did.
I did, didn't I?
You did laugh it off.
I was like, no, I was just saying you were being bang out of order to Arsenal people.
Yeah.
But it's coming to fruition. The Oracle strikes again.
The Oracle. If I see Harry Kane in an Arsenal shirt.
Yeah. Because you can't... Look, Arsenal shouldn't be losing that game. You know what I mean? So they should be, if they're serious. But I think, obviously, as we said, if you're hanging your hat on being successful in Europe and then having a poor domestic season, that's a dangerous game to play.
Do you reckon it could have come down to the last game?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would go down to the last game.
I think I'll be there as well. And then that's what I'm worried about, Bridgie, because as much as we talked about earlier on in the pod about Forest and how great the unity together, and they've come off of it a little bit. But I think in a one-off game against Chelsea at home,
and it's all to play for.
The way they play, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of football to be played, and
get me some tickets for that, Geese.
You're in cool skis.
Yeah,
you're in
corporate,
of course. Spongy seats, mate.
Yeah, lovely.
Spongy seats.
Yeah. But no, that would be an amazing game to go and witness anyway, because that's a decider, innit? Because I remember you were saying you was fearful for Chelsea if it didn't come off.
But listen, they've gone and beaten Everton at home and Liverpool at home the last 2 games,
and they've done that.
And a good performance in Europe. And what I saw.
So you're not as worried now.
I'm thinking the pendulum swung back. I'm not 100%
time their run late, but it's there.
Arsenal sat where they are really with the players they got. They should be finishing second, shouldn't they? Really?
Yeah, with the players they've got
to be.
Absolutely.
This will be a disappointed season for Villa as well. Actually, after all of that.
Well, here I'm going to put an asterisk on you there. All right. Remember when Newcastle got in Europe? They've really plummeted. Villa are still there, chasing the 5th place down.
You know, because Villa
did better than Newcastle. In
I
Europe.
reckon a few weeks ago we didn't even put them.
No, we didn't.
They were thereabouts at bottom, but you're not thinking they could nick it. Whereas now I think they got a chance.
I'm going to throw something out there now. I think Villa, if they manage to get the Champions League spot and manage to keep all of their players, because I think that's going to be a problem for Villa. I'm going to say they're going to next season have a title challenge. I really.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think so. I agree with you with that,
mate. They look. I think there's still things missing, but just I think something special's happening there. That's going to be.
They have been a bit. Obviously, they have taken a little hit on their form, but that was. I think they put so much effort in that PSG game.
And by the way, if PSG go and win the Champions League, which I think they will, that means that that performance against PSG, because because Arsenal didn't get nowhere near that Villa performance last week, did. Let's be honest.
No.
Villa outperformed Arsenal against PSG.
But that's what you say. Villa's Arsenal's arch nemesis, isn't they?
Yeah, mate.
They've messed it up for them a few times, haven't they?
They've messed them up. So, cards on the table. On this week, 3 weeks ago to the end of the season, we think Bridgie first thinks Man City going to finish above Arsenal.
They shouldn't, but I'd love to see it. They shouldn't, but I
love that honesty.
Yeah, right.
He'd love to see it. What? Okay, get in this scenario here. Yeah. Get on this scenario. Arsenal don't win the league. Well, they haven't won the league, obviously, and come third in the Premier League. What type of season?
What type of on last game of the season?
What type of season's that
for Arsenal? Where do they judge that?
Is that regression?
I think
that's regression.
That's regression. Yeah.
That's not positive, is it?
Yeah. Again, I come down to the centre forward. I know it's just completely the lazy thing from when Arsenal were being accused last season of not having a centre forward. And they got this. I think Arteta used to get the stats out, and rightly so. He's defending his position. He's going, look, we're scoring 100 goals. Like, it's coming from everywhere. So it's not goal scoring isn't a problem. But I think just having a different option, different style with centre forward in these close games. Who do you want your chance falling to you? A prime, like a top centre forward, or a centre midfielder who's playing as a centre forward.
And listen, that's what I'm saying about difference, mate. You've got Bukayo Saka, he chips in with loads of goals. Martinelli chips in with loads of goals. Havertz was in good form at one stage. Then Mourinho comes in, he does well as well. So those are your 4 goal scorers across that front three. Then you've got Nwaneri that's bursts onto the scene. He chips in with a few good performances as well. Yeah. Then on top of that, there's nothing wrong with having somebody else, like even also. They'd be chipping in with another 20 goals. Do you know what I mean? So then all of a sudden your goal tally has just gone through the roof. And those, as I said, difference makers, they make a difference at the end of the season. Like when you see like a pattern of play and there ain't no striker in the box it goes across the goal, and you're thinking, well, if they had a striker, that would have been in that would have been a goal. And that's the difference to being a title winner or a Champions League winner. Yeah. That's what they have at these teams. They've all got that position covered. It's as simple as that. But he wants to do it his own way, so you've got to respect it, and he's done well with it.
He's been there a long time now, Arteta, and
but I'll tell you what, as well, if he doesn't, if that scenario does happen, Man City go second, they go third, and then they don't win the Champions League, they get knocked out by PSG. Disappointing season, but Arteta will have another season.
Yes, absolutely.
But when does it start to get stale? Like, when does it start to think, hold on a minute, you said it's supposed to be happening now.
Yeah,
I think one more year, their recruitment has to be bang on.
There's got to be a progression.
They've
got to back him. They've got to be progression. They've got to have a striker.
No, but not just a striker, other positions as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying they've got to definitely look at it next season and recruit well. If he gets the recruitment right, and then there's on top of the recruitment as well, you got to give some of these boys time to bed in. So he's going to somehow have to galvanise these lads and the new additions as well to play in the same team to go and get some silverware. Because otherwise, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I think next season's a big season for Arsenal and Arteta. I think you can go to the board safely and go, look, you need to spend money now. Liverpool going to go again, Man City going again. I need a centre forward. I need some cover in midfield. Do you know what I mean? And you're going to have your young boys like Lewis Skelly and Nwaneri, another year older. You've got this lad Max Downing over here in the back.
15 though. He's 15 years old though.
Mate, Arteta give him a mention to, like Odegaard. He said, I was talking to someone the other day and they were talking about him. He's saying that there's no ceiling to this lad. They don't know. He's like playing 18s, B team.
Yeah, no, I've watched him. He's a terrific talent.
Yeah,
definitely.
You think?
But listen,
am I talking too early?
Well, putting him in this conversation just yet.
Only because the manager did.
I know, but he's 15 years old. Give the boy like there's different mental challenges that you got to deal with. Right now, he's playing with the most freedom in the world because you no fear in it. That's always plays a factor when you're a young lad coming through. The real test is when you get in.
Yeah, your
consistency when you hit it, because he's probably he's not hit no slump or form ever. He hasn't had a chance to yet. Do you know what I mean? So how do they react, these kids, when you're getting in mentioned by your first team manager so early on in your young career. I know everybody's does things differently at different clubs, but if I'm an Arsenal fan, I wanted that under wraps. That's my special weapon, but you can't keep these things under wraps anyway because of social media and everything. Everyone's talking about it. But just protect the lad a little bit more. That's all I want, because I want him to flourish eventually if he's that good of a talent.
I remember coming through, I was at school year 11, I was at Lillishall in a national school, and it comes to the end of the season. I didn't know nothing about it till like weeks after. Apparently, West Ham was safe, and Harry, because I used to come back and train with the first team, and Harry wanted to play me at the back end of the season.
It's just fair. That's
good. Yeah, but
if you're doing
he got asked to do going through, and I went to apparently, I don't know, I'll ask Harry when I see him if he remembers, but went to the national school, and I was doing my GCSEs, and it was like they sort of, if I would have known that, I'd have gone, listen, don't worry about them GCSEs. Imagine that.
Have you used any of your GCSEs in your later life? How many did you get? How many did you get?
I got 2 C's, 2 D's, and 2 E's.
Raw. You got C's.
I got 2 C's.
C's that high, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't even turn up to mine. I don't even remember what I got now, to be honest. I'd love to know what I got. I didn't even really... what did you get?
I got 9 of mine.
What?
I got 9 of mine.
9 what?
I got a B. I got a couple
9
of
B's?
C's.
Did ya?
I can't remember what the other marks were. They probably weren't great. But I got most of them.
So you're the top in this little crew. You're the most qualified.
He is quite clever.
I think my B was in PE. I think they failed me on the physical part.
I got a B in PE.
Don't know why.
I thought I was bankers for A.
I did as well.
PE, I'm like, come on, I got this. Like, I'm the best at sports in the school. Yeah. I forgot about the theory, innit?
Oh mate. Should we get back to Arsenal and Champions League?
Come on in. Let's get.
Let's
go Champions League. It's going to be a wicked this week. I can't wait.
It's going to be a good game, innit?
I can't wait. Interesting contrast, Bridgie, right? PSG played Strasbourg. They lost. They've already won the league. They rested everyone. I think Doué and Barcola might have had a little game, but Kvaratskhelia didn't play.
Mate, he's a player.
Yeah. They lost, right? Not a problem. And I know this for a fact. When you play in France and you're in the Champions League, you can go to the FA and go, say we're playing Tuesday night Champions League and we're supposed to play Saturday. You can go and say, can we play Friday night? And they would actively move it to help out the team. So the French League has been helping work it. It makes sense.
Working with them.
Premier League's mate. We're selling this to... Anyway,
they're trying to
we don't want you to do well.
Yeah,
they're trying to get
the other managers.
They're trying to get the Champions League to France, isn't it? It's about time Paris won it.
93, I think Marseille won it. 92 was the only French team to win it. Paris have never done it. So contrast that with Arsenal's weekend, where they've been turned over at home by Bournemouth
with a full team.
You know, moved a few things around, I think. But, I mean, where do you stand, first of all? Can you see any hope for Arsenal, Bridgie? What has to happen for Arsenal to go and get a result?
You can't say there isn't any hope. But PSG are going to create chances.
Yeah.
Mate, the keeper was brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, both keepers. They made some great saves.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, you get a chance against PSG when he's in the goal.
Yeah.
Mate.
Yeah.
He's so good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, they had a couple of good chances. I think there was Trossard who had one. Made great saves. Made some great saves. So they've got to be clinical if they get a chance. That's for sure. Yeah, I always feel that when I've seen them with the last few games PSG played, mate, they create so many chances, and you're probably going to get a couple of chances as well.
Yeah.
Mate, it's great games to watch, but it's a tough ask, isn't it?
It is a tough ask.
I think it's a very, very tough ask.
I think...
Who's the pressure on?
The pressure's on.
Who's the pressure who's on?
Pressure's on both teams.
Yeah.
The pressure's on both teams.
Equal amount of pressure.
It is definitely equal.
It's not...
But it's tipping in PSG's favour at the moment. Looking from the outside.
Definitely, it's got to be in their favour.
This is one of them games. PSG probably real celebrated winning in London. And then as the game gets by, they realise Arsenal know the task. They know it's an uphill task. So they're focused on that. But PSG, you have your mental break, and then as the game goes, you sort of get a bit more concerned in closer you get. And what I will put on to PSG, a little asterisk, is there's such a heavy weight on that club to win the Champions League, and they've messed up on so many occasions. I remember they were like beating Real Madrid comfortably, and then it spun on its head. They've had the Barcelona result. There's so many results they've had over the years where they've thrown it away. So that will play a part.
I don't think that they weren't as bad as what people made out. I don't think Arsenal. I think they were made out to be pretty bad. I thought the first 20 minutes...
They weren't bad.
They never really had a look in.
Yeah.
I thought, what is going on here? Like, they couldn't press. The pressing, by the way,
was shocking.
It was like 2 or 3 players would go, and it'd be 4 for passes, they're out. It's not like everyone went together. That's one thing they've got to sort out is the pressing.
Yeah.
They've got to press well as a team, otherwise... the way they... PSG pass and move. They move with such speed, mate.
Confidence.
Like off the ball, runs off the ball.
Like they all know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's like you could play that style, but it could be a bit rash in it. You don't really know, but they do it with control. So they know they're passing the ball like round the corner.
Yeah.
And then they know they've done this a few times because they've been doing it in the league.
Deck's going to be massive for him, like the runs he can make forward with the ball and drive,
breaking the lines
and through balls. That's one thing I didn't think Arsenal did enough was people need to make runs in behind a bit more for a through ball. I think because there was too many times
Saka will do that.
Passed around.
I think Saka will be on it this game.
Yeah,
I think Saka will be on it.
I think Martinelli made that little bending running behind, little through ball. They need more of that.
I can see it. What do you think he does then? Because Partey coming back into the midfield, I think that's going to be set. It's going to be Rice, Partey and Odegaard. He'll probably go with them. That's strong. And I think...
Odegaard's not playing too well at the moment either.
I think he's got a decision to make.
Because he's a captain though, so he plays. So it is what it is. You're not going to drop your captain.
You've got to be brave. I'm just trying to think. You'll go Kiviol, is he fit? Lewis Skelly, Gabriel... Timber was rested at the weekend, weren't he? And Ben White.
I think he needed it because he had a mare with was it Kvaratskhelia?
Yeah, he needs rest.
Mate, for me, I love him as a player.
No. In the first half, but in the first half, he had. Then I think he figured it out because they started pressing together. Because other than that, he was fouling him all the time. Like in the first 20, 30 minutes.
Get tight on his first pass, he's dangerous.
He's a proper.
On his first touch, if you can't get on him,
you're gonna have a problem. Because he's clever as well, and he's strong,
big lad,
and he's quick.
He's a big lad.
He's a big lad, so
he's great at dribbling.
It's a big, and he's gonna be at home now, and then he's gonna be asking questions of Timber. So I had your number for at least 30, 40 minutes in the first. I'm gonna do this to you again. So let's try and get. I bet you any money they're gonna target that side.
Do you reckon?
Like it's quite funny as well how PSG had all these brilliant players and not got as close to the final as this.
I watched them, Coley.
And the thing about it as well, Mbappe's chasing after a Champions League, isn't he? So he thought it was going to be bankers with Real Madrid. He's gone there. It's gone to. It's gone back home. So he might be evading it too.
Yeah. Do you know what he might be? Do you know with Mbappe? Right. I watched that team we covered in PSG. I've never seen anything like it, mate. You had Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, right? And then it was like the other 7 lads,
spare parts.
All of them were walking, and I'm just like, I'm looking at the manager, and I'm thinking, how do you cope with that? Like, because if you're Messi, right? He was 34, 35. Understandable that he's been doing that for the last 5-6 years, still winning World Cups. You know what I mean? He's doing his thing.
He plays like that anyway.
His careers, he's still there. He's still a genius. Greatest I've ever seen, but he can't. He knows he can't do that. But from Mbappe and Neymar, they should have picked up the workload. The manager should have gone to the guys. And said,
"You're not as good as him."
Listen, mate. Listen,
Messi's allowed to do that.
Do you think you're better than him? Do you? Like, I
don't see it.
I don't see it because I don't see it.
So you've got to carry him a little bit because he's a difference maker.
When you're 34, you're going to hopefully be in a team where lads will accommodate you a little bit. But you're prime of your career. You could still run. I'd have gone to them. If you both want to play at the same time and put this band together, this super band.
There's got to be some negotiations here.
And if I see at any moment one of you not running back, I'm going to take one of you up and put another midfielder in.
That's why Suarez was so good with Messi,
mate,
because he understood the load. He says, "Do you know what? You stay still. I'll do the running. I don't mind it. You're the world's best player."
Mate,
so there's no ego. Like when you got a friend on the pitch. That's what I was talking about. Wisart and Mbeumo. They kind of get it. They're like, "I want you to score." No, I want you to score. So okay, we do it together then.
Yeah.
That's what needs to be done, and that's what needed to be done with Mbappe and that crew there. But at the same time, now you look at it, it's PSG are looking way better than when he was there.
Yeah.
Not just him, but the others as well, because they've got a team that actually works and functions together. You see them running together, even when they're defending. Like, they defend well as well. So there was moments in that Arsenal game when they was defending really well, like compact, and they was fighting for each other. And that just shows you the spirit that they have, and that comes from humility.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, I'd love to have played with Messi. He'd do all his running.
I'll do your running for you.
Yeah, I'll get his breakfast. What do you want, Leo?
What do you want, Leo?
It's all right, I'll be there.
Oh, yeah. Can you put 2 on the plate for me? Can you put 2 on the plate for me?
It just makes everyone around him better. Do you know what I mean?
What
Absolutely brilliant. I don't think Arsenal can win it. I back PSG from early on in the competition, but I think Arsenal will turn up and make as long as they turn up and make the fans proud. I think, really give it a go. I don't go there and go out with a whimper and let the season go out.
I want drama, Coley. I want
drama?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's better, innit? It's not my team.
Have a right old go.
Yeah, have a right old go. Like, just rock it a bit, man.
Talking about drama, the other game, Inter Barcelona. Inter are taking a 3-3 draw back to the San Siro. Mate, that was just beautiful football. I mean, the shout these people have been saying, it's made them fall back in love with football, watching Lamine Yamal and doing his thing. Incredible game, wasn't it, Bridgie?
Oh, brilliant game. Great for everyone to watch, innit? It just open for the same again, basically.
Yeah.
But, mate, he's some talent, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like the confidence.
He's only 17.
Oozes out of him, doesn't it? I know, it's mad. 17. He's played 100 games. Is it 100 games?
100 games for Barcelona.
Mate, unbelievable, isn't it, really?
Is he going to be better than Messi?
Mate, I don't know, right? But have you seen?
He was better. Do you know what? He's better than Messi at 17.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But what I would say is, has anyone Googled this image? Right, I don't know if that's fake news. I don't know, but there's a picture of Messi.
Yeah,
holding
baby Lamille
in the bath. Like, that's made me think. That's so weird.
That's
like
on the blessings.
The Messiah. It's just.
I've seen that picture. It's weird, isn't it?
Have you seen it, Bridgie?
He's holding.
That's real.
What do you mean? What was he doing in the bath?
There was a unit.
Did you just say he was in a bath with him?
Yeah, that sounds dodgy. That sounds
dodgy.
dodgy.
He was in the bath with him.
No.
What did you say?
He was like, we need to get that right. So it's
we need to get that right. We've got a picture of it.
We've got a picture of it. He was bathing him. Chef, bring this.
He was bathing him.
Look. It's a UNICEF picture.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Right. You got it, right? So,
I got it now.
So he's working for UNICEF and...
All right. It just sounded weird you had it in the bath.
I know, but
that's weird. Where are we going with this podcast?
No, I get it now.
It was a photo shoot for UNICEF.
Okay.
Right. I don't know if I could end up getting sued here. I don't
know.
No,
but it's all over
the sea, right? He's I think they needed it was for UNICEF doing work in Africa.
Yeah.
Or something. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that.
And they needed
something like that. I'll just
needed a brown baby.
Needed a brown baby.
And he was
there. He was on site.
To emphasise,
it was the closest one around at the time.
How mad is that? You got the greatest player of all time, and then the next greatest player of the generation.
That's unbelievable.
And their paths have crossed.
Yeah,
I don't know if
there's something in it, isn't there?
Is this another Eric Crumble?
Have you ever seen that? So it's like passing the torch, isn't it?
Passing the torch.
Passing the torch. Say, listen, I like you as a kid. Yeah. I'm going to give you some football talent, yeah? I bless the water. Bathe in my success and my talents.
When you first said it, I'm just like...
but it doesn't sound right, because you needed to see the picture. Yeah. Weird. I don't even know. That's just a weird scenario.
I just think that's weird. That makes me feel the world's like...
Yeah.
Works in mysterious ways.
Mate.
Right.
Yeah.
You touched any baby bath water before? Who have you blessed?
What are you saying with that game?
Jar blessed.
What are you saying on that game? Who you reckon will make that?
I think
could go either way. That
could go either way. I backed.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Milan.
You can never like.
Yeah.
Inter.
It's probably going to be Inter.
I think Inter at home. I think they're both great teams. Both teams very
just
different.
Made for Inter to just go and light up the stage.
Oh, mate.
But what I said about Inter before, though, like somehow they've been lucky to get to this point.
Yeah.
So it looks like things are going in their way. So listen, they're a great team as well. Look, what a great game.
What a
to
great
watch.
game.
But you could look at points in their season where they've underachieved a little bit, but somehow they've stumbled across to get into this position. I'm not saying I don't think they've been their strongest self yet.
Yeah.
They've been a bit inconsistent across the season. If we've looked at their,
I spoke to the youth team at Brentford, and I said, I implored them. I said, please watch this game again for a young footballer, because you have Inter Milan playing a certain style of play on this end of the spectrum. Barcelona having a certain style of play on this end of the spectrum. It blended brilliantly for a brilliant game, so it was entertaining. But they were they would. If you're going to be a football career, manager's going to ask you to play somewhere along this spectrum. So there was so much information in that game for young players. So if there's any young players listening to it, go and watch the first leg before you watch the second leg, and watch players in your position, because I think just elite level football, it was brilliant. And it made me really, really enjoy football again. I always enjoy football, but
at that capacity, thinking, that's the level, that's what I'm used to. That's what I grew up watching.
I love watching that football. We move quickly on to the Europa League. We've done the Champions League. Man United and Spurs look like they're going to get there. I'm just going to do a little shout. This is for a little personal one. Like, you know, there's a lot of my pals, Spurs fans, who are starting to be a bit nicer to me now, because they know that I've got access to tickets. Right. Okay. Right.
We all know a friend like that.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
They don't get in contact otherwise if they want something, innit?
I'm just, and there was even a little quote. Well, you sorted out the West Ham boys when they got to the conference final. Do you know what I mean? So now I won't be going to Bilbao, but a Man United Spurs Europa League final, because we've got to think that Man United are certainly through, Bridgie. 3-0 up, going back to Old Trafford. Spurs 2-0 up, is a little bit more in the balance, but you expect them to go through. What do we think of these ties first and foremost? And a Man United Spurs final, is that the most nervous, panicky, anxious game of football? Two fans, both of their seasons.
Well, this is drama. This has got drama all over it. This Bodo Glimt fixture. It could go awfully wrong, because they've got one of the best forms in Europe, apparently.
Best home form
in Europe.
Bodo Glimt. So
it could be they could be in a bit of a shout of doing something or winning that tie, but maybe not doing enough. Maybe. And remember, it's on AstroTurf. Yeah. I remember I said go young.
You did.
I said go young, because these boys could move better than some of them.
Yeah.
And AstroTurf, it finds an injury. It finds an injury. And if you're going at 100% because you're trying to, someone's going to get injured, and it might. I'm not wishing anything like that, but something might happen where it's going to rock the apple cart.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Bodo Glimt are in the shout because they got that fight. See that one goal they got?
Yeah.
That's what they got to. That's hope.
Yeah.
That's hope. If it was 3-0, then you say, they'll just put it to rest. But this is Spurs we're speaking about.
This is Spurs.
Mate, it's not normal behaviour. They don't know about normal behaviour.
Arctic Circle. How bad must it be, the Arctic Circle, mate, if you've got a better home record than Real Madrid? Like, what are you doing to people? What is your welcome? Like,
what are you doing to people over there?
I want some Spurs fans to send in the whole the footage from the moment you step into the Arctic Circle. How bad can this place be, where teams like Real Madrid and Lazio are just going, I can't play football there. I want an image of the pitch, the food, the coldness.
Oh, mate, it must be all sorts going on over there.
Listen, I personally, I'm looking forward to that game as well.
Yeah,
like you said,
I think everyone is as well, because there's going to be drama in there.
Flip of a coin, what happens here? Will you fancy Spurs to nick it?
Listen, Spurs should.
They can't blow it. They cannot.
They can't. That is ammo. That is ammo forever. They lost to a rock band.
How happy will you be if they blow it?
It's poor for me.
On a scale of 1 to 10, go Cole. How happy will you be?
You'll be buzzing.
I can think there'll be songs rolling about Bodo Glimt. Mate, Spurs fans won't even be able to look at a polar bear ever again.
They've got to go see it out. They've got to see it out. But it ain't as easy as people think, maybe.
They can't. They've got to see it out, surely.
Okay.
Hopefully.
I think that's all we got time for.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think we're done. That went.
Man United, Bilbao?
Man United, Bilbao?
Oh, they got to see it out. Come on.
Yeah, they will.
Again, you never know.
Yeah.
No, they've got to. 3-0 win. Come on.
3-0 win.
Gotta be. Right.
Yeah, curtains.
That's all we've got time for. Thanks for listening to The Dressing Room with our